Can you hear us?
Kelly is not here.
She's on. She's on.
Ready?
Doubt about that.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Commissioner John Slutsky. This is a meeting of the Air Quality Control Commission. It is Thursday, November 20, 2025, and it is 9:01 a.m. We are convening this meeting in person at the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment in the Sabin Clare room and via Zoom. Please be advised, this meeting will be recorded and streamed live via YouTube. Recording will also be made available for public viewing after the event. We have a quorum today. We have 9 commissioners here. Yay. That would include myself and Curtis Reeder, Greg Thomas, Gary Arnold online, Dan Blankenship, Jana Milford, Martha Rudolph online, Shelley Miller online, and Jim Sewell online. We are also supported today by commission staff, Jeremy Murray, our administrator, Robin Willey and Corey Holler, our commission counselor, Sue Kim, who's online and is our conflicts counsel, and Tom Rowan, our special advisor, and of course, Jenny Ray, our program coordinator. As you may have noticed, we have 2 brand new commissioners, and I'm going to give them a chance to introduce themselves. So, Shelley Miller, would you start, please?
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm very pleased to be here for my first meeting. I'm a professor at University of Colorado Boulder. My area of interest is urban air pollution, and I've done over 29 years worth of research, both in communities on urban air pollution exposures. I've done a lot of work on COVID-19 and try to protect ourselves from airborne transmission. And so I'm just happy to be here to help. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Jim Sewell.
Hi, I'm Jim Sewell. Likewise, I'm happy to be serving on the commission. I'm recently retired from Shell after a 35-year career doing environmental work all over the United States, including Colorado. My most recent role at Shell, I served as the environmental manager at a petrochemical plant that we constructed in Pennsylvania. There we employed up to 9,000 construction workers. Prior to that, I've worked, I think, 18 years oil and gas operations from Alaska through the Rockies to the East Coast. And then before that, I started, I think, in Chicago, supporting our pipelines and products terminals in the U.S., but also have experience in mining operations, legacy properties, so it'd be the cleanups of old properties, as well as other activities. Most of the work I've done for Shell has been air quality related, from air permitting to compliance to inventories to air monitoring and items like that. So also served on other commissions or boards in Pennsylvania, served on their air quality board, and then in Wyoming on a ozone technical working group up there to deal with ozone issues in the Pinedale anticline. Have a degree, 2 degrees in geology, a BS and a master's degree. Right now, being retired, I volunteer my time as a conservation chair for Trout Unlimited, one of our chapters here in South Denver. Also like to float the Colorado River, fly fish, of course, and enjoy golfing and reading and things like that. Married, 2 daughters, grown daughters, one on each of the coasts. And we have a granddaughter also, live in Castle Rock, where we've lived for the last 18 years. Feeling a little under the weather this week, so appreciate this option to work remotely and not exposed to you to all the things. But I do look forward to meeting everyone in December. So thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. And once again, to both of you, welcome to the commission. Looks like you've spent your life just getting ready for this moment, so we appreciate it. We're going to continue with our agenda, and first we would have our consent agenda. Commission will vote on agenda items number 6 and 7 as part of this consent agenda. This allows us to consolidate voting on agenda items that do not need to be discussed individually and which presentation of additional information is necessary. Number 6 is on our consent agenda, item 6, is approval of our minutes from our October 15th to 17th, 2025 meeting. And item 7, regulation number 9, open burning, prescribed fire and permitting. We're going to actually be voting on projected costs for the smoke management program. So if someone would be so kind as to provide a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I move the approval of the consent agenda.
Thank you, Curtis. Second, please.
Second.
Greg, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 9-0. On to our regular agenda. Excuse me. We have 3 priority items. I don't know what could be more important than an ozone sip, but these rose to the top. First item is motion to reopen Regulation 31 landfill methane rulemaking record, and we will consider a motion to reopen the rulemaking record for the proposed Regulation 31 landfill methane rulemaking to accept the division's submission of a compromise proposal, position statements from parties, and public comments received on this rulemaking matter since the closure of the record on August 22nd, 2025. And I think that Commissioner Rudolph might have a motion. Is that true, Martha?
I certainly can. Thank you, Commissioner Slutsky. And I also apologize for not being there. I have a cold, and it is because of grandkids that we took care of last week. They're little germ factories. Any rate, yes, I think you've stated it well. We did receive a motion from the division to reopen the rulemaking record for the purposes that you articulated, and also to allow that the party, that the public comments, both written and oral, that we've received since then, and undoubtedly will receive next month, I believe, since we've received comments the last 3 months, in any rate, to receive those comments into the record as well. So I will go ahead and move that we reopen the regulation number 31 landfill methane rulemaking record to accept the submission of a compromise proposal with the errata number 4, position statements from parties and public comments received on this rulemaking matter since closure of the record on August 22nd, 2025. Is there a
Thank you,
second?
Commissioner.
I'll gladly second that motion.
Thank you, Commissioner. Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? And we would show Commissioner.
Abstain. Yeah.
Sorry, Slutsky, I abstain.
Yes, and I
Yep.
would
Yeah,
ask
can
that,
I ask a question, please? Because I am new to the commission. I just joined like 3 weeks ago. I actually would like to have the option to abstain on things I don't know anything about.
well, I was just about to ask you to abstain, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
As well as Commissioner Sewell, you guys weren't a part of this, so that's the reason. I think.
Correct. And I'll abstain also.
Okay, so the motion carries 6-0. The second priority item is motion to stay the Air Quality Control Commission determination for Edge Environmental. Commission will vote on whether to stay its October 2025 decision of the Edge Environmental adjudicatory hearing pending judicial review. I would like to have a motion, please, to approve or deny Edge's motion to stay the commission's decision to find 2 violations.
Martha has her hand up.
Martha, please.
I'm sorry. Never mind.
Never mind. Okay.
I believe there were 3 violations.
Well, I believe it does 2.
Sorry about that.
Okay, well, the motion will include that, I'm sure. Would you just, Martha, please.
So I kind of missed that conversation that was just had, but I will, maybe you'll indicate what was just stated, but I will start by, without a motion, but to indicate my views on this, if I may. I am actually inclined to deny this motion. I understand the commission has the authority to grant a stay in part or in whole, but the rule that gives us that authority does not provide any criteria against which we're to judge whether to grant or deny this.
Martha, if we would just follow procedure and get a motion and a second before we start discussion.
Okay, then I move to deny it.
Second.
We have, sorry. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? I wonder. Commissioner Rudolph.
I guess what I would continue to say is that the Edge has failed to argue whether that the commission has failed to consider any relevant facts, has failed to really argue that we have failed to apply the law correctly, only that it would be harmed commercially. The division responded by arguing irreparable injury. Boy, I'm having a hard time today. Irreparable injury has not been demonstrated. There's a question whether or not that is a criteria that we have to consider. In any event, I am not seeing any clear rationale for approving this motion. And I would note that I believe Edge would have the ability, I could be wrong, but would have the ability to seek a stay in court should it appeal the commission's decision. So for that reason, those reasons, I would deny this motion. Thank you.
Anyone else? Commissioner Blankenship.
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to say that I am with Commissioner Rudolph. that they make a statement in the request that it would create harm that would severely inhibit their ability to operate. They did not, in my review of their request, provide any evidence to support that statement. The evidence that they did present is anecdotal at best. And I think it's very subjective and speculative. They have not, at least from my estimation, have not met the standard necessary to grant the request. And so I will be voting with Commissioner Rudolph to deny the request. Thank you.
Anyone else? Well, I would concur with my two commissioners who just spoke. We really refused to hear about the 2+2 rule during our hearing, and of course this is not the hearing, so I suppose that's kosher. But I too don't see a reason to deny to approve the motion, and we'll vote to deny and let the court take care of it. They can stay this if they want. So with that, last chance, commissioners.
Just a question, sir, so I'm clear, a yes vote is a vote to deny.
That would be correct.
Thank you.
With that in mind, and with our two new commissioners abstaining again for the same reason, all in favor, please.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. And finally, our last priority item is regards regional ACIP. Commission will vote on whether to support the department's CDPHE department's letter withdrawing a provision from the submission to EPA related to the regional ACIP. And this, of course, is in regard to Comanche unit number 2 staying online because Comanche's unit number 3 is offline. And we all have that letter. So if it's all right, I would like a motion, please, to support the letter from CDPHE.
I'd like to make that motion, sir. Make the motion to approve or cast our support for the CDPHE's letter withdrawing a provision from the submission to EPA related to regional ACIP. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Commissioner Melford.
Question for you as a matter of procedure. Do we have an opportunity to get some clarification on the request from the division, or are we just gonna?
We're voting to support the letter. And so if you need clarification on the letter, I'm not sure this is the time to do it, but
if it needs to be
Josh
up or
Korth
down,
is here
will.
if you have questions. Josh Korth is here.
so
And I believe, I'm not sure if Will Tour is here online, but if you.
Okay. Well, Josh, would you come to the microphone? So I appreciate the letter. I have read it. I am still a little bit unclear on the implications of the letter. So if you could just kind of briefly go through that, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Commissioner. Is Will online as well? Do we have him or no?
I am online.
Okay. So I did prepare a quick statement for you all that I could walk through quickly, and hopefully this answers your questions. And if not, we can answer them further. So good morning, Commissioners, and thank you for your time and attention today to this emerging issue. My name is Josh Korth. I'm the supervisor of the SIP Technical Development at the Air Pollution Control Division, and I'm joined online by Executive Director Will Tour of the Colorado Energy Office. Recognizing that we have some new commissioners, and this has been a while since we've talked to you all about this, we did want to quickly start with some historical context. In 2016, the Colorado Public Utilities Commission, the PUC, approved the closure date of December 31st, 2025 for Comanche Station Unit 2. In 2020, this commission adopted that approved closure date into Regulation 23 for the second planning period of the Regional Haze program. In 2022, the division submitted revisions to Regulation 23 as Regional Haze SIP revisions for EPA approval. Earlier this year, EPA proposed to disapprove portions of the Colorado Regional Haze SIP, specifically related to coal plant retirement dates, because they, in their proposed action, deemed them unnecessary to demonstrate reasonable progress for round 2. So that kind of brings us to why we're here today, to talk about the current situation. In August, Unit 3 at Comanche Station went offline due to steam turbine issues. In October, the company filed an update with the Public Utilities Commission, estimating that the return to service was approximately June of 2026 due to significant turbine damage. We are expecting an updated assessment to be submitted to the PUC in the spring of next year. On November 10th, the company, along with Colorado Energy Office, the Office of Utility Consumer Advocate, and PUC trial staff filed a joint petition with the PUC to open a proceeding to consider extending the retirement date of Unit 2 until December 31st of next year, December 31st, 2026, in order to deal with uncertainty around resource adequacy caused by the extended outage for Unit 3. On November 12th, the PUC accepted the petition for their consideration, and we are expecting a decision from them sometime in mid-December. So we, the division, believe that it's important to withdraw Unit 2 retirement date from the SIP submission package, and we should do that as soon as possible. We are working to support our fellow agencies and offices in real time on this matter. There's a lot that we still don't know, but we will learn in the coming days, weeks, and months. I think specifically to your question, Commissioner Milford, what we are asking to do is withdraw the single provision for the retirement date from the submission to EPA. We are not asking for a revision to the SIP itself. We are not asking today for a revision to Reg 23. I think we need to understand what the future of that unit and what that plant looks like before we can assess what that means for the SIP and for the regulation. And we think it's prudent to do it today for a couple of reasons. One, we think that it limits the scope of the anticipated disapproval from EPA. Since it was proposed for disapproval in July, we really have not seen any indication in our eyes that they're going to move away from that proposed disapproval of those retirement dates. We think it accommodates the proper process at the PUC, which is the approving authority for retirement dates that are subject to PUC jurisdiction, to assess the situation and determine the necessary course of action. And then finally, if EPA were to approve the closure date into the SIP, it's very difficult to get a SIP amended once it has been approved by EPA. And so we think it is prudent to take the time to understand the situation fully, then go in and make the necessary changes that become appropriate based on PUC decision or the EPA final action. And so, we will continue to support the PUC through this process, specifically including any analysis that they may need related to GHGs and other pollutants that, are emitted due to this change. We'll monitor that final action by EPA, which we expect in the coming weeks. And if PUC approves a new closure date, then we'll assess that closure date along with the EPA action and come back to you all with any necessary modifications to the SIP, to the rule, which would then go through the process, go through legislative review, and then ultimately be submitted to EPA after that process. If the PUC were to not approve a new closure date, we could then resubmit this provision to EPA without needing to amend the SIP or amend the rule further. And so I think we feel like this gives us the appropriate flexibility to deal with some of the uncertainties that we are currently experiencing and feel like it's the best course of action for Colorado. And so that's the reason we came before you today to request a vote to support the withdrawal of this single provision from the submission package to EPA.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Josh?
Is it fair? I guess the way I've thought about it, I just want to verify it. Is it fair to say that in light of Comanche 3 being down, and Comanche 2 potentially continuing to operate for some period of time, that the overall emissions profile that would have been expected from Comanche 3 operating would still be comparable or even less, since Comanche 2 is smaller than Comanche 3?
I think that's a very good question, Commissioner. I think it's a pollutant by pollutant evaluation. The units do both combust coal. They both have SO2 scrubbers. Unit 3 is a much larger unit, but has SCR for NOx control, where Unit 2 is smaller and does not have SCR. So we'll have to evaluate individual pollutants to assess what the implications are.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Okay, well, thank you. So we do have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? Then we'll just move on to voting. All in favor, please.
Aye.
Opposed? Is that an opposed? You gotta be faster, Jim.
Apparently, yeah. No, I said aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0. And we are done with our priority items. We'll move on to our regular agenda item, and we have a report on lawn and garden equipment, and that would be with Lee Martland and Jessica Fairco, please.
You'll be hearing a lot from us today. But we're going to move fast, so we'll be at the table right away.
Yeah.
Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for entertaining a briefing on lawn and garden equipment today. My name is Leah Martland in the Planning and Policy Program, joined by Jessica Furco. We're going to start with some background on the regulation and why we're bringing this information to you, some lessons that we've learned from some of our outreach efforts, and then certainly welcome questions. So in 2023, the commission adopted, although the final adoption was in early 24, but essentially adopted Regulation 29, which is a use restriction on get small, handheld, and push lawn and garden equipment during the summer months by government agencies, local, state, and federal, to reduce the ozone precursor emissions from that equipment. As part of that rulemaking, some of the parties to the rulemaking were interested in and brought to you all more expansive provisions, specifically related to full commercial operations versus those used by the government agencies, as well as potential prohibitions on new equipment. And as part of the discussions of that, we came out of the rulemaking with this request for us to look at market trends and to come back and report on what we're seeing in the area to better inform the continued evaluation for this equipment. Just as another refresher, this is the equipment we're talking about. It's smaller though, under 10 or 25 horsepower. And again, handheld or push, not an exclusive list, but this is what is in the regulation and what we've been focusing on. For the market report that I'm going to turn over to Jessica to talk about, we did look at both residential equipment use and non-residential equipment use, so essentially commercial, and as to what the current trends are for both of those groupings of equipment purchase. So with that, I will turn it over to Jessica.
Good morning, all. As Leah stated, my name is Jessica Furco, and I manage the planning and policy team here at the Air Pollution Control Division. And as always, if I start talking too fast, just give me a signal to slow down. So I'll be giving an overview of the market study report provided to us by Coherent Market Insights. I want to acknowledge upfront that given our agreement with Coherent, we cannot share this report in its entirety, but we can share the information provided within it. So to that end, I'm joined by my colleague, Sidi Malarango, who is the keeper of the report and really the brains behind the lawn and garden efforts here at the Air Pollution Control Division. And she can support any specific data questions that we have in real time, with the understanding that if it's a particularly detailed question, we may need to take some time to review and calculate and coordinate with commission staff to get that data to you at a later time. So with all those caveats, let's get into it. So the division contracted with Coherent Market Insights to put together a market report looking into sales trends of lawn and garden equipment, specifically looking at equipment covered by the current Regulation 29, so that push and handheld equipment that Leah alluded to, as well as larger equipment not covered by the existing regulations, such as riding mowers, long chainsaws, etc. It also looked into power sources, so electric versus gas breakdown, who the end users were, so the residential users versus non-residential or commercial users, horsepower of the equipment, and also looked into some trends around battery cost. We received this report in April 2025 and have spent some time doing some ground truthing and gap filling by talking with equipment manufacturers and commercial operators about what they're seeing trend-wise, what they expect to see developing over the next couple of years that might be influencing trends as well. And we'll be sharing some of those learnings in the second half of the briefing. So switching on two screens. The report itself is focused on Colorado as a whole. It provides high-level overview of different factors influencing market trends, such as the regulatory landscapes, motivators and barriers to the adoption of electric equipment, and lawn and garden equipment supply chains. It also provides an overview of different surveys, pre-existing databases, and large purchasing projects that were analyzed as part of this effort. All of this went to the formation of understanding the market as it stands now, or as presented for 2024, the last year of complete data, and potential trends through 2032. It provided data tables breaking down the lawn and garden equipment in terms of power source, so again, gas versus electric, and end user, again, residential versus non-residential. It also characterized these data in terms of market value, so how much money in the lawn and garden pot is represented by that indicator of interest, as well as market value, so how many widgets in the pot are of that particular type of widget. What this report did not present is any type of existing fleet inventory. That would have been much more expensive and time-consuming, and we did not have the resources to do that type of analysis. It also was not able to, it did not provide equipment breakdown by end user and fuel type at the same time. So while we can speak to how many units of electric equipment were sold by equipment type, we can't give that detailed information along the lines of X% of electric lawnmowers were sold to residential users and Y to commercial users. So over the next few slides, we're going to present a few high-level snapshots selected to get at some of the questions that particularly came up during our 2023 rulemaking on lawn and garden. What we also did is we scaled this data to the 9-county Denver Metro North Front Range non-attainment area, as that is the predominant focus of our existing Regulation 29. We also focused on presenting the results in percentages of total units sold for no reason other than that's the presentation that made the most sense to us. But again, this is also available in market value as well as whole numbers if there's interest in seeing the data that way. The first figure here shows total sales by equipment type with percentages in terms of percent of total units sold. This represents the equipment of all fuel types and end users. So covers electric and gas and residential and non-residential. Our goal for sharing this was to provide you all with an understanding of what the equipment needs are in the non-attainment area. So how many pruners, lawnmowers, et cetera, do we need to meet our lawn and garden care needs in the area? So out of the 2.63 million units sold in the non-attainment area, nearly a third were pruners. We have high pruning needs in the non-attainment area, it seems. With lawnmowers and leaf blowers being tied for second, followed by hedge and string trimmers, then edgers and chainsaws. There was a mix of other equipment, including detachers, aerators, brush cutters, power washers, rotary tillers, and long chainsaws and riding mowers, each representing 2% or less of the market volume. Next, we're going to break down by fuel type to give you all an understanding of what type of equipment we're seeing going electric versus what's staying more in the gas-powered region. I'm tipping my hand a little bit here, but we are seeing a majority of sales being electric, specifically 1.94 out of the 2.63 million units sold in 2024. Of those units, about a third were pruners, followed by leaf blowers, then hedge and string trimmers. Looking at gas equipment, which represents about 0.69 of the 2.63 million units sold, we're seeing a continued demand for gas lawnmowers and chainsaws, as well as pruners and leaf blowers. The other category was over 20% of the gas equipment sold, predominantly due to the use of gas-powered riding mowers, backpack blowers, and those heavy-duty industrial chainsaws. Equipment that we understand does not have a widely available electric alternative, so that generally makes sense with what we are anticipating. Next up, we have sales by horsepower. I want to note we received the limited granularity when it came to horsepower breakdown. So essentially what the slide we have here is kind of the extent of the data we have on horsepower. We're presenting this as during the 2023 rulemaking, there was a good amount of back and forth regarding horsepower thresholds we should be considering in our regulations to make sure we're covering the desired equipment types, with particular dialogue focused on using 10 horsepower versus 25 horsepower. So what we see here, that about 50% of the equipment sold was 10 horsepower or less, and then 35% is in that 10 to 25 horsepower range, and then 15% being that larger over 25 horsepower sized equipment.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
So for commercial, this is more commercial, but those stand-on mowers, the ride behinds, are over 25 horsepower, correct?
I think it depends on the make and model. I believe that was one of the questions we were kind of grappling with during the rulemaking. I believe it was like, were they above? Yeah, do they fall into that 25 or not range?
Okay, all right, thanks.
And are they considered push or handheld because you are standing, so it is riding? Yeah. So. These next two slides are perhaps our most simple, leading into a couple of our more complex ones. So we have the breakdown in terms of end user. We see about 3/5 of sales went to non-residential or commercial operators, with the balance going to residential. And now we are going to try to get into the answer the question you kindly asked us back in 2023 regarding trends in electric equipment sales. So when we are looking at the lawn and garden market as a whole, we see about 74% of sales were electric and 26% being gas. The market, and then looking into trends moving forward. The market report we received projects about a 5.5% growth in total electric sales year over year. And when we're looking at residential, that equates to about 307,685 more electric units being sold in 2032 compared to 2024. I do want to be very specific, though, that the report does anticipate there will continue to be gas equipment sold as well, both to residential and non-residential customers through 2032. So that 300 and some thousand would not be replacing gas units, they would be in addition to. And then these two slides here, we're trying to pull together what was broken down in the previous slide to give a more granular view of expected trends in electric equipment sales by equipment type, again, for residential and non-residential. And then the slide here is focused on residential. This includes historic data on sales from 2020 through 2024 and projections for 2025 and beyond. Again, since we didn't receive data on electric equipment sales specific to equipment type for residential versus commercial end users, what we have here is trying to pair together the information that we have on equipment breakdown, as well as the information we are provided on total electric equipment sales for the residential market, and trying to scale that accordingly. So what we're presenting here is not research specific to residential electric equipment sales, but it's taking the specific information on residential sales and the breakdown we have of electric equipment for the market as a whole. So I just wanted to put a note on that. So similarly, we have the same data presented for non-residential. Again, assuming that 5.5% growth in total electric sales year over year, that we anticipate 100 more electric units being sold to non-residential users in 2032 compared to 2024 per the market report. So to try to distill this all down into a few key summary points of what we learned from this market study. Non-residential or commercial sales are a majority of the sales in the lawn and garden equipment market. Market research shows that about 74% of total lawn and garden equipment sold in 2024 were electric, with pruners, residential leaf blowers, and hedge trimmer being the most popular pieces of electric equipment. The report projects a 5.5% growth in market, meaning 785,000 additional electric pieces are expected to be operating in Colorado, sold in Colorado compared to 2024. And I will now hand the floor over to Leah, who will share some of the data we received from engagement with commercial operators and commercial equipment manufacturers in Colorado, and how this informs some of our thinking about what was presented in the report.
Thank you, Jessica. So as Jessica mentioned, we're engaging specifically with the commercial sector, so the manufacturers, the distributors, and the operators to learn more about their operations, their challenges, their needs, as well as potential opportunities to possibly expand the Regulation 29 use restriction. And it's a very interesting area. I have my two pieces of equipment that I use in my house, and watching my son ride the skateboard backward with the leaf blower on the street, you know. So like my use of this equipment is very different from the commercial sector. And that's one of the things we heard a lot. The commercial sector uses this equipment for 8-10 hours a day. It's a different sort of use. And so while there's definitely been early adoption on a number of pieces of equipment, there's been some challenges with certain equipment to have sufficient power. Backpack blowers that are used by the commercial operators is one that's definitely in development, but it has been a challenge to have sufficient power to make it through a whole day. And there's different uses for the equipment. So, you know, not keeping your finger on that trigger the whole time. So there's a bit of training that comes with some of this equipment too. One of the interesting ones that we heard about was the arborists being early adoptions, particularly the electric pole saws for safety concerns because they're not running all the time. And so that's been a huge value add for them there. So we understand that the equipment continues to develop. And so with those trends that you see, it's likely that they will be somewhat different as things go forward and more pieces of equipment enter the market. Some of the challenges, as I mentioned, the battery power. Instead of just being able to fill the equipment with additional gasoline fuel, you have to swap out batteries or have mobile charging. And so that's a build out in an infrastructure that again is being done. Some of it in early stages, particularly for the mobile charging. We heard explanations of these pretty cool mobile trucks that have all the charging built in, but it's a big investment and it has different concerns. For example, how hot it is in the summer and having all these batteries in a truck, right? You have to bring in ventilation. So there's different things that have to be planned around for the batteries. But the big one is having sufficient power to make it through a whole day's work. And then charging the batteries at the end of the day is another different challenge for this sector in transitioning to electric equipment. If you have your own building, you have to ensure that you have power. If you rent, you have to work with your landlord. There's often concerns from fire departments for having battery storage to a bigger extent than the 2 batteries that live in my garage, for example, and also having the additional power. There is some interesting developments related to charging. So if you have an Apple product, you know, it goes to like 80% and then it kind of trickles on. And so you can plug in this equipment and it'll bring pieces up to 80% and then come back through and fill in. And so there's a lot of work happening. It is taking some time and some experimentation to see what works best for different operators. Another one that sounds very scary and like, oh my gosh, doesn't happen all that often, but battery fires for lithium batteries, there's no way to put them out. We have to wait for them to burn out. So that's just an additional concern in storage and in use. And again, it's just something to keep in mind with switching to a battery power. So again, the trends are definitely there. We think future state will be somewhat different than just the generic projection up as more equipment moves into the market, but it is definitely a shift from gasoline powered to electric, particularly for certain pieces of equipment that have just been found to work the same or better. There's definitely benefits for noise, for example, the fumes from gasoline power. So there's some strong reasons that you're seeing these trends in the equipment. So, sorry, also switching screens. I catch myself up. So as you are aware, your January calendar has a request for rulemaking hearing for hearing potential revisions to Regulation 2029. Am I flickering? I am, sorry. Looking at potentially expanding further into the commercial sector. So right now, the regulation use restriction is related to the commercial sector is for local governments contracting to those operations to do their work. So in engaging with commercial operators and considering some of the challenges and potential opportunities, we have provided a concept document that was posted last Friday for early input into potential revisions. We think that there's an opportunity to discuss the appropriate timeframe in bringing this to you, considering the market trend information that we just shared, the current political landscape around mobile emission standards, how busy your calendar is next spring, and probably most importantly, what we've heard from commercial operators that they test a lot of this equipment in the spring, and we think having their awareness that this is coming might better inform equipment use as well as that transition by allowing some additional time for the testing. And we will be getting the first round of reports from the local governments. For the reason use restriction started this year, so those reports will come in next year. And again, we think that would be a value add. We think we have a good draft in our concept document, but we certainly think there's some additional input would certainly be valuable. So we'd welcome any thoughts on that you have, or happy to work with your staff on appropriate scheduling as well. So with that, we thank you for the time, for the information. I know I found this interesting as well, and thanks again to CV for really digging into this. We're happy to answer some questions.
Thank you. That was pretty cool. Commissioners, any questions?
Jana has one. Start with that.
No.
I have a few.
I'm gonna fight on his back.
So just first question is really just for clarification of the market projections. Am I correct that you just assumed based on the current sales years, the fraction of electric versus gasoline would be stable going forward?
That was what was presented in the report.
Do you think that that's a fair assumption? My intuition would say that we would see increased sales of electricity, relatively speaking.
Based on the feedback we received, I think that is a very fair assumption, particularly for residential equipment and certain types of the commercial equipment. Again, I think we'll I think there are some challenges that we'll see in the commercial sector related to the infrastructure that might be influencing what that projection looks like, as well as still developing technology for having one-to-one replacement equipment types for certain types of equipment. Particularly, what we're hearing is, again, those industrial chainsaws as well as riding mowers. There's some options out there, but not available at scale. So I think we'll still continue to see gas there, but with more uptake on some of this other smaller handheld equipment. And that's my opinion from taking in all the information told to me.
Yeah, I appreciate that synthesis.
Yes.
Second question.
Jenna,
move
your mic up just a little.
Not hearing me?
Yeah.
Is that better?
But yeah.
Okay, sorry. So you mentioned the possibility of fires. Are there examples of lawn and garden equipment, lithium battery fires, or is that just a risk that's out there? I mean, we all have lithium batteries in our laptops as well, right? So.
We have anecdotally heard of some incidents related to fires, and I think it's a little bit of, again, this is taking the information, making some assumptions here. Also a bit of a scale of large numbers situation. When you have so many more batteries because you have such a large fleet, the risk becomes higher than, for example, folks like us who have one or two. Our small business assistance program has also been doing some work in developing a guidance pertaining to appropriate storage and use of lithium-ion batteries, particularly at scale. And they've engaged with different trade groups related to, with firefighters and safety folks. And it is a concern that they've heard from them as well, that they want to make sure that information is getting out there. So we want to communicate. We have heard some anecdotal information, and we have heard from the safety professionals that there are some concerns as well.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess for my benefit, since I wasn't part of the original rulemaking and maybe for the other new commissioners, could you speak to the VOC emissions from this sector and how they're contributing to ozone non-attainment?
Yes, I'll give you a moment to pull up those numbers. I don't have them in front of me.
Might as well throw in NOx, just giggles.
Sure.
Yeah.
Goodness, I'm clicking while people are watching me now. I can't remember where anything is.
Very loud.
Lower laptop, I can't, anything.
That smoke coming out.
It's gotta be on our SIP, it's gotta be on our SIP document somewhere, right?
That's what I'm pulling up.
Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah,
I was gonna say, yeah.
yeah. It's in the next presentation.
Where is it?
It's the tonnage. It doesn't have the tonnage necessarily, but it's the contribution.
Right. It's a pretty minimal amount.
It might take me a little bit longer to get those so I can. Yes. Oh, thank you so much. See, this is why we have CVs. All right. So according to our 2026 emission inventory, lawn and garden equipment was approximately 36 tons per day of our VOC emissions out of a total of 252. And then 7.5 out of the NOx emissions out of 144.5. This is based on using EPA's non-rude moves model, so their motor vehicle emission simulator.
Didn't hear that was VOCs and NOx, those two numbers?
VOCs from lawn and garden is 36 tons per day. NOx is 7.5 tons per day. Total VOCs in the non-attainment area from human generated emissions is 253 tons. So, and then total NOx is 144.5. Between commercial and residential. And then the majority of the lawn and garden emissions does come from commercial operators. So 30 of those 36 tons of VOCs are from commercial operations. And then 6.8 out of the 7.5 of the NOx is from commercial operations. So
just something, I'm going to do the math very roughly, more than 10% of the VOCs, and somewhat less than 10% of the NOx. Thank you.
Well, Commissioner Milford asked my first question, but now I have additional questions based on what she asked. So I'm curious, when we talk about the emission inventory, you say we have an EPA, we're using an EPA model. Does that reflect the distribution? I know we don't necessarily have fleet distribution per se, but nominally, if we're 75% electric now, fleet, just like with cars, the fleet turns over, right? That should get better in future years. I guess my original question was, does the EPA model reflect the Colorado distribution, or is it a nationwide distribution? And do we have reason to believe Colorado is disproportionately electric compared to other states?
Yeah, so my understanding is the EPA moves model does not account for electric equipment, generally speaking, since it doesn't emit.
Well, I mean, just in terms of usage to say,
Yeah. Sorry, I have like a lot of thoughts on the EPA moves model. But generally speaking, for the non-road engines, the estimates that go into trying to develop the fleet composition are based on nationwide averages and observations of nationwide trends, and they are essentially scaled down to the county level by population. The baseline inventories for these were set up quite a while ago before particularly the adoption of electric lawn and garden equipment, and I cannot speak to the fact if they have updated any of their trend predictions or accounted for the recent uptick in electric equipment in how they calculate fleet turnover. We have been, but it is based on national trends, not Colorado specific trends. We have been engaging with EPA on their moves non-road model in particular. We're looking at lawn and garden equipment. I believe Texas has as well, and to trying to get some better truing up of what some of these numbers are beyond just the projections based on old baselines.
Do we have, I know we have the data from Coherent, do they offer any narrative, I guess, in terms of is Colorado, do we have a sense that Colorado is seeing a higher percentage of electric sales in this space than other places, or is this kind of a nationwide trend?
So Coherent's study was focused on Colorado. I don't believe they gave us a comparison to other states or other nationwide, so we can't really speak to that.
Okay, and my other question was around, we have had, I don't remember exactly what they are now, but tax credits, right, that help with lawn and garden equipment sales. I mean, RAC has had its mow down pollution program, but we've had at least a couple of years of tax credits too, where state provided a discount at the register, if I'm remembering correctly, and I haven't looked at this in a while. I guess, do we have any sense of how that impacted sales, or did Coherent give any feedback on?
It was part of the regulatory landscape they were looking at. I don't believe the tax credits are going to be available moving forward, at least not past this next year or two.
So I was trying to remember how long they ran through. I wasn't sure what that time.
Yeah, I can't remember off the top of my head on that one, but I knew it was a term limited credit.
It was projected to run through 2026, and I looked at the Department of Revenue this morning.
Oh, sorry. I wanted to do some stuff as well.
Hi, my name is C.V. Melarango. I did take a look at the Department of Revenue website this morning just because this question has come up. Is it still running? As of this morning, their website still shows that the 30% tax credit on the 4 pieces of equipment, which are lawn mowers, leaf blowers, string trimmers, and snow blowers, is still running through the end of 2026. The way that credit works is it is a credit on the income tax to the business. So it's only certain businesses that can take the hit to that 30% hit to their income. So that is how it is still running, but it only goes through 2026.
2026. Thank you. And thank you for refreshing my memory on those details. So I appreciate that. Thank you. That's all I have.
Other questions, commissioners? Dan?
So Reg 29 implementation has been running for 2 summers, correct?
One summer, one.
The use restrictions started this year, but
Oh.
we certainly work with the entities on the reporting forum and outreach and engagement, but the 1 year of the use restriction.
Okay. And so then, when we talk about the total VOCs, total NOx, and then we look at the slides for sales of new equipment in 24, obviously the universe of sources still includes a lot of gas powered or fossil fuel powered engines out there. But with the 74% of new devices in 24 being on the electric, I know we have a future calendar item for a request on Reg 29. And so I'm just trying to get a sense for, how will that impact how we move forward? And that's probably too soon to answer that, but I guess that's an important number. It's actually, I like that number. It seems higher than I thought it would have been. So whether it was Reg 29 that influenced some of the purchases in 24, I think that's good news overall for where we're heading.
Agreed.
Any other questions?
John, I have one.
Of course.
Sorry. This isn't really a question. I guess it's a comment. At the end, I don't know if you were asking for feedback from us about our calendar or not. It was a little.
We always welcome feedback on your calendar.
Well, I wasn't sure if you were hinting that we have a proposal slated for January, but we're gonna get all this additional data if we wait a few more months. And would it be better if we waited?
Very succinct summary of that hint.
I remember how difficult this was last time. And so I think having more data and a more thorough understanding of the market, I would lean towards waiting and getting more information. But if that's the input you're looking for, that's my 2 cents worth.
Appreciate that. So we've had really good engagement from the commercial operators, and we think that there's the concept document that we put out is a good starting place, but also see some value in getting some additional information from the spring.
Well, you can hedge it. Commissioner Milford.
So I'm all for more and better data as well and not wasting time. But the reason I asked about the VOC fraction is that 10% of our inventory is a huge amount. And if that's just coming from the commercial operators, and it's a significant chunk of NOx as well. I think what I hear from this presentation is that long lead times are going to be really important. So moving forward with regulations, but perhaps building in some compliance lead times might be an appropriate way to think about it. So maybe a short delay, but I would not support a lengthy delay in terms of moving forward with rulemaking.
Other comments? I'm throwing my 2 cents. I concur.
I'll offer a counterbalance on that, if I may.
No.
There we go. I think doing an early rulemaking with a late implementation date is the same as doing a later rulemaking with an earlier implementation date. If your implementation date is 2029 in either case, I think it's a trade-off. So I leave that to your judgment as you're developing the rules and having conversations with the commercial operators. Last time, I think we had a lot of testimony that commercial operators felt blindsided. I know you've been doing a lot of outreach, but I think to the extent you can get people more on board and aligned with the proposal, it makes our job easier. If the regulated industry is understanding and supporting versus saying we've been blindsided by stuff. So
yeah, absolutely. I do want to thank CV again. She's done an amazing job doing a tremendous amount of cold calling, relationship building, bringing a lot of folks into various conference rooms to talk through this. And as Leah mentioned, we do think we have a good concept. If it helps inform some of your thinking about this, what we have been contemplating is more of a phased-in compliance schedule. So looking at transition requiring certain percentages to be gas-powered versus alternatively powered, and bringing that in over time. And we do have some good support from some of our commercial operators on it. Again, it's kind of like dialing in those percentages, dialing in what equipment we think is appropriate to cover. We think could stand for being better informed from some of this testing, knowing that this rubber is getting close to the road.
I see. Commissioner Arnold.
Thank you, Commissioner Slutsky. And thank you for the presentation. You'll certainly appreciate the update and all the additional information. I guess this would be one of the very few times I would disagree with Curtis. I remember this as the RAC bringing this as like an alternate proposal. And I don't remember us having any of the commercial operators really participating. And that was one of my main concerns during that rulemaking process, is we just weren't hearing from the commercial operators and what was kind of technically feasible from their part. Obviously, they operate significantly different than residential users. I know when my batteries run out on my stuff, it is a good excuse for me to sit on the back patio and enjoy maybe a cerveza with my friends, which is a good built-in break time. It probably doesn't work out real well for the commercial operators. So I would agree. I think if we can move forward with the rulemaking where we can understand technical feasibility and how we can get these electrical devices in operation with commercial users, great. But I think we do from today's presentation clearly see that there's some challenges to implementing it fully on the commercial side of things. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Rudolph.
Thank you. It's not often that I let Gary speak before I speak, but I definitely agree with him on this. I recall I was one of the commissioners that wanted to move forward with the last rulemaking, thinking that a little bit of push on the industry is a good thing, recognizing that the commission can always revise timelines, revise requirements depending on what actually is possible. So I would be in favor of moving forward as well. What I'm hearing is, and I agree with Gary, that I recall the last time, part of the issue was that many of the commercial operators just were unaware of what was going on. But there's been significant reach out now. I think there will continue to be significant outreach. So I would agree to move forward. We can always back off. We can always revise what we would be proposing. But I think it's important to move forward because this is a segment that does contribute significantly to our ozone problem. Thank you.
Anyone else? Well, I would just chime in again that sooner is better maybe for companies that are looking at buying equipment before the summer season, where they would have an opportunity to consider that and make plans before they actually would be required to, so that they could take advantage perhaps of these credits and make whatever equipment purchases that would be associated with that, like a new truck. Just more time to make decisions for a business and for people. So, thank you. I guess you're not going anywhere.
You're stuck with us.
Neither are we.
I'll just go ahead and chime in online since this is with the caveat, this is my first time participating in this discussion. I also agree we should, based on what I've heard today, move forward earlier rather than later. And also just anecdotally noting that the commercial operator in my area of Boulder is all electric. And it would be nice to hear from some operators, I think, and how hard it was to implement and what have you. But he seems to be doing very successful work, all electric.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Well, I will, we're about to have our rulemaking, so I'm going to pass the gavel over to Commissioner Reader and let him figure out our breaks and how we proceed. And thank you.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Slutsky. So I'm going to say, since we're like 10, it's 10:10, that we take a break till 10:25 and come back, and we'll start the Reg 7, the Reg 3, 7, 11, 25, 26 SIP hearing at that point, and plan then to go, about an hour and a half or so till lunch. But we'll take our break now and come back at 10:25.
Additional announcement, if you are parked in front of building A, like I am, you
The commission will consider proposed elements to Colorado state implementation plans under the 2008 and 2015 ozone national ambient air quality standards and revisions to associated regulations, including regulation number 3, regulation number 7, regulation number 11, regulation number 25, regulation number 26, and the air quality standards designations and conditions budgets. Before we start testimony, let's go through commission disclosures. Commissioners, please state their disclosures. And Commissioner Rudolph, are you? Oh, I should have checked to make sure all the commissioners were back.
I am here. I'm just trying to turn everything on. Yes, and I can give my disclosure. So
okay, perfect. Please go ahead.
Yes, I am a current board member of both the Health Effects Institute and the Health Effects Institute Energy, a nonprofit affiliate of HEI. HEI was established in response to the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency's EPA's and the motor vehicle industry's responsibilities concerning the certification requirements in the 1977 Clean Air Act amendments. EPA and industry representatives established a jointly funded, independent, and nonpartisan institution to carry out air pollution health effects research and scientific review related to the transportation industry. Similarly, HEI Energy was formed through a partnership between the U.S. EPA and the oil and gas industry to conduct independent research and reviews to understand potential exposures from unconventional oil and gas development across the United States. Neither HEI nor HEI Energy advocate for any public policy position. HEI and HEI Energy are not involved in this rulemaking and have not taken any action or any position regarding this rulemaking. I believe that I can participate objectively in this hearing and will fully consider the record presented by the parties and the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Rudolph. Commissioner Milford.
So I, Commissioner Milford, participated in some of the Regional Air Quality Council's control strategy work groups prior to joining the commission in July of 2025. I also served as an expert reviewer of portions of the Regional Air Quality Council's emissions inventories. The RAC is a party to this rulemaking, but I believe I can participate objectively in this hearing and will fully consider the record presented by the parties and the public. I also need to disclose that on November 11th, 2025, I emailed a representative from the Environmental Defense Fund after seeing their public comment letter. I reached out to that commenter and asked for clarification on what I perceived to be a typographical error regarding a numerical fact stated in the comment. EDF submitted an updated comment letter to address this issue. I gave a copy of the email with this commenter to the commission office to include the record of this proceeding and had no further communication with the commenter. Nothing in this communication will affect my ability to be open-minded in this rulemaking.
Thank you, Commissioner Milford. And finally, I, Commissioner Reeder, am employed by Chevron, which is a member of the American Petroleum Institute, Colorado Oil and Gas Associations, and the Colorado Chamber of Commerce. I've established measures with my colleagues at Chevron and with external trade associations to bar any communication between myself and those others on any issue that has been approved for rulemaking before the commission, and have complied with those measures to not engage in conversations with Chevron colleagues or trade organizations regarding this rulemaking. I will serve as a commissioner with an open mind, fully consider the record presented by the parties and the public, and to objectively participate in this matter before the commission. Are there any other disclosures? Seeing none, does anyone object to Commissioner Rudolph, Commissioner Milford, or myself taking part in this hearing? Seeing none, we'll move on. Are there any motions related to the conduct of the hearing that have not yet been submitted? Not seeing anything. So we will go ahead and get started. We will hear testimony from all the parties. Direct and rebuttal testimony, as well as any cross-examination of other parties' witnesses, shall be covered in the allotted times as designated in the order regarding time, testimony, and allocations. As you saw in the order regarding those testimony times and allocations, the Air Pollution Control Division has 90 minutes, the Regional Air Quality Council has 30 minutes. Joint Industry Working Group has 60 minutes. The LG Local Government Coalition has 30 minutes. Civitas has 15. The Chamber has 20. Colorado Petroleum Association has 20. Oxy USA has 10. Suncor Energy has 10. And Weld County has 10, for a total of just under 5 hours. For those who did not listen to public comment last night, our plan for today is to get through direct. And then in the day, since we're actually a little bit ahead of schedule, I'm optimistic that we might get there by 5 o'clock, but that we will go past 5 o'clock as needed to get through direct testimony. Hopefully we won't go past 6 o'clock. That of course depends on how the parties choose to use their testimony and how the commissioners choose to ask questions. So it is a two-way street. And I know Commissioner Schlepsky is thinking about right now in terms of Curtis don't ask so many questions. But anyway,
I'm just thinking about dinner.
So with that, we will call the division up for their direct testimony, and they're already here. So take it away.
Well, good morning all again. My name is Jessica Furco, manager of the Planning and Policy Program for the Air Pollution Control Division. And I again have the pleasure of being joined by my colleague Leah Martland, supervisor of our regulatory development team. And we have the privilege of presenting you with the division's latest proposal to continue our efforts to address ozone concentrations in Colorado. This is an expansive rulemaking touching on many regulations with many big, important ideas contained within it. And I'd be remiss not to acknowledge some pretty monumental achievements we have agreement on, and to celebrate and give thanks to the hard work of all the folks in the room and joining us online for getting us there. And while we won't be spending a tremendous amount of time before you today getting into the details of these unopposed proposals, I do want to emphasize it took a lot of dedication from a lot of smart and passionate people to get to this point, and want to make sure to give them at least one small moment of their due. So bear with me a moment here. So we have an alignment on a proposal to reduce emissions from mobile sources, a notoriously hard nut to crack. And I want to thank our mobile sources team, including Steve McCannon, Rob Dawson, and Scott Wallace, as well as Weld County, on their hard work to get us into alignment on this. This was many months, if not years, in the making to bring forward this proposal to you all. We have unopposed regulations to reduce emissions from major sources of fossil fuel combustion, aerospace coating operations, and industrial waste. And a lot of this work was done by Sarah Heald, who put in countless hours working through technical analyses with the regulated sources to put this together to make sure we have a good and workable plan to reduce those emissions. I also want to call out the work of Jeremy Schuster, along with our colleagues in our Community and Partnership Program and our Stationary Sources Program, as well as our partners in the Joint Industry Work Group, for working through some tough questions on clarifying refinements to our disproportionately impacted community rule to ensure that the rule is effective and reflective of all of our latest and greatest tools. We even have agreement on a path to reduce emissions of ozone-forming pollution from upstream oil and gas operations by 50% come 2030. We're just quibbling around the edges of some of the statement of basis and purpose language on that. And that's with tremendous gratitude to Sarah Downs' leadership, as well as our NOx Reduction Steering Committee, full of folks who generously donated so much of their time and expertise to us over the past year to get us into a consensus proposal on how to address those emissions. I also want to shout out the hard work of Wesley White, Ben Huff, and Brian Mills on their work to implement this program for its first couple of years, getting us all the record keeping and reporting tools we need to ensure that we're getting the data to support the extension of this program, as well as Emily Sanders, John Evans, and Drew Phillips for their support on the data system side as well. They have truly brought Angier into her life of a showgirl era. These are incredible achievements. And again, none of this would have been possible without the dedication of so many people over so many meetings for so many years. So thank you all for your ongoing support. And thank you, commissioners, for your continued attention to this critical matter. And now we will figure out what to do about Section 185 fees. So we have lots to discuss today. Thank you. And we've broken it down into the categories you see on this slide here. We'll start with a quick touch on the stakeholder engagement work that went into informing the proposal we have before you today. We'll provide an overview of the history of ozone planning in Colorado, particularly for some of our newer commissioners. We'll transition into a presentation of the updates we're proposing to Colorado's state implementation plan. Go over a discussion of our proposed regulations that will reduce pollution, highlighting those where parties have not yet come to consensus. And wrapping up with the proposed administrative updates, again highlighting those aspects where we're still working towards agreement. So starting with engagement, the division has been engaging with stakeholders on ozone planning work for many years in partnership with our colleagues at the Regional Air Quality Council. This is discussed in more detail in the memorandum of notice that accompanied our rulemaking request. But on the slide here, we are focusing in on the outreach that has been done specific to this rulemaking action before you. This includes 4 public outreach meetings, 2 of which were focused on providing general background information on ozone, and 2 that were focused on actions that we are contemplating as part of this rulemaking. All these meetings attempted to communicate in accessible language, allowed for time for question and answer sessions, as well as public comment, and real-time Spanish translation was provided. And I want to thank our outreach team, particularly Michelle Weingarten and Aaron Kendall, who helped make those meetings a tremendous success. We also engaged in targeted meetings with sources impacted by the proposed regulatory revisions, as enumerated on the slide before you. And our outreach also included meetings of our nitrogen oxides, or NOx, reduction steering committee, which was established by our 2023 ozone rulemaking. This group consisted of representatives from industry, environmental organizations, state agencies, and local governments. They met upwards of 10 times, and their recommendations are what is informing the proposal before you today. And over the past few months of this rulemaking, we have continued to engage with parties to modify, refine, and improve their proposal. And so before we get into the details of that proposal, I am going to take a step back and spend a few minutes discussing our region's history with ozone to provide the context of where we have been, where we are now, and what's coming next. Starting with what is the ozone non-attainment area. Broadly speaking, the non-attainment area is the area of the state where concentrations of ozone are above federal standards. There are currently 2 standards for ozone, one that is known as the 2008 standard of 75 parts per billion, and the other known as the 2015 standard, which is 70 parts per billion. And there are slightly different boundaries for each. The state implementation plan that we are contemplating today is regarding the 2015 standard of 70 parts per billion. And that incorporates all of Adams, Arapahoe, Boulder, Broomfield, Denver, Douglas, Jefferson, and Weld County, as well as a portion of Larimer County. Meaning that these counties have monitored concentrations of ozone in the ambient air that are above the federally established standard of 70 parts per billion. And since 2011, we have been doing a tremendous amount of work to reduce emissions of ozone-forming pollution, which includes nitrogen oxides, or NOx, and volatile organic compounds, or VOCs, in the non-attainment area. And we have nearly halved those emissions through the implementation of various programs, regulations, new technologies, and other voluntary incentive-based programs, as shown on the slides here. VOCs have gone from close to 500 tons per day down to just 240 tons. And NOx emissions have gone from 275 tons down to 150 tons per day. And I will note that these numbers are only accounting for programs that are considered to be federally enforceable. They don't account for regulations we have adopted on the state-only level or through voluntary incentive-based programs such as the Regional Air Quality's very popular Mow Down Pollution program. And reducing emissions of ozone-forming pollution is only one piece of the complicated ozone equation now. Our region struggles with meteorological and topographical conditions that contribute to higher levels of ozone that we are given. And recent source apportionment modeling conducted by our partners at the Regional Air Quality Council demonstrates that our design value in 2026 would be about 68 parts per billion, depending on how you round, if we eliminated human-generated emissions in the non-attainment area. So no gas vehicles, industrial activities, use of paints, perfumes, or adhesive, or personal gas grills. This means that about 68 parts per billion of the 70 part per billion standard we are trying to hit comes from sources outside of our control, including the naturally forming ozone shown in the chart here in green, and ozone transported into the region shown here in the light blue color. Now, 3 of those come from elsewhere in Colorado, so that is within our control. But the authority of the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment is not so vast that we can regulate emissions from other states and countries. So we need to work with and around that to continue to bring down ozone levels in our non-attainment area. I want to acknowledge that it gets uncomfortable when we talk about what's within or without our control. It can come across as trying to make excuses or pass blame, but that is not what we are intending to do with sharing this information. What we are looking to do is share the data we have, to acknowledge all aspects of what we need to consider when we're doing our ozone planning work, and so we can all make informed decisions based on the same data sets. I also want to acknowledge that Colorado is not in a unique position. Our fellow Intermountain West states, including Utah and Arizona, are similarly struggling with ozone concentrations, not responding to decreasing levels of ozone-forming pollution. I borrowed this slide here from our friends and colleagues in Maricopa County in Arizona from a presentation they gave at a Air and Waste Management Association conference, showing trends in human-generated emissions compared to regional ozone trends for the past couple of years. And they're similarly seeing that with substantial reductions in the ozone-forming pollution from human-generated activity, we're not seeing the movement we want to and need to at the monitors across the West. All that being said, Colorado remains committed to doing the work of reducing emissions across this state. And with your support, we have done incredible work to set ourselves up to continue seeing downward trends in ozone-forming pollutions into the next decade. And the slide here outlines some of the hits and runs of actions taken by this commission that will achieve upwards of 11,000 tons per year of additional reductions in ozone-forming pollution through 2030. And for the sake of time, I will not go into deep detail, but happy to answer any questions folks might have on any of these programs. Again, these are strategies that have already been adopted and will continue to be implementing over the next couple of years, generating additional emissions reductions, which is again, 11,000 tons of ozone-forming pollution annually, or 30 tons per day, which is a huge benefit to our communities. Now that I have spent some time grounding ourselves in what the problem we're facing is and what we have done about it thus far, I want to transition to where we are now and what we're doing now. Starting with the state implementation plan and why we are asking you to adopt one that looks a little different than usual. So when areas do not attain the federal standards, they're classified as marginal, moderate, serious, severe, or extreme non-attainment, depending on their initial classification or the duration of time that they have not met the national ambient air quality standards. And those areas are asked to put together a state implementation plan. A state implementation plan is a document that outlines the various steps the state is taking to meet a national ambient air quality standards. They contain 3 main sections, so control measures, technical analyses, and other requirements outlined by the Federal Clean Air Act. One decision the state has made that influences what is in our state implementation plan is a decision to seek voluntary reclassification. As you may have noticed with the recent modeling results I shared a few slides back, there's not currently a realistic path to modeling attainment with the 70 part per billion standard by 2026, which is our required date. As such, the state is looking to take action, asking EPA to reclassify us from serious to severe non-attainment under the 2015 Ozone National Ambient Air Quality Standard. This ask provides the state with some key benefits that allow us to focus our resources on meaningful planning work rather than cumbersome administrative tasks. Primarily, it removes the need to submit certain elements of the state implementation plan, including photochemical grid modeling that demonstrates attainment, which we cannot do. Further, it removes the need to hold control measures in reserve as contingency measures in the event we don't attain. We or pretty certain we won't, so we don't want to hold anything back. And we do, sorry, I lost my place. And we do not want to do the work of developing federally forcible measures only to implement without having the ability to implement them as expeditiously as possible. Finally, with reclassification, our next attainment date is 2032. With this out year, we will be seeing those 11,000 tons of additional reductions. And this provides us with the time and space to grapple meaningfully with the question of how do we work with and around the challenges that we are facing as a region with background, transport, and challenging and changing meteorology. This grappling is financially supported with additional funding provided by the legislature for additional ozone modeling analyses to be conducted over the next fiscal year. And I want to explicitly state that voluntary reclassification isn't an invitation for us to sit and wait. We won't be resting on our laurels to see for the next 7 years to just kind of see what happens and if things work out in the end. Rather, it's an opportunity to put our time and energy into real world benefits rather than continued development of more administrative documents. Now, we have heard from some parties about that the state should seek voluntary reclassification, should not seek voluntary reclassification, and should instead look into 179B. And I want to take a moment to dig into what 179B means, as it is a wildly non-descriptive name. So a 179B demonstration is a pathway contemplated by Section 179B of the Clean Air Act that provides the opportunity for states to avoid reclassification if they demonstrate that they would or could attain if it weren't for the impact of internationally transported emissions on local ozone concentrations. There are two use cases currently contemplated for this tool. The first is a prospective analysis in accordance with 179BA, showing that a state would be able to model attainment if it weren't for international transport. This allows a state to have an approvable attainment demonstration with their state implementation plan. The second is a retrospective analysis in accordance with 179BB, showing that a state could have monitored attainment if it weren't for the impact of international emissions. This allows a state to avoid further reclassification or other consequences of not attaining. Historically, EPA's guidance has been limiting this pathway to the use by border states, by a robust photochemical modeling and additional technical demonstrations. And we're currently only aware of one area of having succeeded in having such a demonstration approved. And as of yesterday, one additional area that has received proposed approval. So EPA has taken an initial look and contemplated that this could be an appropriate demonstration. And so now it is up for public comment. And with that, I will now hand the floor over to Leah to go over what's included with our state implementation plan, our choice to seek voluntary reclassification.
Thank you, Jessica. As Jessica talked about, under the Clean Air Act, there are certain elements that have to be included in a state implementation plan. Because of the decision to request a voluntary reclassification, there are a few elements not in these chapters, specifically the attainment demonstration, the weight of evidence analysis, the RACM analysis, which is the reasonably available control measures, and the contingency measures related to the attainment date. So just wanted to briefly walk through the chapters that are before you. Some of them are very familiar if you have gone through previous SIP rulemakings. Not all of these chapters relate to rule revision, so I'll highlight where they do. So in chapter 1 and 2 is background information and ozone monitoring information. Chapter 3 has the base year and milestone inventories, and those do change based on the National Ambient Air Quality Standard that is addressed by the SIP. So for 2015, the 2015 standard is the 2017 base year. Chapter 4 has the attainment year inventory and a reasonable further progress demonstration. So looking out to 26, reasonable further progress is a requirement for states to show percentage reductions in forward-looking years with a 6% reduction and then additional 3% reductions going forward. So we are demonstrating that we are achieving reductions to reflect those required percentages. The reasonably available control technology RACT analysis, this one, while the regulations are not in this chapter, this one refers to regulatory revisions. So an area that is moderate or higher classification has to include in their state implementation plan provisions that require certain sources to implement RACT. And those sources include those subject to the VOC control techniques guideline published by EPA. So that's gas stations, surface coating, oil and gas, things like that, as well as non-CTG major stationary sources. And those major stationary sources thresholds do change with your classification. So currently for a serious area, the major source threshold is 50 tons per year. The motor vehicle inspection and maintenance program, which we have long had an incredibly valuable and extensive program, relates to regulation number 11. The non-attainment, but not the revisions before you, just regulation number 11 in general. Non-attainment new source review is describing our Part D regulation number 3 permitting program, which corresponds to EPA's permitting programs. And then the motor vehicle emissions budgets, which are the proposed budgets in the air quality standards. Those are related to transportation conformity to ensure that transportation planning stays within certain emissions budgets. And then the last chapter before you is the Clean Fuel Fleet Program, which is widely demonstrated by non-attainment areas looking at current vehicle standards. So there's a description of that there. So the part into estimated to reduce emissions, and then we'll get to the administrative revisions. Include revisions to regulation number 7, 11, 25, and 26. Jessica already touted the great work done under regulation number 11, so won't go into detail there. Regulations number 25 and 26 relate to RACT requirements, reasonably available control technology requirements. And we think that those are well along with party opinions. So regulation number 7 has 3 revisions. Major source RACT proposal that we think is also unopposed after discussions with parties and as related to our revisions. The remaining 2 are the separator maintenance restrictions and the extension program, the NOx intensity program, of which we think is largely supported by parties. We are actually going to skip over our slides on separator maintenance proposal as we have submitted a notice of withdrawal to provide additional time with the consensus of parties to work through issues and evaluate bringing that with next year. So I will turn it to Jessica for NOx intensity.
Thank you, Leah. I want to note that it is our intention and this is a division to be returning to the separator issue in 2026 with a plan as to how we can address those emissions. Great. Okay. So as Leah mentioned, I will now touch on the extension of our NOx intensity program. This proposal is focused on extending the program that was established through a December 2023 rulemaking from the existing end date of 2026 through 2030, with a goal of achieving a 50% reduction in upstream oil and gas NOx emissions as compared to 2017 levels. The proposal to extend this program was unanimously supported by the NOx Reduction Steering Committee, again established by the Commission in 2023. It additionally has large support from parties to this rulemaking, with the exception of a proposal from the Local Government Coalition to add mass-based targets to the regulatory language and/or statement of basis and purpose due to the perceived limitations of the program. Primarily, that the program may fail to reduce emissions as an operator could produce their way into compliance and there would be no public oversight. When we were looking into establishing this program back in 2023, we heard the exact same concerns about the efficacy of the program and the calls for data transparency. And at the time, parties worked out a process to ensure that the program was implemented successfully and that the outcomes were clearly communicated to the public. This included establishing the interim reporting requirements to get data quickly after the summer ozone season so we could check in a timely manner if there were any indications that we may not be seeing the reductions that we need to. There are also directives to make reported data publicly available to ensure any interested individual could provide oversight, and language in the statement of basis and purpose committing the division to continuing to evaluate the efficacy of the program and come back if that looks to be off course. With this proposal, we have doubled down on the commitment with a statement of basis and purpose language, specifically calling out that the purpose of this program is to achieve that 50% reduction and the direction to evaluate production trends. On top of that work we committed to doing during the rulemaking, the division has also provided updates to the program's efficacy and trends and data in multiple public forums, including the division director's reports to this commission and reports to the legislature and information provided to the Regional Air Quality Council Board and in public meetings of the NOx Steering Committee, as well as additional outreach meetings for the general public focused specifically on what we are hearing, seeing, and learning from the implementation of this NOx reduction program. We have also set up a website that provides simple tables summarizing key data. And maybe it's just my algorithm, but if you search Colorado NOx oil and gas, it is your first return. As such, we don't believe additional directives or modifications to the program are necessary to ensure that the program will continue to be effective and will continue to be evaluated, and that data will continue to be publicly available. I'd say in particular, we do oppose the specific inclusion of mass-based targets. The directive from the legislature was to reduce emissions by 50% as compared to a 2017 baseline. The directive was not to set a specific mass-based caps on the sector as a whole. In fact, when describing the baseline, the legislature specifically used the language, NOx emission levels are characterized by the most recent state inventory of NOx emissions for 2017 that the commission adopted for the purpose of inclusion in the state implementation plan. This language may seem overly verbose or complicated, but it's critical to note that it's the most recent state inventory, as that contemplates that that inventory may change. And emissions inventories may and often do change. Emissions inventories are developed with the best available information at that time, but as more data and new methodologies become available, inventories continue to be refined and updated. If these mass-based levels were incorporated into the regulatory requirements, it would make the rules less effective, as we would be positioning ourselves to have to do a rulemaking to revise the targets anytime we would have to be looking to revise the inventory. At best, this would lead to more paperwork for all involved, and at worst, could lead to compliance delays and regulatory uncertainty. Additionally, we at the division continue to have questions about how this regulatory requirement would be enforceable. If the sector doesn't meet the mass-based targets, who do we take enforcement action against? Oil and gas as a whole, ourselves, the commission? And similarly, if the goal is solely to ensure additional rulemaking, if we are off target, above and beyond what's already proposed in the statement of basis and purpose language, how does the mass-based text accomplish this? As again, we have to ask, who would it be enforced against? And if it can't be enforced meaningfully, what purpose is it serving? And not for nothing, I do want to note that the program has been implemented for 2 seasons now, and we have been seeing significant tracking and achieving and communicating reductions. The table here shows progress compared to the 2017 baseline, with 2024 being the first year of implementation. We see that with the first year of implementation, the program has received over 45% reduction compared to 2017, with a 20% reduction compared to just the previous year. So we are seeing positive emissions trends. And I recognize the local government coalition's core concern of the program's efficacy is swings in production, and certainly 1 year data does not account for any potential swings. And nobody can perfectly protect oil and gas production, and we won't pretend that we can. However, we did our best with the first set of targets, and so far, so good. And this time around, we had the additional benefit of setting these targets in collaboration with our experts on the NOx Reduction Steering Committee. The group discussed what seems like conservative yet appropriate assumptions for production changes, and thereby setting the targets accordingly. And those targets are what's in the proposal before you. I also want to reiterate quickly what we discussed at length back in 2023, and that the importance of setting up a program that has these checks built in, so we're getting those interim reports, so we can get some near real-term data on what we're seeing in terms of production for that past year, so we can change the targets moving forward if it seems like they're not appropriately set. And the interim reporting tool also allows us to collect, evaluate, and share out that reported data in less than 2 months after we collected it. And we are betting we can beat that turnaround time this year. And this allows us to flag if course correction may be needed in a timely fashion, and allows us to present that information publicly in a quick time as well. Ongear has also proven to be an effective tool for compliance checks and data sharing. And we'd be happy to come back with our rebuttal presentation with any specific examples of how, if the commissioners are interested in hearing about that in more detail. And as you heard yesterday, we have been able to collaborate with the Energy and Carbon Management Commission and two-way data sharing as we provide them with emissions data and they provide us with additional production data as well. This is a good program. We don't need additional directives to be effective and transparent, particularly ones such as the addition of math-based targets that could ultimately divert resources from doing the meaningful work of implementing this program and then to some potentially additional busy. And I'll now hand it back to Leah.
Thank you. So the second group of revisions we've lumped together as proposed administrative revisions, and that includes the air quality standards, regulation number 3, number 7, 11, 25, and 26. All of them are included in this bucket. So there are a few issues we think remaining with the proposed revisions. The air quality standards includes the motor vehicle emission budgets. Regulation number 7 has some updates to the mapping tools, as well as removing language that's no longer necessary. The testing fees proposed in number 11, which highlighted the successful engagement on, and removal of requirements in 25 and 26 for sources that are no longer in that category of major stationary source. In regulation number 3, we have updated, as Jessica also mentioned, the requirements for the disproportionately impacted community indemnity program, and appreciate the party engagement on making those clarifications, as well as updates to the mapping tools there as well. So the revisions that we think you might continue to hear about include the emission reduction credit program. This is a program that states are authorized under the Clean Air Act to include to implement offset provisions related to major sources, which is offsets are included in our Part D mentioned with the non-attainment new source review program and discussion in the SIP chapter. Our program is a bit outdated, and we are proposing to revise it such that it's a non-attainment area new source review offset only program, and removing or replacing a number of outdated provisions that were initially adopted based on older EPA guidance. The updates will make this program easier to understand, easier to implement, and being with the lower major stationary source thresholds, those are both important as there's a lot more interest in potentially needing emission reduction credits and offsets for development. We think the remaining issues that you may hear about from some parties include surplus determinations, generation from facility shutdowns, narrowing of the scope to the non-attainment area new source review only offset program. We've summarized our positions here and happy to come back to those and answer more questions or about any of the other sections. But concerning surplus, we have to revise this proposal based on EPA's policy. And we had several conversations with EPA during the development of the proposed revisions on this issue, and even confirmed after party discussions raised questions about it that Our proposed revisions align with EPA policy, so we don't think there's room here to make a revision as parties have requested. Concerning potential credits for facility shutdowns, which a lot of the party filings discussed plugged and abandoned wells in particular, our proposal neither includes nor excludes the opportunity to obtain credits from these types of applications. There's a lot of questions, we think, to be answered on a case-by-case basis about the generation of credits from these types of operations or shutdowns or curtailments, and evaluating, like any other application, whether the emission reductions are surplus, enforceable, permanent, quantifiable. Thank you. You put together a nice acronym like we do with everything else in the air world. So again, we don't think revisions specific to including or excluding these are appropriate in the regulation, as they'll be evaluated as those applications are submitted. And then, as I mentioned on the previous slide, by focusing this program on non-attainment area new source review only, it allows the removal of some burdensome provisions that were related to previous EPA guidance and allows for easier implementation. The other administrative revisions that we're going to talk about include minor modifications, 185 fees, as Jessica mentioned initially, and a definition update for annual actual emissions. So for minor modifications, we are proposing to require these to go through a public notice and comment provision process. This is proposed following an agreement with EPA, the informal resolution agreement that we referenced in our packet and provided you after an EPA review of our permitting program. And so we continue to honor that agreement to bring it to you for consideration. This proposal would require these sort of permitting actions to be provided for a public notice and comment.
All right, me again. And as Leah mentioned, I will be talking about Chekhov's 185 fee proposal. I want to start by saying we at the division are not opposed to the concept of baseline aggregation, as demonstrated by the fact that we have proposed it back in 2023. We are requesting that that component be removed now, as we are opposed to SIP disapprovals that we may or may not be able to cure, given the timelines before us and the subsequent threat of sanctions. And what we know right now is that after we submitted our 185 fee proposal to EPA, they communicated that they would not be able to approve it as it stood. Now, as recent as last week, we received an email from EPA saying they're currently reevaluating their position on baseline aggregation's role in the 185 fee program. So they may not disapprove it. However, they cannot commit to the fact that they will disapprove it. And so having less uncertainty that it isn't going to be disapproved is not having same as having certainty that it can be approved. So the most protective path forward for us, and the one that we are proposing, is that we provide the EPA with a program that we do have confidence to approve, which is one that does not include that baseline aggregation piece. It is the proposal before you now. And I have a timeline here to try to talk through how all this can play out if we take different paths, such as wait and see, as suggested by some parties. And I'm really going to try to make this make sense, but also we are very close to the end of the proposal. So if it doesn't make sense, you can quickly ask me questions about it. All right, so some facts that we do know. First, our obligation is to have a 185 fee program approved by EPA prior to July 20th, 2027. And I'll refer to that as our drop dead date. Two, since 2024, EPA has had in their little hands a 185 fee program that includes baseline aggregation. We will call that our 2023 proposal. And right now, there is a non-negligible amount of uncertainty as to whether or not such a program could be approved. And 3, we know that we are proposing today a 185 fee program that does not include baseline aggregation, and we will call that our 2025 proposal moving forward. And we have confidence that this one could be approved. Now moving into the hypotheticals. If the commission approves the 2025 proposal this month, it would not be submitted into EPA until May, June 2026 timeline, given our legislative review requirements. If EPA determines that they are comfortable with approving a baseline aggregation component and they're willing to approve it, they still have 6 additional months to propose approval on our 2023 proposal. And at that point, we can respond accordingly. If they don't take action to approve, then we will pull our 2023 proposal and replace it with the 2025 proposal that we have confidence they could approve, giving them a year and change to approve it before that drop dead date. Seeing if folks are with me so far.
Say that one more time.
So come that May, June 2026 timeframe, if we have not seen a proposed approval from EPA, we would be submitting the proposal you're adopting today, so that 2025 proposal, and replacing it. So it'd be pulling the 23 proposal and replacing it with the 25 proposal, the 25 proposal being the one that we have confidence EPA can approve. Does that kind of make sense? Okay, there's the cups, the balls are moving all around. Okay. Now say we don't take action today and we want to see if EPA would propose approval of our 2023 proposal sometime soon. If they indicate they will be disapproving and we still see or a situation where we're still not seeing action from EPA on the proposal they have before them, the earliest we could then resubmit something to them would be February 2027, which would leave EPA only 5 months to review, propose approval, have their own rulemaking, respond to comments, and finalize their approval before a drop dead date of July 2027, which would be a very ambitious timeline for them to be working on. And if we decided not to take action right now, but that we do need to take action sometime before 2027, given our 6-month rulemaking process now, we would have to start a rulemaking again in June of 2026 to have a rulemaking finalizing something to be adopted by December 2026. So that means we'd be restarting this whole effort in just a few short months. Our other option is to do nothing and just kind of roll the dice and stick with the 2023 proposal before them and hope EPA approves it, or take some sort of partial disapproval action on it. And we can just kind of let the chips fall where they may on that one. However, if the chips fall on an incurable disapproval, that leaves ourselves vulnerable to non-discretionary sanctions, including more burdensome permitting requirements and the loss of federal highway funding. So this do nothing pathway is not one that we can recommend. Again, the most protective approach is the one that we have before you today, which is to adopt the proposal without the baseline aggregation piece, submit that to EPA in the May, June of 2026 for their review to ensure that we can have an approvable program in place by July of 27. And I will now hand it over to Leah.
Second to last slide, not so complicated, no timelines. We are proposing to revise the definition of annual actual emissions, which is in Regulation 3, Part A. This was adopted in 2004 during a reorganization of Reg 3, where the Part D provisions were separated out. So it was to replace the use of actual emissions, which is a Part D definition that aligns with EPA for prevention of significant deterioration, with an annual actual emissions definition used for APEN and potentially for permitting requirements depending on that action for which emission information was necessary. Since then, EPA has published a guidance, and yes, we recognize it's related to emissions inventories. And we don't disagree with Shardy saying that states aren't obligated to submit malfunction emissions information as part of their inventories. And we're not revising the definition to include that requirement here. Earlier in the document, EPA's guidance document, before you get to the piece of what states can and cannot include, can or may not include in their emissions inventories, is EPA's definition of annual actual emissions. And that's what we're proposing to align with here. So we request that the commission adopt the ozone technical support documents as provided on July 1st. The ozone technical support documents and revisions to regulations 1125 and air quality standards provided on September 30th. And in a slight differentiation from what we have on this slide, the revisions to regulations 3, 7, and 26 as we had provided in a errata filing on Tuesday, November 18th. And happy to answer questions.
Great, thank you very much for your testimony. Questions from commissioners? Commissioner Milford, start us off, please.
I have some, but if someone else wants to start,
I don't want to start. So.
Okay. But thank you for the presentation. Let's see. I guess the first question I had, and then I'll give you a heads up that there are going to be a couple, but let's start with the 185 because clear on what you're asking. You are asking us to adopt what we might characterize as the more conservative approach without baseline aggregation. And if we did that, the intention of the division would be to go forward and submit that as part of the SIP, but perhaps consider relaxing it later if EPA changes its policy. Is that your preferred outcome or?
Yes.
Okay.
Leave it there.
Okay, I'll leave it there too. All right, thank you. So I'll just go backwards. The next question I have is about the minor modifications. And would you provide us, for those of us who are relatively new, with a little bit of background on the January 25 agreement that Director Ogletree signed, and what gave rise to that investigation by EPA that led to that agreement? So what's the backstory here?
So I can't remember when it started, so Michael, correct me if I get my dates wrong. But I believe in 2022, 2023 timeframe, the Air Pollution Control Division engaged with EPA for a overview audit of our permitting process with regards to Title VI or the Civil Rights Amendment. To kind of give a review if our permitting programs were kind of complying with that and providing all the necessary and valuable opportunities for public engagement through the permitting processes. From that collaborative work, it was identified that one potential area of improvement would be to provide additional opportunities for public comment and notice regarding Title V applications, particularly what are known as these minor modification procedures. So it's if you have an existing Title V permit and you want to make a modification to that, and that modification meets certain requirements, including being below certain emissions thresholds and a targeted types of permitting actions, you can move through this minor modification process. That process did not allow for the level of public notice and engagement that EPA thought would be valuable. And so we kind of worked with them on what a potential solution would be. And that was what was committed to in that January letter. And that is what we are proposing before you today.
Okay, so a couple of follow-ups on that. Was EPA getting input from stakeholders in particular that led to their identifying that particular, suite through the permitting process?
I cannot speak to who EPA was talking to as well.
The letter, the agreement letter says that they spoke with folks from the Northeast Denver community. Do you have any reason to dispute that? Okay.
I guess I couldn't speak to if there's anyone else that they also engaged with.
Okay. And then I think it was in something I read that came from the division, and I'm not going to be able to identify the document. You said that the circumstances in which this would make a difference are relatively rare. I think 5 occasions out of the last decade of permits or something.
Yeah, I believe that was in our economic impact analysis. We were trying to quantify the scope of who would be impacted by this.
That would be a relatively small set of sources, and for those sources, even a relatively small subset of their permit. Okay, thank you. I think that's what I needed on that one. And then the last question I've got for right now is regarding the NOx intensity program. Can you enlighten me on how the NOx intensity task force or working group developed their future year production projections, because those are a central part of ensuring that there's going to be a 50% reduction by 2030, correct?
Yeah, I can give a high level overview now and also happy to come back with more detail during the rebuttal. But a lot of it was a review of existing production data, or historic production data, and reviewing trends in that. And also, as mentioned, we had several representatives from industry who have some lines of sight into what they might be considering for future operations that also helped inform us that process. Those projections as well. Too many P words, sorry.
So they're using their best projection at this point in time, and my understanding is that will be revisited in the future if production trends change.
Yep. In our statement of basis and purpose language, we added or copied over our commitment to be continuing to review production trends. And we also have really good levels of communication with the Energy and Carbon Management Commission, who get a lot of that information faster than we would with our reporting, to kind of keep getting checks on that as we are moving forward, as we do know that there's lots of global forces that can lead to changes in production. And so we want to be responsive. So
thank you.
Other commissioner questions? Commissioner Blankenship.
Thank you. I have a couple questions on 179B. If I'm understanding it correctly, and if I'm not, you can correct me, but if we were to have a successful 179B demonstration, that would result in compliance with the standards. Is that correct?
If we were able to put together a prospective modeling demonstration that shows that would be able to attain, based on the modeling results, but for international transport, you would have an approvable or potentially approvable attainment demonstration to include with the state implementation plan. If we were to be looking at a retrospective demonstration, so in a future time, look back at our monitoring data and say, actually, we would have been able to monitor attainment, but for these internationally transported emissions, we would be able to avoid reclassification. 179B is not a pathway for becoming from going from non-attainment to attainment.
Okay. That was my question was, yeah, can we actually get into attainment through a 179B? And you're saying, no, we cannot. Am I hearing that correctly?
That is my understanding of how that tool can currently be used.
Okay. Thank you.
Other Commissioner Sewell.
Yeah, again, thank you both for your presentation. I had a question about the annual actual emissions. I mean, it sounds like a definition change, but to line up with EPA, which I have no issue with, but are there implications on permittees that would be seeking a new Title V or renewing a Title V? like to their potential to emit or anything like that?
Oh, the Title V sources would continue to estimate emissions as required under our program, which is in Part C of Regulation 3, which aligns with EPA's Part 70. And so we continue to use those provisions as they always have. This definition is really utilized more as related to the Part A, air pollutant emission notice requirements, and potentially the Part B permitting program. But again, a source going through permitting would be, so there's some questions about, well, how would this change their permitting action? And if the source is providing information relating to what they're being asked for under their permit, malfunction emissions for a new source would be unknown because that source doesn't exist yet. So we don't see an impact there, more so as to the ongoing reporting and ability to include those emissions. For revised emissions reporting is more of where that potential definition change could happen, and potentially including more emissions.
Okay, thanks.
Other commissioner questions?
Who's got her hand up?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I can't. I say it's really faint against that background. I'm sorry. Commissioner Miller, go ahead. Thank you.
I think Commissioner Sewell was before me, but I can go ahead real briefly because I wanted to just clarify the 179B, how I understood your data that you presented. You said that the North America contribution was 48 point. So outside of our non-attainment area, North America part was 48.3 parts per billion. And I'm wondering what your estimate or strategy is to figure out the part of that that's, quote, international, because I find that would be, to my mind, that would make this a very difficult path forward if we can't figure out which part of the outside of our non-attainment area ozone comes from international, quote.
I'm happy to speak to that. Again, I can speak to that at a high level and come back with more detail and rebuttal if it's desired. But we are able to try to quantify the contribution of internationally transported emissions through various source apportionment modeling techniques. We have undertaken similar modeling analyses in the past, and it uses a variety of different data sets, including information provided by the Environmental Protection Agency on like their modeled international contributions, and blending that in with other data sets that we have to get to quantify what is being contributed in Colorado.
Can you give me an idea of whether it's half of the 48.3 parts per billion or none, or you just have?
Yeah. So historically, from past modeling demonstrations, we've seen it to be about 5 to 6 parts per billion.
Okay.
That's kind of like in line with what we are seeing with other Western states, is about less than 10, more than 5.
Okay, that's helpful. Thanks.
Are there other commissioner questions? If not, I have a couple. Okay. Where to start on the list? I guess I'll start. I was curious on 179B. As you referenced, Maricopa County just got their proposed, I guess, notice of approval, or I'm not sure exactly what it's phrased, but that's proposed. And you're saying we don't know how to do it. Is that because of border state issues? I heard you mean, and we don't know how to do it as a non-border state. I was unclear since a couple of places have done it.
Yep.
Why we say we don't know how to do it.
When Arizona developed their 179B demonstration, EPA's guidance was still in place. That has recently been revoked, and it has not been replaced with new guidance at this time.
Okay. Okay.
I have not had a chance to look at that proposed approval since yesterday, but I imagine there's also some helpful information in there as to what EPA's current thoughts are on it. But again, there is no guidance available to states at this time.
Okay. Thank you. Switching to NOx intensity, when I looked at the EIA, the production numbers in the EIA from 2020 through 2024 were pretty flat in terms of total oil and gas. And yet when we get to the out years, we're projecting a fairly steady increase. I assume then our NOx intensity number takes that increase into account. If that increase doesn't occur, will we achieve greater than 50% reductions, if you will, because we're on a mass basis, because we have an intensity standard that's based on a higher than actual production rate?
I believe so. I mean, assuming everyone's complying with the target.
Right, assuming everyone's
Yes. Yeah. I'll note that the proposed statement of basis and purpose language also does commit us to looking at if we're seeing decreases in production or steady state operations as well, to continue to make sure that those targets are appropriate.
Okay. Would you adjust if production increases don't materialize? Would you adjust them if the intensity number would go upward? Do you anticipate doing that, or would you leave it where it is?
I believe it would be, we would want to evaluate the scope of the difference, if it is going down. Happy to bring these back during rebuttal, but we did kind of run some scenarios, like if we were 5% over, 5% under, et cetera, what would that mean for the targets and how would they need to be adjusted? I would say, if we're kind of seeing, like a 5% decrease, for example, we'd see like changes in what the targets would need to be to hit that 50% that are like 3 decimal places out. So there's a good amount of like wiggle room still built into that target to make sure it's appropriate without being over, let's call it inappropriately restrictive, or similarly that not capturing changes in product increase as well.
Okay, thank you. Moving to the ERCs, you have the provision about taking a 20%. I don't want to use the phrase offset because offset for non-human resource review, but 20%, I'll call it haircut on the emission reduction credits when you apply for those. Is that because we don't have an approved attainment demonstration? I spent some time running down a rabbit hole in the Federal Register yesterday trying to figure that out. Or where does the 20% come from? And also the 20% doesn't appear to me to actually appear in the regulation. So I wanted clarity on both those things.
Yeah, so that was based on the old program and the development of the old program. We're actually proposing to remove that 20% upfront reduction.
Oh, okay.
So you'd get what you put in for.
Okay. Your slide still said 20%.
Reduce barriers, and one of the barriers we think is the upfront deduction.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, sorry, poorly.
I misinterpreted. I misunderstood that then. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. There was also some aspects of the rule that talk about changing, as I understood it, and I'm asking you to clarify or help me understand, changing sort of the ERC pool if the base year changes. And so I took that to mean like we have a 2017 base year, and if you have emission reductions you've taken since then and the base year changed at some point in the future, say 2027, you would lose your emission credits before 2027. Is that the way it's written, or am I misinterpreting that?
So one of the aspects of this program is that you can't get credits for something that has been relied on in the base years, which relate to modeling attainment. And so right now we're pretty set where we're at. If EPA comes out with another NAAQS in the future, we'll have to see what credits may be incorporated into that base year or take them out of the base years. So it'll be an evaluation of what that base inventory is, because if they get included in a future base year, then they couldn't be used because now they're included for SIP purposes. So there's options as to how to handle that going forward, but it is a requirement that you can't use them if they're part of that inventory because it informs the modeling.
So the base year would only change in the event of a new NAAQS. Okay. Thank you. And then I wanted to explore a little bit the question about the ERC from facility shutdowns. I'm not sure if I understand I understand that Division One retain flexibility, but I guess I'm not sure if I'm understanding the various scenarios. The way I think about it, regardless of the source, if the source shuts down, in theory, there are credits, and if, you know, that then those credits would be transferred to a new source with the appropriate offsets, et cetera. So I guess I'm wanting to understand some of the scenarios, and maybe this is a rebuttal, but I'm wanting to understand the scenarios in which that perhaps simplified line of thinking doesn't apply. When you say there are there are lots of things where in some cases we may allow this shutdown to be accredited, in other cases we wouldn't.
So the tricky thing with these types of facilities is the shutting down of a facility while the opening of another facility. So looking at the under the quantifiable and the surplus elements, and we're not saying that it can't be done. It requires more evaluation to make sure that you see some of the language in there about shifting demand and making sure that you're not just moving those emissions somewhere else and then getting credit for them, even though they're occurring over here, for example. I think in one of the, I forget which EPA guidances, they talk about gas stations. So you shut down a gas station on this corner and another one opens up on this corner. Have those emissions really been reduced? And so it's looking at the permanency of those. So again, not saying that it can't be done, which is why we don't say yes or no related to these types of facilities. It's just a bit more challenging than, for example, someone completely removing a boiler or something like that.
I guess just to explore that example a little further, I mean, if you have a gas station with emissions of 5, just to pick a number, and that's probably not an appropriate and meaningful number, I'm say 20, okay? And you're permitting a new gas station 2 blocks away, whether it's the same owner or a new owner, that new gas station is going to have to get offsets somehow for 25. So they would only get a credit for, say, 20 if with 1.2 offset from this gas station. So I guess that's what I'm struggling with is in transferring from one facility to another, you've got reductions and offsets built in. They're going to have to get, it's not a like for like replacement. That's what I'm struggling to understand with why that, because of the offsets. It's not just we're taking 25 tons off here and adding 25 tons here, because we got to take 25 here and some others to get to 25 tons of offsets over here.
We also struggle with the math, me in particular. And so that's why we think it's appropriate to leave the regulation structure to allow these to be evaluated as the applications come in to look at that particular facility and the circumstances around it. Because it is potentially going to vary because of the nature of this type of facility.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Moving on to minor modifications. Appreciate Commissioner Milford's questions and the additional background. What are I don't remember off the top of my head. A minor modification is no emissions increase and emissions increase below a very small number. And are there scenarios where this would not require public comment in a scenario where facility is actually decreasing emissions? Trying to understand the implications.
So minor modifications broadly can be used to permit increases below a certain threshold. I believe what we are trying to do with this targeted revision is ensuring that if it is a project that is increasing emissions, that it is going through kind of the construction permitting process that allows for public notice. So I do not believe the way that this is structured would bring in projects that are decreasing emissions.
Okay. Can you maybe provide in rebuttal some more details on those 5 examples in the last 5 or 10 years? I remember reading that as well.
Yeah.
Be interesting to understand that better. And last set of questions on the 185 fees. To go back to your timeline slide, if we adopt a regulation now, that takes out that baseline aggregation, but before it's submitted in May 26, EPA approves the previous. Seems like we now have a regulation on the books that says something different from do we have to go back and unadopt the regulation if they approve that, or how does that process work?
We would want to make sure that we updated our regulations as they stand to reflect the approved program.
Okay.
We would have to take additional action in response.
Go back. Okay. And then secondly, on your timeline, you talk about the hard July 2027 deadline, but in the rebuttal statement, there was a footnote about if something is disapproved, you have an 18-month cure period. So does that, I mean, if EPA disapproved whichever application in June of 2027 or March of 2027, we would have well into 2028 to resubmit something, wouldn't we? Or am I misinterpreting that footnote?
That footnote is correct. However, like the kind of specific nuance around this program is that it's supposed to be a program that is triggered upon being found to have not attained. So, and while we typically have 18 months to cure a disapproval, we would have missed that triggering event if it took us 18 months to submit a fixed program. So it'd be a bit of an incurable situation from our understanding, because our obligation would have been to have a program in place that could have been triggered. This is a similar situation to what we found ourselves in recently regarding contingency measures, where EPA decided disapproved contingency measures after that triggering date, and we were stuck in a position where we didn't have a path to curing it.
Okay,
I can come back with some.
I think I understood, but I'm not sure I understood. So let me ask.
Yeah.
So the triggering event is us being declared serious non-attainment for 2015. Is that, or is the trigger, or is this the 2008?
This is the 2008 standard. So if we are found not to have attained the 2008 standard by that July 27 date, this program should kick in. That would be the triggering. Yeah.
Okay. So the triggering event is July 20th, 2027.
Well, in theory, yes, but it'd be upon EPA's finding of our failure to attain, which sometimes.
Yeah, at some point. But if we've proposed a program to EPA and they disapproved it, don't we still have 18 months to cure it, even if that runs past the triggering date? Or I guess you're saying no.
Our understanding is no.
Yes.
Based on our experiences with contingency measures and how they interpreted triggering date.
Okay. Okay.
So we wouldn't be able to implement program as required if we don't have a program.
Other than,
yeah.
Is there an interesting question there that yes, April, July 20th, 2027 is the date, but that EPA then takes some time to declare actually that you're not attainment. So a window in there, possible.
However, based on our read of the Federal Register that established these requirements, they did call out that July 27 date as the date that approvable programs have to be in place by.
Okay. Okay. And finally, on annual actual emissions, your conversation with Commissioner Sewell was very, very helpful, but I have maybe one more question on that. So as you said, obviously a new source doesn't have any excess emissions at this point. Thinking about it from an ozone non-attainment and a major source threshold of 25 tons perspective, sources permitted in normal operations is at 20 tons. They have a excess emissions event that adds 10 tons to put them at 30 tons for the year. With this definition change, does that now turn them into a major Title V source, or is that doesn't really affect their permitting status?
Okay, so you have a source that now has a malfunction that they should be accounting for, that they're unable to address under the malfunction provisions.
I guess I'm assuming they're addressing it under the malfunction provisions. I mean, does the actual annual emissions, that only an inventory piece of we're going to, count this and count all these things against these sources, or does it change the permitting status if you've included from this definitional change? Does it have the potential to?
Depending on which permitting you are
Like for a minor source.
minor sources. I think we'll have to come back on that because I don't want to misspeak.
Okay, fine, great. That's all the questions I had. Any other commissioner questions? Commissioner Rudolph, go ahead.
Thank you. I want to go back to 179B and trying to understand what that means. I think what you said was that if but for external emissions, state/international, we can demonstrate, if that's the case, we could demonstrate that but for we would have attained whatever the standard is we're talking about. That does not mean we're in attainment. So what does that mean? I mean, what are the continuing obligations of the state? Is it just now a slippery slope that we're gonna keep getting reclassified because we've demonstrated we can't meet the standard? And if the contributions are so high, we can't meet any standard. And so I guess I'm confused as to what that ultimately means. And what's the continuing obligation of the state in that situation?
Yeah. So I think that answer depends on the use case. So if we were to try to put together a 179B demonstration now, we'd be doing a prospective analysis. And what that would do would be satisfying our obligation regarding having an approvable attainment demonstration. So our continuing obligation would then be to attain by that our current August 2027 attainment date. If we were looking retrospectively, so say we think we would have monitored attainment in 2027, but for international contributions, we would continue to be a non-attainment area. We would be a serious non-attainment area and would continue to have all the obligations of a serious non-attainment area. Regarding what would our obligations be for continued submissions of state implementation plans, I would have to come back to you in rebuttal with some of those details. Again, we've only seen one area avail themselves of this, so there's not a robust amount of guidance out there.
Right. Well, I thank you. I heard you say that it's not been used often, a couple times, and so there's a lot of questions surrounding it. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Other commissioner questions? Commissioner Blankenship.
I'd like to jump over to that. I think it's slide number 6. I have a question on that pie chart. And I'm continuing to kind of get hung up on the 179B also, but on that pie chart, the vast majority of that, about 85% of it, is ozone contributions from outside the non-attainment area. I'm not sure I'm understanding the composition of that. It's a total of 67.35. How much of that 67.35 is attributable to international?
Sorry, can you share the slide with us online? Because I also wanted to see that slide. Thank you.
I think we'll need your help resharing the screen. Thank you. So we have not redone any type of source apportionment work for international contributions looking at 2026 or with our new modeling platform. So I cannot speak specifically to what in this blue is international transport. What I can share is data from previous modeling runs.
Okay.
So I just want to be very explicit that this might be a little bit of an apples to oranges comparison. Models are.
When you say previous, what is there a time frame associated with?
So we did similar modeling, looking at 2017 and 2023.
Okay.
So the most recent modeling we've done was in 2021. We saw that international emissions that we could quantify were in that 5 to 7 parts per billion range.
5 to 7. Okay. And so then where did that leave the sources outside of Colorado and also Colorado outside of the non-attainment area?
So outside of the non-attainment area, but still within the state, is about 3 parts per billion. Other states is about 16 parts per billion. And then the balance is kind of what we refer to as global background concentrations. So it's a little, you can kind of, this is going to be such an unnuanced take that I'm sure that some of our modelers will be upset with me for saying it. But in my mind, I kind of consider it kind of unattributable ozone. So ozone that kind of is existing, mixing around in the air, but we can't specifically say it came from here, there, or somewhere else.
And how much was that?
That would be the balance of that.
Oh.
So, yeah, I would have.
Balance of that 67?
Yeah.
More or less.
Commissioner Milford, sorry.
So I want to clarify about this particular chart. It says it's for NREL, right? And a 179B demonstration wouldn't be limited to looking at the NREL situation anyway. Has anyone done a 179B demonstration modeling exercise that would allow this commission to go forward with a 179B approach today? That information is not correct?
Correct.
Is anybody from the division advocating a 179B approach?
We don't have the information to have an informed opinion on this time, so I would not say that we are advocating.
We're not. And has anyone from governor's office advocated that approach at this point in time?
Not to my knowledge.
Thank you.
Any other commissioner questions? Not seeing any, we're finding exhausted ourselves. Any cross-exam from other parties? I'm not seeing any, so thank you very much for your testimony. And it is now 11:52. I think it is a good time to take a lunch break. Let's take a lunch break until 12:35. Is this 45 minutes? 43 minutes?
Sorry.
Commissioner Arnold. Maybe.
When it comes out. Oh. Really? But at least somebody's.
Started early.
I don't know why it's so loud. I'm gonna try to figure that one out. One is that smart people are.
Somebody really smart. Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
we have all the commissioners back in the room. Commissioner Slutsky is working his way to his seat. All the commissioners are online, so we're ready to get going. So I'll call up the Regional Air Quality Council for their direct testimony. Go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Dan Kramer. I'm the town attorney in Estes Park, and I chair the Regional Air Quality Council, the RAC. I'm sure many of you are very familiar with the RAC, but it's worth some quick background. We are not an advocacy organization per se. We are a quasi-governmental organization established by executive order of the governor under the auspices of the Clean Air Act. Our council members are all appointed by the governor. Chair is specifically selected by the governor. We serve at the governor's pleasure. And our membership represents not only the public interest, but a broad swath of private industry. Our vice chair, for example, Jeff West, works for Excel. Our council is large, 30 members, in order to represent a wide range of viewpoint. Our discussions lately have been robust, collaborative, and respectful. Our job per executive order is to be the lead air quality planning organization for the Denver metropolitan area. Specifically, we're tasked with preparing air quality plans that demonstrate and ensure long-term compliance with federal air quality standards. That bears repeating. Our job is to send you plans to reach attainment of federal standards. The SIP you are considering today, and the last one we sent you, for the 70 parts per billion ozone standard as well in 2022, have on that count been unsuccessful. Moving forward, we intend to correct that. The materials before you include our control strategy blueprint for 2030, which is still in early stages, but has now been endorsed by our council. The first thing I want to say about it is that we absolutely respect that you have regulatory authority and we do not. We have absolutely no pretensions that we can tell you what regulations to approve. Second, we have complete respect for the role of the Air Pollution Control Division in implementing the regulations you approve. Division staff are critical partners. We have no desire to overstep the boundaries of that relationship, and we are incorporating the division into every step of our planning. Those two things said, what the blueprint represents is that the RAC intends to fulfill our assigned role, planning for attainment of the 70 ppb ozone NAAQS. We have set ourselves the goal of meeting that standard with actual measurements in the 2030 to 2032 compliance period by proposing emission reduction policies for implementation by 2030. We're calling this a blueprint because these control strategies still need a tremendous amount of development, refinement, and quantification. What you have in front of you today, you might think of as 15 or 20% engineering plans. It will be iterative. We expect strategies to be added, revised, and removed. But as the strategies come into focus, our intent is to ultimately bring them forward to you all. We're happy to do that in whatever manner you prefer, as early as you like, at whatever cadence you like, with whatever degree of formality you suggest, consistent with whatever procedures you need to follow, and with respect for your busy calendar. Substantively, what you'll see in this blueprint is a wide variety of measures applying to a wide range of industries. That's intentional. We respect the work that's already being done to comply with existing control strategies, but at the same time, if we're going to get below 70 ppb, we all need to do more. We will place particular emphasis on improving air quality in disproportionately impacted communities. We are going to be realistic in what each strategy can achieve, and we are going to be forthright about the challenges that come with our high level of background ozone. We will stakehold thoroughly, recognizing that our primary stakeholder is the public itself. Some of what we propose may be expensive to implement, but nothing we don't expect to pay off economically, especially in terms of health benefits for our community. And if anyone thinks any particular strategy should be dropped, challenge will be, what do you propose to replace it with and still get below 70 ppb? More to come. For today's purposes, I will close by thanking you for your attention to this. Thank you for the work you're doing for our state. And I will pass our presentation to the Executive Director of the Regional Air Quality Council, Mike Silverstein.
Thank you, Chair Kramer, and thank you, Commissioners, for this opportunity to present today. I'm Mike Silverstein. I'm the Executive Director of the Regional Air Quality Council, and I'm joined by Tom Moore and Kira Rumenmoore of the RAC, and they'll do the bulk of our presentation today. I just want to, as Chair Kramer mentioned, describe a bit of the Regional Air Quality Council. We are that lead planning agency for our non-attainment area. We see this graphic that illustrates the large non-attainment area that we're dealing with, all the way from the Wyoming border, all the way through Douglas County. And so the governor, as mentioned, appoints our board. We have 30 members from all parts of our economy and government. We bring together ideas for analysis and strategies to include for specific programs, regulations, and plans that address regional ozone non-attainment. So that's really our charge from the governor. We have other aspects of the RAC that I've described in other presentations to this commission, but we're primarily focused on ozone attainment. And so we have a problem, and it requires defining the problem and then analyzing the solutions. And so we want to develop those solutions to get us towards attainment of the federal ozone standards. So we're here today with these following positions. First of all, we support the proposed ozone series SIP chapters as proposed by the division. And the RAC was partners with the division in drafting those chapters and preparing the technical analyses and all of the information that was presented in the proposal. And our board has endorsed that revision to the SIP, proposed revision to the SIP back in June. We also support the proposed revisions to the air quality standards, designations, and emission budgets. So that's the primary regulation that falls from this SIP that is used in the transportation conformity process. We generally are supportive of the administrative and emission reduction control provisions in the rules in front of you for consideration, though we were not an active participant in drafting or discussing those regulations, but we are supportive of any strategy that is deemed to be cost effective and can reduce emissions to help us in our journey on to attain the ozone standards. And again, as mentioned, while these proposed ozone SIP chapters, they're necessary and the associated regulations are important to comply with federal requirements and work to improve ozone, attainment of the 70 ppb standard cannot be demonstrated for the current serious classification. And so the division has described the process of the request for a reclassification to severe. And in our response to that decision is, well, we have work to do. We have developed and presented to you in presentation today through our board a blueprint, which is a strategic approach for achieving ozone standards. And that process is necessary, and the board has endorsed our blueprint, and we provided a copy of the latest version for your information today. And that blueprint process is underway at RAC, and we'll talk more about that here with Tom and Kira. So thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tom Moore, Planning Director at the RAC. I want to frame the problem a little more explicitly. Ann and Mike did a great job of setting it up. So where are we in terms of the problem to be solved? The Clean Air Act offers all this structure about how to proceed. We have the two standards in the rightmost columns. But as you can see, we've been in non-attainment for quite a while, since 2012 and 2018, respectively. So now we're in these colored boxes where we have these 2027 attainment findings that EPA has to make, and that'll be based on the monitoring data from the 24 through 26 period. So we're kind of right in the middle of that. We'll talk a little bit more about those data, but ultimately the monitoring data are going to control our future. And so we want to talk a little bit more about those. So here's the kind of long-term trend. These are the year-to-year highest statistics that the NAAQS uses. So this is with respect to the 70, 75, and way back when, the 1997 ozone standard. And as you can see at the highest sites, Chatfield, NREL, Rocky Flats, we're just not making any progress. Even if you roll it into the black line, sort of rolling 3-year average, these values bounce around, and we're literally never below 70 and only very rarely below 75. So a very significant challenge with no trend kind of in front of us. Then a couple of other ways to look at this. We report to our board every month in the summer the monitoring data. So we put up again a long-term trend. There's 2 colors in those stacked bars. The orange part at the top are the number of days that are over 75. So you can see that has a lot of year-to-year variation. And then the yellow part below are the additional number of days that are also above 70. So that means that the height of the bar, all those days, are sites that measured above the 70 standard. So we had a pretty good year last year for the 75 standard. We didn't actually have any 4th highest values exceed. And so that bodes well for the future with respect to that standard. It's the cleanest year since 2009. If you roll the statistics the way the EPA requires us to do for the standards into 3-year rolling averages, that's what's depicted at the bottom. And again, even with the, giving things away a little bit of a break with 3-year averages, again, we are just barely touching 75 at some sites, and most of them are above that. So this is a little bit of forecasting. So give that a try. These tables are designed to be looked at in soft focus. They list all the sites that the division operates that we monitor compliance at. So again, orange is over 75, yellow is over 70, and green is below 70. We have the actual values from 24 and 25 in the middle 2 columns in each table. And then we have a forecast in the right-hand column of both tables. On the left is the 75 forecast, and we've circled the values that we would need to measure to attain the 75 standard. And as you can see, those are at or very near 70. And so those are a good opportunity to, if we have a good year next summer, we'll probably be able to show monitored attainment. Conversely, on the right, there's no way that we're going to measure 52 or 53 at these higher sites. The 70 standard is just not possible to be reached. So I want to set up one kind of problem statement, and then I want to pass it to Kira. So we're going to focus now on the blueprint. We tried to reduce things to, in addition to the division's, nice overview of all the issues about emission controls and where emission reductions can be gained and that sort of thing. Part of it is the time horizon. So we came to you all in December of 23, finished a multi-year severe SIP adoption process. And in that case, we were looking from 16 to 26. So we had a 10-year horizon. We had to update our modeling platform, and now we're only using a 5-year horizon, 22 to 26. And we just can't show enough emissions changes in that short period of time. So as Jessica and Leah talked about, the reclassification to severe is imminent. So we're hopeful that in applying the blueprint analysis, we can look at this 10-year period of 22 to 32 and account for all these local emissions, including the rules on the books, that the division mentioned. Those have not been quantified for ozone planning purposes, so we'll be able to do that new work. But as we know right now from our recent modeling analyses, they won't be enough, and that's why we need to have a blueprint strategy to move forward. So with that, I'll pass it over to Kira.
Good afternoon, commissioners, and thank you again for your time. So I'm going to go a little bit more into the blueprint contents and what it is that we're trying to do with this document, following up on my colleague's nice setup of that. So again, we see the blueprint as a strategic framework that is providing policy recommendations in our role as an advisory body. And the goals of the blueprint and of our work at the RAC overall are to achieve emission reductions and lower measured ozone values, as well as realize the environmental and public health benefits that come with those other goals. At the bottom of this slide, you see a timeline, and this is intended to show the kind of phased implementation or potential implementation of various strategies that we're considering in the blueprint, based on which ones are, kind of ready to go versus which ones need additional analysis to be implemented. And the idea is to implement these strategies ahead of the 2030 to 2032 timeframe in which we need to measure and model attainment for the next state implementation plan deadline. So this slide, I will talk a little bit more about the contents of the blueprint on some upcoming strategies, but this slide shows additional efforts that are guiding and supporting the blueprint work that we have been doing. There's been a significant amount of stakeholder engagement work to date, which is very important to developing the blueprint. We've had written and oral comments, outreach to other partners and groups, conversations with our board and with our committees, and seen a wide variety of participants, and that valuable input and process will continue as we move forward. We also have these 4 supporting efforts that you see here. Our board approved a blueprint development policy, which is guiding the process and particularly the board's role in the process to date and as we continue forward with the blueprint. We have a health burdens and costs of current ozone impacts white paper that we plan to develop with partners and researchers to show, to gather information about the local effects of ozone on health. We also are working with the division to develop a strategy development and review process overview to make sure that we are in alignment there in terms of how we are looking at these strategies and the information that the division would need and vice versa. And then finally, we are planning to estimate the impacts of strategies on future ozone levels through modeling. So this slide provides an overview of what's in the board-endorsed blueprint. It is a comprehensive document with quite a few different facets, and I'll go through some highlights. And as mentioned, the full document is available for your review. We shared some hard copies, and it's also posted on the REC website for those that are not here in person. This slide is a summary of all the strategies that are currently included in the blueprint. There are 22 of them. Some of them are phased in, and so there's an analysis or evaluation step followed by a potential implementation step. And these cover a wide range of source categories. So you can see there's 7 focused on mobile sources, both on-road and non-road engines, 2 focused on oil and gas production and pre-production, a couple focused on major stationary sources and electric generating units, and 2 focused on non-point sources. And then finally, in addition to evaluating and looking into all of those strategies over the next year and beyond, we also plan to evaluate the effects of existing rules on the books that you can see listed there that have never been fully quantified. And so that will be valuable for us to understand their potential impact over the next 5 years and beyond. And this slide just shows that we are planning to estimate the changes to our emission inventories from the potential strategies that we are exploring. And you can see that the source categories that I mentioned on the previous slide that cover all of the different strategies that we are exploring are comprehensive in terms of looking at where the most NOx and VOC is coming from in our region. We have some documents that are linked to in the blueprint that are, we're calling strategy overviews. They're brief documents that provide additional information on each of the strategies under consideration. And they really go into depth on various evaluation factors that are important to consider in what the impacts and effects of these strategies might be. And so these are the evaluation criteria and factors that we are currently considering and that you can find more information on in those strategy overview documents. In the blueprint, we've included quite a number of recommendations. I'm going to go over a few of them here, and these are in addition to the specific strategies that we plan to continue evaluating and exploring, information on how we can move forward in a collaborative and coordinated way with our partners and with stakeholder engagement and continued analysis. So our Highline goal is to achieve attainment of the 70 parts per billion ozone standard by that 2030 to 2032 time period by proposing a viable and sufficient package of emission reduction policies that can be implemented by 2030. We also, in the board endorsed version of the blueprint, had a recommendation on presenting to you all here. And so that's part of why we're here today. We plan to continue analysis and present an updated version of the blueprint to our board next fall. And then we are interested in opportunities to keep you all apprised of this work as well, on the progress of updating and implementing the blueprint strategies, as well as particularly any that may come before you all for decision. And with that, I'll say thank you again for your time and double check if there's anything that anyone wants to add before we close the presentation. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for the presentation. Any questions from commissioners? Commissioner Slutsky.
Well, thank you. Appreciate your work and presentation. It seems there's a question coming in. It seems to me that there's a chance for overlap between your work and the divisions. And I wondered how much collaboration is going on, and am I wrong?
Well, I'll start. Thank you for the question. And we work with the division on a daily basis. So we are tracking the work that they do. They track the work that we do. And we have joint committees. We have joint, weekly, monthly meetings on various topics. And so we do have different charges, though. The division has a full calendar, a full slate of activities with this commission, and from the administration and legislative directives, and they're hard at work on those, and also federal requirements. And at RAC, our primary focus is the ozone plan, and the process is to bring forward successful strategies and approaches to getting to attainment. So we're working as we speak with a kind of a I don't know if it's a memorandum of understanding or just an agreement with the division on roles and responsibilities in doing this hard work that is described in the blueprint. Where do we marshal the resources? How much time do we put in on assessing strategies, getting information about legal authority and resources and the impacts on the permitting program if a new program were to be adopted, et cetera. So we're working on a very, on a regular basis. We don't always agree. That's typical, but for the most part we do. And it's a good relationship. And we've committed, both offices have committed to work closely with each other over the next number of years as this blueprint evolves. Chair.
Go ahead.
I'll just also note that there are 2 members of CDPHE in the division who are on our board. That 30-member board encompasses them as well. And their viewpoints are taken very seriously on the board. We have those conversations at nearly every board meeting. And we open the floor for them to give their perspectives, and that feeds into our process at the board level too.
And they're part of your work groups, or your tone seemed a little more optimistic than theirs. And so I just wondered why the difference?
I would say, well, I won't speak to why it might be different. I would say from the perspective of the board, we have a very specific charge. which is to reach attainment of these federal air quality standards. And one we're working on now, of course, is ozone. So that's our job. We're not going to give up on it before we have the opportunity to try for this next compliance period. So that's the goal we've set for ourselves. And that's where the staff's work derives from. It all derives from that goal.
Thank you. Commissioner, I just would add that we're on a trip with the division and they're driving and we're navigating. So that's the analog that we're trying to use.
So the navigator is more optimistic than the pilot.
It may be a requirement to be optimistic. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Milford.
So thank you all for your presentation and for your work. I have just a couple of quick timing questions. I'm very interested in the health burdens report and wondering what the timeline is for that.
I'll try and answer that. Thank you for the question. We would like to put that out for expert analysis from the College of Medicine, the School of Public Health, and there's some experts at Colorado State in some of the sort of ancillary issues like smoke and transport and that kind of thing. So we're hoping to have that work done in the next sort of 3 months and then go through a review and draft process to deliver that in the second calendar quarter of 26.
Okay. Maybe that would be a good topic for a briefing for the commission when it's available. And that kind of leads to my second question. You mentioned willingness to brief the commission as you go forward with the blueprint. Do you have a idea in your heads of what cadence that should look like?
In my mind, again, from the board level, I would suggest we start with a less formal conversation where it's not in the middle of a rulemaking hearing and we can kick back and forth what we're thinking. And then that would be a good opportunity for us to figure out what the cadence moving forward would be. In large part, it depends on your interest.
So that first one could be sometime in the spring potentially or summer. Is that
sure
what you think?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Commissioner Rudolph.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. Having in the past been on the RAC and certainly been a part of hearing the RAC presentations for a number of years, I am familiar that the RAC has a number of different programs that provide incentives for people to do different things. I'll just leave it at that. The blueprint is largely, it appears to me, regulatory in nature. I am wondering if, given the broad participation on the RAC of different communities and local governments and industries, if there is an ability or a desire to look at potential carrots to get people to, or to get organizations or whatever to take action to reduce emissions. And if so, if part of that would be potentially working with our General Assembly to come up with programs that might provide incentives for folks to take appropriate action to reduce emissions.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. And yeah, you're correct. And thank you for highlighting the kind of the other half of the other side of RAC that implements programs. We implement a number of programs based on the funding that we can, we're either granted, contracted with, begged for, whatever, however we can get those resources. We want to turn those back into the community in the form of electric lawn and garden equipment or electric battery packs for food trucks, for vehicle repairs, with partnering with the state for high emitting vehicles, and a number of other programs as well. So we hope to be able to expand those programs. We have pretty good funding right now, but of course the programs can only be as big as the amount of resources that we have. So we're always fundraising. We're always looking for those resources. And in this blueprint process, we want to quantify the benefits of those programs and take credit for them because they are reducing emissions. And they're just like another, probably a big group of strategies that we want to be able to research and account for that are voluntary or incentive-based and that can show that we are making progress towards compliance. And, approaching the legislature and others, we have a few irons in the fire in that area, but most of those monies are the result of grants and contracts. So we have limitations there.
If I could just add, in the blueprint, we have some information about which strategies we think would need to be regulatory based on, what industry they're targeting or what source sector they're targeting. There are some where we're still exploring what the best pathway is to achieve emission reductions. And so some of them could turn into voluntary or incentive-based programs. And we've noted where we think additional incentives could be really helpful in order to move a program forward.
Yeah, and if I could add, that's a very important point that every strategy that's outlined in the blueprint, it's not predetermined what, how that looks in the future or what the outcomes are. It's really, they are ideas. They're ideas that staff have brought forward, that stakeholders have suggested that are common practice, whatever the source we wanted to capture those strategies that haven't been fully vetted in the past and bring those out. And then the process will determine whether they're a voluntary approach is taken or a regulatory proposal it would be necessary. And then, of course, because we're advisory only, that regulatory proposal would need to come to a board like the commission.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Other commissioner questions? If not, I have one. I'm curious in thinking about the blueprint and developing your list of strategies. I guess how much of a sense you have about what emission reductions each of those strategies generates. But then is that enough to get us to 70? I mean, you said the goal is to get to 70. Have you done any, sometimes in the past, the active sensitivity modeling to say, hey, if we got a 20% emissions reduction, what would it do? Or 20% VOC reduction, what would it do? Do you have a sense of either A, what your list of strategies might get us to, or B, some sensitivity to say, hey, we think we need to get a 25% NOx reduction to achieve the standard? I guess I'm curious if you've looked at it either way.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll give that a try and ask my colleagues to help me. We've only made the highest level estimates and only on some of the strategies. When you all have time to look through those briefing papers, you see that there are some specific estimates in some cases. The response of ozone in the model is a different ballgame. And so we have a set of technical tools now. We've done some modeling that's never been done before in this area that allows us to have coefficients where we say if we change emissions by X, the ozone response is Y. So we're going to apply those tools. That's one of those supporting elements that Kira talked about. And so we'll be having a kind of report on that come out again in the first half of 2026. But I can't answer the question comprehensively right.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I can answer the question in a procedural way from the board's perspective. We're comfortable at this stage with not having those quantifications. This is the first stage of moving forward with this approach. We call it endorsement. We look forward to hopefully adopting the blueprint in a more tangible way about a year from now. So by that stage, the board is expecting from our expert staff much more detailed quantification. We want to know that we're not doing too much. We want to know that we're not doing too little, and that these will fit together well.
Thank you very much. Any other commissioner questions? You're not a commissioner.
Well, I know. I wanted to add a little bit more to the Tom and
30 seconds. Go.
Yes. Okay, I will. And we know you've heard about the latest source apportionment modeling from the division. We know that much of our ozone is given to us, and we only control some smaller share. Now that what that percent of our share is, it's under debate. No one knows what background ozone really is. It's not monitored. It's not measured. It's estimated. And so we kind of use a rule of thumb of 1/3, 2/3. 2/3 is given to us. 1/3 is ours. And so we know to get from a design value in the upper 70s down to 70 or less, we need a 30% reduction in ozone of locally generated ozone. And so we have to then back off that 30% rough estimate to figure out what these emission strategies are getting us and model that and prove it out. So that's.
Thank you. Any cross-exam from the other parties? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
And next up is the Joint Industry Working Group. Okay, go ahead when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Chris Colclaser, speaking for KOGA. Also with me are Ryan Steedley of KOGA, Jen Beaver representing API Colorado, we have Kristen Durr from Williams, and Jennifer Richardson of Mesa County will be online speaking today. Our other witnesses are available for questions. These first two slides show our priorities for this rulemaking. You've got them in front of you, but I'll just say with Reg 7, it's the NOx intensity targets. We support those, but we want to reject the divisions and LTC's separator maintenance proposals that have been withdrawn. Excuse me. We have a number of issues with emission reductions credits. We have some non-ERC issues in Reg 3, and I'll talk briefly about ozone planning. For NOx intensity, we support the NOx intensity targets. And we oppose the LTC's changes to them. The intensity program is an effective and flexible way to achieve the statutory targets. This chart shows the oil and gas NOx emissions in tons per day since 2017. The chart shows mass of emissions. They're down sharply since 2017. Industry has far outperformed its targets in 2024, which was the intensity rule's first compliance year. Interim reports show that oil and gas already met its 2030 mass target of 22.7 tons per day last year. And unfortunately, the RAC's new modeling shows that this will barely move the needle on ozone. The LGC proposes to set mass-based NOx reduction targets in the reg or the SBAT because they're concerned about the potential that production increases will cause the industry to miss the statutory NOx targets, even if its intensity goes down. This proposal is not necessary or helpful because the proposed intensity targets already account for production growth, and the industry has already met the 2030 NOx reduction target by mass. To account for the LGC's concerns, the JWIG supports REG and SBAT language to reevaluate the intensity targets if production changes. We note that the Commission and ECMC have both rejected mass targets in the past, and we ask you to do so again. The LGC also proposes to require the division to evaluate the on-care inventory. This is inappropriate because the oil and gas inventory is already being upgraded. It is already more detailed and comprehensive than any other source category in Colorado, and it has been vetted by an expert panel. So there's no need for the LGC proposal at this time. The JWIG supports the withdrawal of the separator proposals. While industry has not changed its view that reducing VOCs by 0.03 tons or even 3.7 tons, as claimed by the division, would justify a new rule, we do hope that going forward, the parties will have more time to engage and to discuss complex technical issues related to separator maintenance emissions than we have had so far. With that, I'm going to skip down to slide 23. Emission reduction goals. Colorado needs an ERC program that works and allows operators to actually generate and use credits. The state has not issued an ERC in years or decades. I've often joked that ERCs in Colorado are like unicorns, that we have a whole taxonomy of where they live, what they look like, what they eat, but there's never actually been a confirmed sighting of an ERC in Colorado. And so we're excited to improve this program and make changes to it so that it actually works. We have some proposed language changes that we're asking you to revise today, but we do think there may be a need for additional changes in the future as this develops.
So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about sort of our clarifications and our requests regarding like well production facility and surface equipment shutdowns. You know, our first request is that we believe that the commission should clarify that operators who permanently shut down well production facilities or surface equipment are generally eligible for ERCs. It may seem obvious that shutting down and bulldozing a source is a permanent emissions reduction. However, the division has previously declined to issue ERCs for shutting down or curtailing a well production facility. The main concern has been that the reductions might not really be permanent if the same or other operator might produce more oil or gas from the same lease or the formation. But that really isn't kind of the relevant question here. Under EPA guidance, the question is whether the particular source or emissions unit seeking credits has made a permanent, quantifiable surplus and enforceable reduction. So shutdowns are eligible for ERCs under EPA's regs and guidance and under Colorado's GHG Roadmap 2.0, which stated that Colorado's near-term actions would, quote, would provide emission reduction credits for operators that plug wells and retire production facilities. While we recognize that the roadmap is for GHGs, this sentence really was about ozone because emission reduction credits is not a term that applies to GHGs. Next slide, please. We asked this commission to clarify that there are no special or extra limits on certifying ERCs from shutting down upstream sources. Although the division pulled this issue from Reg 7, and we understand they plan to publish guidance limiting ERCs for these shutdowns, we're asking the commission as independent experts to decide this issue today after hearing from the parties. Next slide, please. The division's main concern has been that these reductions might not be permanent if the demand for oil and gas only shifts to another source and the production moves elsewhere. But EPA guidance says that reductions are permanent if there's an enforceable limit on a particular source seeking an ERC. EPA said enforceability is what makes it permanent. For example, revising a permit makes the reduction permanent by compelling the source to keep its emissions at or below the new level, which might be zero. Permits are source specific and they don't stop operators in any industry from getting other permits for other sources. Even so, EPA said that placing permit limits on the source asking for an ERC makes the reduction permanent. Conversely, EPA's banking manual said that reductions from, say, carpooling are often not permanent. That makes sense because there's no enforceable requirement to carpool. But EPA in that discussion never suggested that issuing licenses to new drivers would somehow make carpool reductions not permanent. And if you're concerned that operators might get ERCs even when production increases, we wanted to note that the point of the ERC program is to ultimately foster economic growth and allow for the construction of new and modified sources. Next slide, please. EPA addressed the division's concerns about demand shifting in its 1986 trading policy. EPA shifting demand is only an issue for what EPA called small sources that are not in the SIP inventory or don't have permits. So EPA used gas stations and dry cleaners as examples. EPA said that if states aren't permitting or inventorying these small sources, then the states would need some mechanism to ensure that the reductions are permanent. But that's not a concern for upstream sources. They are all in the SIP inventory because they all submit on-year reports with no de minimis threshold. And with an APEN threshold of 1 ton per year of NOx or VOCs, most sources in the non-attainment area file APENs if not permits. Unlike dry cleaners, operators can't just construct upstream sources and never tell the division, so shifting demand isn't really the same concern. So instead of striking these sections where the division initially proposed to allow ERCs for shutdown and curtailment only if the operator certified that demand won't shift to other sources, the JWIG proposes to restrict ERCs from sources that are not in the SIP inventory and also don't have a permit where the division determines demand will shift. The JWIG, so this is the language, and then the JWIG also proposes the SBAP language that goes along with this. Consistent with EPA guidance, the last sentence here clarifies that when deciding whether reductions are permanent, the potential for demand to shift to other well production facilities is not relevant. Can you go back one slide, Chris, just to the red line language? So I think here, just the blue language is us indicating that shutdowns or curtailments of emission sources whose emissions units are not counted in the emissions inventory and are not in a permit, those are the ones where the division would have to determine at that time if there's a demand for services or product would shift to other sources. And then there's corresponding language requiring the applicant to provide information regarding the likelihood of the demand for that. But it would be limited to those sources that are either not in the SIP inventory or do not have a permit. 2 slides. I'm going to change topics here a little bit. As background, this section is 5D2, which is entitled Non-Creditable Reductions. And the lead-in language to this section that we're showing here says the following reductions do not qualify for emission reduction credits. So in this proposal, when we submitted this last Friday, we proposed to strike 5D2B because we were concerned about 2 things. That one, 5B2B was inconsistent with 5D2C, and that it could be potentially read to prevent sources from obtaining ERC credits for reductions that go above and beyond returning to compliance. So the concern is from us, what ERCs does VDT2B preclude? So let me give you an example. If, for example, a storage tank was supposed to be controlled and it was not, and then it needed to install an enclosed control device to achieve a 95% reduction efficiency. However, let's say the operator instead proposes to put on a vapor control recovery unit and they could recover 100% of the vapors from the tank. There's a difference there between that 95% control and the 100% control that in accordance with 5D2C, that additional reduction beyond the amount required to return to compliance is creditable. However, as we read 5D2B, it's unclear if a source that is out of compliance at the time of application could receive the ERC. And that's really critical because that a source can submit an application when it's out of compliance is critical because in order to get the ERC, you have to submit the application before you do the reduction work. So in the scenario I gave, the storage tank would not be in compliance until after installing the VRU. But if it installed the VRU before applying for the ERC, it then wouldn't be eligible for the ERC. So our concern is that if at the time of application review is read to mean at the time of application or any kind of immediate time after that, then it would foreclose the ability to actually get those credits for the reductions that go above and beyond. We've been talking with the division about this since we submitted this presentation, and we understand that that is not the intent. We understand that the division included the language as an acknowledgement that it really doesn't plan to expend resources to review ERC applications if a unit's out of compliance, which I think makes sense, and we understand that. We understand through conversations the division does not interpret at the time of review to mean at the time the application is submitted, but we don't think the language here is unclear. And because this could be a critical issue, we're trying to work on SBAP language with the division that would clarify. We're hoping to get some SBAP language that they could support, but at least something they could not oppose that would ultimately make it clear that sources out of compliance can submit ERC applications, then do the reduction that goes above and beyond, and then ultimately receive an ERC. So we will likely put that in our rebuttal slides, assuming we are able to hopefully get there.
Okay, the division proposes language allowing it to require performance testing or continuous monitoring.
Need to get closer to the mic.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Or continuous monitoring to verify baseline emissions. Does that work better? Yeah, that works better. Post-project emissions or both. Verifying the baseline should not be necessary. The baseline can be established from prior APENs or emission reports or any historic testing or monitoring. We trust those existing tools to verify compliance, and we should also be able to trust them to establish baselines for ERCs. Sources should be allowed to reduce emissions right away after they apply to certify an ERP. Because if you're telling me that moving forward with my project might take away the ERCs by making it impossible to verify the baseline, I'm probably going to keep emitting at those higher rates until the division tells me I don't need baseline testing. This could take months or longer. Next slide, please. So the JWIG is asking to limit testing and monitoring to verify the project emissions and not the baseline.
Thank you, Kirsten. Next, I'm going to talk. I have some slides about incomplete ERC applications, but the divisions are rather revised address our concerns. So I'm going to skip down to mobile source ERCs. Okay, the division's rebuttal proposal, section 5D2A, proposes to disallow ERCs for reductions from mobile sources. The JWIG isn't currently asking to have any provisions to allow or certify ERCs for reductions from fleets or mobile sources, but we do want to maintain the flexibility to do that in the future. And so the JWIG's concern is that if you say in the SIP now that reductions from mobile sources are not creditable, and that's approved by EPA as part of the SIP, it could be hard to take that back out of the SIP in the future, that it might be seen as backsliding in the future if you change the program to create a mechanism to issue these credits for getting reductions from mobile sources. So that's a concern that we have. To address that, we would like to make 5D2A a state-only regulation. So it would still be in the rule. It would still say that these reductions are not currently creditable, so that no one is actually submitting these applications to the division. The division has said in their rebuttal statement and their SBAP that they don't have a way to process these since they don't issue permits to mobile sources. They wouldn't really know what to do with the application that came in. So we would keep this language on the books to prevent those applications from coming into the division, but simply ask you to leave it out of the SIP and not submit it to EPA at this time, so that if you or the division decide down the road that you want to pursue mobile source reduction credits, you would be able to do that. There are also some technical corrections that we have flagged in our red line ERC language. In several places, the phrase ERC creation should be replaced with ERC certification. The division's errata corrects that issue. And we have also proposed that certain paragraphs should be applied to emission units instead of facility-wide to the entire source. And so, for example, this change would let operators generate credits by reducing emissions from one piece of equipment, such as retrofitting just one engine, maybe with better NOx controls, even if the rest of the source does not change. The division has also addressed this in its errata, and we support those changes in the division's errata. Next, I'm going to talk about the definition of annual actual emissions that you already heard about this morning. We believe this current definition of annual actual emissions should be retained. This is a bit of a weedy issue, but we'll just dive in. Reg 3 currently defines annual actual emissions as the actual rate of emissions of a pollutant, excluding excess emissions from malfunction or startups and shutdowns associated with the malfunction. The division has proposed to remove the exclusion of malfunction-related emissions. The JWIG is asking to keep that so that we would continue to exclude malfunction-related emissions from this definition. This definition affects the SIP emissions inventory and certain other reporting requirements. The division has said this morning, you heard Ms. Martland say their proposal is intended to align Colorado's inventory with EPA's 2017 inventory guidance, but no change is actually needed to do this. The current definition already aligns with EPA guidance, which, as the division said this morning, does not require states to submit these reports of malfunction-related emissions. So the current definition is fully consistent with what EPA is asking the state to do. The JWIG is concerned that changing the definition will create confusion and inconsistencies in how the rule is applied. For example, the proposed section 1B11 would require operators to report certain malfunction-related emissions that are currently excluded from on-air reports. And so this would put operators in the position of keeping two different records or submitting two different reports. And so it would be more consistent to leave this unchanged. If you do proceed to change the definition of annual actual emissions anyway, or to grant the division's request, the JWIG supports the CPA's requested SBAT language that acknowledges these emissions from malfunctions might not be readily ascertainable. Turning to section 185 fees, here's Brian.
Thanks, Chris. So I'll cover the section 185 fees. Thank you. These fees apply in severe and extreme ozone non-attainment areas that fail to attain the standard by their attainment deadline. For us, that means the Denver Metro North Front Range area could face these penalties in 2028 if we don't attain 75 parts per billion in 2027. Major sources of VOC or NOx will have to pay more than $12,000 per ton of VOC and NOx emitted in amounts greater than 80% of their source-specific baseline. The baseline is the lower of the source's actual or allowable emissions during the 2027 attainment year. Now, in 2022, the Commission adopted rules for calculating the emissions baseline, and Section 65 allows operators to aggregate emissions of NOx and VOCs at the same source or to aggregate emissions of one or both pollutants across multiple facilities under common control. The division supported this in 2022. CDPHE submitted the Section 65 baseline aggregation rule to EPA as a SIP revision. Divisions now propose to rescind 65 before EPA acts on it because, as we heard previously, they say that EPA might disapprove it. JWIG is asking you to wait and see what EPA does. EPA might approve the rule that the division and commission both supported in 2022. But if EPA disapproves it, Colorado will be in the same place as if you rescind it today. Either way, baseline aggregation will be out of the SIP and the rest of the 185 feet program will remain in place. This subsection will be severed from the SIP and the rest will stand. Colorado won't be required to adopt a replacement for 65. So rescinding it today gains nothing. The division has argued that if EPA disapproves 65, Colorado can't respond in time to avoid sanctions. This slide explains why we disagree, and Chris can take questions on sanctions, but we filed a red line in our rebuttal statement that resolves the risk we believe, and we further refined that language, as you'll see in a slide here in a second, to address the division's concerns. So we're asking you to adopt language today that automatically rescinds 65 if EPA disapproves it. We think this is a third way, and in fact is a path of least resistance that provides the opportunity to retain the baseline aggregation that AQCC has already approved while eliminating the risk the division sees of EPA disapproval. This ensures that if EPA disapproves this rule, we won't need another SIP rulemaking. This section will automatically drop out of Reg 3, and CDPHE can immediately notify that it's withdrawing 65. Now, legislative review of the SIP will happen in 2026, which is the same timeline as if you rescinded 65 outright today. This contingent rescission removes any of the potential risk of sanctions and preserves the status quo until EPA acts. It's better for Colorado to stand by its past actions and stay the course until EPA acts, rather, we believe, than flip-flopping out of fear of the unknown over what EPA might do. So here's our proposed language. And as I mentioned, we've refined this slightly from what was in our rebuttal red line. Our rebuttal made the rescission effective after any litigation over an EPA disapproval was finished. We're now proposing to trigger the rescission earlier upon the effective date of any EPA disapproval. The SBAT language is new, and this clarifies that CDPHE will withdraw 65 from the SIP only if EPA disapproves it.
Thank you, Brian. And before I dive into Title V permits, let me just say briefly, there are a number of areas of the division's analysis of the sanctions risk that we disagree with, but we believe that you can avoid that question entirely by simply adopting language now that says this provision about baseline aggregation just automatically comes out of the SIP if it is disapproved by EPA, and that would allow us to proceed and eliminate the potential risk of sanctions. So we think there is a good path forward here. With Title V permits, federal and state regulations both allow minor modifications of Title V permits in some limited cases. Sources may apply for a minor modification, and they may carry out the change without waiting for the division to act. And that's one of the key benefits. It provides flexibility that you don't have to wait for the division to act on it. Minor modifications also don't require public comment. This is important. It's an important tool because division permit approval can take 1 to 2 years or longer, and the division simply doesn't meet its 90-day deadline to respond to minor modifications under Reg 3. The EPA and Colorado have both created these minor mods for a reason. EPA's preamble to its 1992 Title V rule explains that minor modifications both simultaneously preserve flexibility for the source and ensure that the agency will review the permit application. And this is appropriate because the changes are smaller. Pages 12 to 15 of our pre-hearing statement speaks to this. But the division proposes to take this tool away in some cases. They're proposing to disallow minor mods for projects that would require public comment if they were processed under the construction permit regulations instead, and to make those sources actually request a construction permit instead of using Title V minor mods. But this tool is important and it should be kept. Jennifer Richardson from Mesa County has logged on and is going to give an example of why this tool is important.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Richardson. I'm the Solid Waste and Sustainability Division Director for Mesa County, and I oversee our county landfill. Our landfill does use a gas collection system, and we have a flare to control our emissions. We also have a Title V permit. We began controlling emissions voluntarily in 2012 and later became subject to federal regulations. We had to modify our gas collection system once we became mandatory that we had the gas collection system, and we replaced our flare in 2024. This was all when we became subject to the federal regulation. Mesa County used a minor modification permit to permit the changes, right? To take us from being a voluntary system to being a mandatory system. In order to meet our federal deadline, we had to physically change our collection and control system, while the minor modification application was still pending. We could not have met our federal deadline if we had to wait for the division to issue the permit because the division missed its 90-day deadline under Reg 3 to act on our application. We submitted a design plan for the gas collection system in 2022 and submitted the minor modification application in July of 2023, which was 7 months before our federal deadline. Actually, it's longer than 7, it's 6, 7, 8, 9. Our federal deadline was March of 2024, but it took the division 12 months to issue our permit. So without being able to move forward with the minor modification rules as they are, we would have missed that March deadline waiting for the Air Pollution Control Division. While our project would not have required public comment under the construction permit rules, our experience shows that minor modifications are an important tool and sources can't always wait a year or more for permits. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jennifer. So there's no good reason to restrict minor modifications. The division has not identified any adverse impacts to residents under the current rule. The division proposed this change simply because CDPHE signed an agreement with EPA promising that it would, but that by itself is not a good reason to take away an important permitting tool. The program is working and the division has fulfilled its obligation to propose the rule change, but that agreement with EPA does not bind this commission or obligate you to approve the rule change. So the JWIG simply proposes to strike this language. This slide was also addressed by the errata. I'm going to turn to ozone planning for just a minute. So the LTC has called for more rules on oil and gas NOx and has even called for a decrease in oil and gas production to meet the ozone standard. That is not warranted in this case, and we oppose their request. But I want to start with the numbers. Looking at the SIP inventory, which overstates oil and gas NOx emissions. So as you saw in the earlier graph on slide 5 and in this table, the oil and gas industry cut its NOx emissions in half from 2017 to 24 on a mass basis. So in 2017, oil and gas pre-production and production activities, meaning drilling, fracking, and the long-term production phase, emitted 45.3 tons per day. The entire oil and gas industry, this is the right column, which includes midstream sources, emitted 58.9 tons per day in 2017. I'm going to focus mainly on pre-production and production in the 2 left columns, because that is what is covered by the NOx intensity rules. Midstream is covered by separate regulations. But the steering committee and the SIP inventory both show that pre-production and production NOx dropped significantly to about 35 tons per year in 2023. However, the SIP inventory leaves out the further reduction to 21.7 tons per day, which happened in 2024. I'm sorry, I said tons per year a second ago. These numbers are all tons per day. But the SIP inventory does not capture that further reduction in 2024 because it doesn't take credit for state-only regulations. And that's on purpose due to EPA rules about creditability and how the SIP inventory has to be structured. But if you simply read the SIP inventory, you won't see the benefits of these state-only rules. The SIP inventory also makes very conservative assumptions. It projects that pre-production and production NOx will actually rise back up to 53 tons per day in 2026, more than double the actual rate from last year. Again, that 53.0 number ignores state rules. There is a provision in the technical support document, or the TSD, for the inventory that adjusts that number to account for state regulations. And that shows a 35.1 ton per day NOx emission rate in 2026 under the SIP inventory. But we think that is also unrealistic. Again, it's about 2/3 higher than the emissions rate from last year. Even if there is some increase in production, it is unrealistic to think that NOx emissions will rise by 2/3 by 2026. For one, permitting is slowed down, but also these newer facilities that might come online are subject to very stringent regulations and are much more likely to use electrification or other low NOx techniques. So we just don't think that SIP inventory is realistic at all. This data, well, let me also add that more NOx reductions are on the way. The upstream GHG intensity rule is going to reduce NOx as a co-benefit of GHG reductions because the same combustion sources that emit carbon dioxide also emit NOx. And the midstream GHG greenhouse gas rule that you adopted in 2024 will also reduce NOx for the same reason. It's addressing combustion. And you have tighter upstream NOx intensity targets in front of you today for 2027 through 2030. So this data simply refutes the claim that there is a need for more NOx reductions from the oil and gas industry. I also want to talk a little bit about the recent modeling results that we've seen from the RAC. They published new source apportionment modeling results after we filed rebuttal statements. So it wasn't in anyone's filings, but the source apportionment results show how much each sector contributes to ozone levels. And they are broken out both by sector, by the source category, as well as by geographic region. The new report estimates contributions to ozone at the 5 monitors listed on the left. And this report confirms what the JWIG has been saying for years, that the oil and gas industry makes small contributions to Colorado's ozone problem. So I've got slides here that I copied from that report. They're a little fuzzy because I had to blow them up so much, but let me show you or describe what they show. The pie charts show the average ozone contributions from all sources by source category that are located inside the non-attainment area on the days in 2026 when the model is predicting ozone levels above 65 parts per billion. Oil and gas is broken out into 3 categories in the pie chart. OGD for oil and gas pre-production, OGP for production, and OGM for oil and gas midstream. I circled those tags in the pie chart, And I also created a new table at the bottom showing the percentage contributions. So at the Chatfield monitor, we see that all sources in the non-attainment area, including natural sources in the non-attainment area, are expected to contribute 8.39 parts per billion on the high ozone days. And a total of 11% of that 8.39 ppb comes from oil and gas. So that's 0.9 parts per billion ozone contribution from oil and gas at the Chatfield monitor. Similar story at NREL. All sources in the non-attainment area are expected to contribute 9.19 parts per billion on the high ozone days in 26, and 10% of that, or 0.9 parts per billion, comes from oil and gas. Rocky Flats North shows a 7.06 ppb contribution from local sources, 12% from oil and gas, which is 0.8 parts per billion. And at the Fort Collins West monitor, only 0.43 parts per billion, not a typo, less than half of a part per billion of ozone at the Fort Collins West monitor is from local sources. 9% of that, or 0.04 parts per billion, comes from oil and gas. And finally, at the Weld monitor, this is actually the Greeley Weld Tower. All sources in the non-attainment area contribute 3.33 parts per billion. 31% of that, or 1.0 parts per billion, comes from oil and gas. So the Greeley Weld Tower is near oil and gas development. It's not a surprise that the industry has a higher percentage contribution at this location. But two things stand out. First, this monitor is projected to attain 70 parts per billion in 2026. It's the only one of these five projected to attain. And second, the total oil and gas contribution is still about 1 part per billion. So what do you make of all that? When you consider future ozone planning efforts, the JWIG asks you to pursue effective strategies and to say no to ideas that are not effective, that won't move the needle, or are too expensive. We ask you to reject the demands for more oil and gas NOx regulations. We ask you to remember that the SIP inventory overstates oil and gas NOx because it ignores the benefit of state-only regulations. We ask you to remember, or to allow, the RAC to develop its blueprint without directing the outcome or calling for future rulemakings in the SBAP today. And no party has asked for that, right? What the RAC has said is that they will develop their proposals in 2026. We're asking you to let that play out. And finally, we ask you to seek regulatory relief from the impacts of international emissions and from exceptional events. I'll save the rest of our time for rebuttal and open the floor for any questions.
Great, thank you very much for your presentation. Are there any commissioner questions? Go ahead, Commissioner Milford.
Sorry, I'm trying to find the slide. I think it's around slide 27. It's the one that talks about the ERC's plug and abandon language that you're looking for.
Jenny, could you also, go ahead and answer the question. I guess at some point I need to see the commissioners online.
They're not sleeping? Is that what you're doing?
Exactly. Give them a chance to ask questions too.
Oh.
Yeah.
So it was your proposed reg language to modify the ERC section.
You want the proposed reg language?
Yeah, there we go. Okay. All right, so I've read that a bunch of times and I do not understand it. I'm sorry. The division determines that demand for the services or product will shift to other similar sources in the applicable non-attainment areas, resulting in no net decrease in emissions from the source category. Why do they need to find that they will shift to other sources? Maybe I'm not reading this right, or I missed something.
Yeah, so I think I'll take a stab at it, but jump in, Chris. I mean, I think that, so ultimately, the first part of that sentence is to focus on, you limiting those that have to go through this analysis from the division. But then, the division, because these are non-creditable reductions. So the heading of this is non-creditable reductions. So they're only going to not be creditable if the division determines that the demand will shift. So if it's not going to shift, they should be creditable.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. I guess I missed the header, the VDT non-credible part. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. All right.
And welcome back.
Welcome back.
And then, I think I had another question. Oh, on the minor modifications issue. So did I understand, I'm sorry, the speaker on, was that Jennifer? Did I have the name?
Jennifer Richardson from.
Thank you. To say that their example wasn't quite fitting because they wouldn't in fact have had to undergo notice and comment. So it's actually not an example of where the proposed change would be problematic.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Alford. That is correct. So the division said in their memorandum of notice that there were only 5 permits in a decade that would have been affected by this, and we were not able to identify those 5 permits of the last decade. But the point of the Mesa County example is to show that this minor modification program is important. It has a real need. And while they would not have had to go to public comment, they could have. And there are downsides to simply taking away this important tool based on just an agreement that the division would propose it.
So let me follow up. I guess my question was that the division says that the notice and comment is not required if you wouldn't have to undergo notice and comment under Part B construction permit. So isn't that a sufficient out to address most of your concerns?
It is not, because there will be cases where the rule does apply. And again, I was not able to locate one of those 5 examples over the last decade, but there will be some instances where a source is not allowed to pursue a minor modification because the project would require public comment if it had been processed as a construction permit under Part B. And we don't see a benefit of taking away this tool or taking away this option. And there are instances where the value of a minor modification permit and being able to proceed after you've submitted the application is important, where it could make a difference.
And I would just also add, I think there's also, there's the unique circumstances where for those companies that can no longer use that, it could be pretty substantially detrimental to their project, because especially with the delays that we've been seeing in the construction permitting process, which I know this commission talked about earlier this year, that's a significant potential impact. But I do also want to say that I think there is a sort of precedential, but also just sort of fundamental piece here, which is that, minor mods were created for a reason. They were designed for some of the flexibility that was required in the Clean Air Act. There is, our program is not different than other programs. And so to sort of change our program and start chipping away at that creates concerns when we don't think that the division has provided sort of a substantial reason for why it's necessary at this time. So
that's all.
I had just a related question to follow up on that. So have any other states done this type of change on the minor modifications?
I'm not aware of any, but I mean, that doesn't mean there hasn't been, but I'm not aware of any.
Other commissioner questions? Commissioner Rudolph.
There we go. I was trying to find something. So can you go back to the 185 fees? Well, what slide is that? 40, around 48, I think. I'm trying to understand. I think you lost me on the explanation here. And let me see if I can find the slide myself. So I'm trying to figure out what you're saying here. So if we leave the regulation as it's written now submit the SIP with the current 185 fee structure. And EPA approves it, we're good. Got that. If EPA says, no, this is not approvable, what you're suggesting is that we have sort of a poison pill in the reg that will take it out. But don't we have to have something to take its place?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Rudolph. The answer is no. So the remainder of the Section 185 fee provisions in Reg 3 are fully compliant with federal requirements, right? Those have not been questioned. All that the division is proposing to do today is to pull this one section. So you'd have, the current rule has, just gonna make this up, like parts A, B, C, and D. And the division has questioned part D and said, well, we need to pull D out, and you'd be left with A, B, and C. We're proposing to do the exact same thing, pull out, this provision that has been questioned and leave the remainder of the rules in place, which we agree, the division seems to agree is approvable on its own. And from what I understand, EPA has not questioned that either. So our point is that if it stays with EPA, they're currently reviewing it, and EPA eventually says, no, this baseline aggregation fee is not approvable, then the EPA would pull this provision, the same one that we're looking at pulling today. You'll be in the same place, whether you rescind it outright today or whether you adopt our contingent rescission where it's triggered to be pulled in the future, or whether EPA disapproves it. You're left in the same place. You've got the rest of the rule, parts A, B, and C are still in place. It's a fully functional and approvable program for Section 185 fees.
And Commissioner Rudolph, I just want to make sure to correct one thing, and I think Chris mentioned it, but this is already pending with EPA. So you guys, the commission approved this program with this language back in, I think it was 2022. And so it's been pending with EPA. So it's not as though we would be submitting a new SIP unless we make the changes here, to remove it or to put this automatic rescission in place. So I just wanted to make that piece clear.
Right. Okay. So the SIP would survive and be okay just without a D. Your example.
That's right.
Okay. Okay. So then, all right, that answers that question. Now I'm going to go back to, again, slide 28 on the shutdown. Your language, your proposed language talks about emissions that are not in the SIP emissions inventory or not included in Regulation 3, in a permit issued to Regulation 3. So I guess part of my understanding was that's the way you know that there is there are emissions that could be counted and tracked either through it being on the inventory or through Reg 3. But now you're saying that these are sources that aren't in the inventory and not regulated under Regulation 3. And so what are those sources, and how does the division know that these emissions are being reduced or credited, and then conversely credited or resulting in credited?
That is a very practical question. Let me back up a little bit and say the way that EPA approached this in their guidance was they started out by saying emission reductions are generally creditable so long as it's permanent, enforceable, quantifiable, and surplus, it's creditable. But then the question came up, what about these small sources? And that was the phrase EPA used. And they used examples of gas stations or dry cleaners that were so small they didn't have a permit. The state wouldn't really even know that they existed. The state wouldn't know if someone was building a new dry cleaner across the street. But one of those dry cleaners could come to the state and say, hey, we shut down. We would like to apply for ERCs. And so the commission, or excuse me, the EPA was concerned that demand could shift from the one dry cleaner to another, and the state would not have any oversight of that. The state wouldn't be able to regulate or prevent an emissions increase from more dry cleaners popping up around the state without their knowledge. And so our intent here is to adopt a rule that's consistent with EPA's position on shifting demand. EPA had said, like, for these other small sources, the dry cleaners, that the state could give credit for those reductions if the state had an enforceable mechanism to ensure the reductions were permanent. And so if the state revised its rules somehow, sort of went above and beyond and regulated those reductions to ensure, or excuse me, regulated those sources to ensure the reductions were permanent, then the state could give credit. And so that's what this draft language is.
How do you, if they're unknown to the state, how do you quantify the emissions?
I think it would come up case by case. So you would have an application from that owner of the dry cleaner to say, I was only at 1 ton per year, but I shut down and I'd like credit for that 1 ton per year.
But how is that verified?
Well, and I guess I would
it's
just
not in the
say,
system, how is that verified?
well, I would say, I think, Commissioner Reader, that's related to other provisions in the ERC application in terms of what you have to show what your baseline emissions were and what your reductions are. So to me, that question of like whether a super small source could qualify for an ERC otherwise seems a little separate from this particular like shutdown or curtailment section, which is we're talking about trying to focus on when you have to show it's not going to shift to other similar sources, right? Or when the division has to evaluate whether it will shift to other similar sources. So does that make sense?
The other thing I would say is this language, our language, is intended to restrict the credits for those small sources that the state does not know about. So again, this 5D2, these are non-creditable. If it's not in the inventory and you don't have a permit and the state doesn't know about it, then there would be this additional restriction on giving credits for that. Conversely, if you are in the inventory, you would not have the additional restriction.
Okay, thank you.
Other commissioner questions? I'll build on that a little bit while we're here. I'm trying to think through your concern about whether things are credible or not. I mean, here you're clearly saying things aren't creditable in these certain circumstances. Should there be language somewhere that says if you are in the SIP inventory and have a permit, that they should be creditable? Or does that language exist elsewhere in the, I read it yesterday, but I don't remember in my line in terms of what is in there.
I think that language exists because there is, in the division's proposal, there's criteria for when you get an ERC, as long as it's permanent, enforceable, et cetera.
Second question. So on this slide, you have VD2B. Okay, if you go to slide 30, you have a VD2B with completely different language.
Look to see if that's a difference.
So is that a different part or something? All right, there's still under non-creditable reduction. So that's part of what I'm trying to figure.
You know, that is a good point. I think these paragraphs are both numbered 5D2 in the division's draft, and I think it may be a carryover from.
Well, they're both non-creditable reductions.
The existing numbers.
So
this is an enforcement provision. I'm sorry. If it helps, we can take it back and fill out the red line.
That would be helpful. I had a question on your comment about page 39 on slide 39 about mobile sources. Are you familiar with what Waste Management did in Maricopa County, Arizona, in terms of getting an ERC for mobile source emission reductions that they sold to Intel?
I am not familiar with that.
Okay, I was curious if, okay, never mind. I asked the question. Okay.
I can say that Texas has a provision in its rules that allows credits for vehicle fleet reductions. So it has been done elsewhere in the country.
In terms of your contingent rescission language,
I understand what you're saying about how it works. I'm trying to think about how that interacts with EPA's decision-making process. Are you saying that if we were to adopt your language, we would submit it in May on that? If I go back to the division's timeline, we would submit it in May, and then whenever they made a decision, that language would already be in the application. So if they said, no, you can't do this, I'm trying to think how through EPA saying, no, this is disallowed, and then instantly allowing the next part in terms of what we heard from the division about going back and forth from EPA. I mean, I understand how it cleanly works in regulation in theory, but I'm trying to figure out how it works with the EPA approval process and how stuff has to be submitted back and forth with EPA.
Are you asking whether it would influence EPA's decision if they knew that this was on the books?
No, I guess I'm trying to construct a version of the division's timeline slide from this morning. If we adopted this and we turned it in May, EPA made a decision in July. If they approve it with the baseline aggregation, then that's clear. If they disapprove baseline aggregation, they've disapproved our application with baseline aggregation. Does the division have to turn around and resubmit to say, oh, we have to resubmit now, EPA, you have to make another decision? Or is it because it's all there in the language, does EPA just approve it as submitted and say, you can't use the aggregation portion?
Thank you. I think it's simpler than that.
Okay.
So EPA already has the current submittal. They're able to act on that anytime. If you adopt this automatic rescission, contingent rescission, you would not submit it to EPA at this time, right? It would stay at the state level until or unless EPA does a partial disapproval and says they object to this aggregate baseline language. At that point, CDPHE would send a letter to EPA saying we withdraw this SIP provision. You wouldn't have to vote on it. It wouldn't have to go through legislative review because that legislative review will happen in spring of 2026 at the next session. So it would really just be sending a letter to EPA saying we withdraw this provision from our SIP submittal.
But part of what I heard the division saying was that going back and asking EPA a second time, now you restart the clock on them having to make a second decision, and that they won't make that decision. It's taken them 2+ years without making a decision. If you resubmit, will they make a decision by the July 2027 deadline?
Good questions. I do not view July 2027 as an important date. When I said before, we have some disagreements with their legal conclusions. So the Clean Air Act has a sanctions clock. It's 18 months from the date of EPA disapproval. And so the fact that we have an attainment deadline of July 2027 is different from the sanctions clock or the deadline to impose the sanctions. So there would be 18 months from whenever EPA makes the partial disapproval finding. EPA could act on the SIP withdrawal very quickly. And let me also say, I don't agree that this partial disapproval would trigger sanctions to start with, because the remainder of the provisions on the books in the SIP are sufficient to have a program for Section 185 fees, and no one has questioned that. What the division has said, and this is the top bullet of the slide 48, they're worried about the sentence that the plan revision shall not be treated as meeting the requirements of this chapter until the administrator approves the entire plan revision as complying. So the concern is that there's this tail, there's this leftover bit that has been disapproved that would somehow trigger sanctions. That seems unlikely, and the division didn't cite a precedent for that, for the EPA to say, Colorado, you have submitted a complete program. It is good. But because you also submitted a section that we disapproved, now we're going to impose sanctions. I think that would be capricious, and I would like to take that case to court as a lawyer. But if they did proceed down this path, again, there'd be 18 months to act. We saw this summer with with how EPA stopped the sanctions clock on the disapproval of SIP contingency measures. EPA doesn't have to go through the full process. They don't have to finally approve whatever Colorado submits to correct it. They just have to make an interim finding and propose to approve it, and that is enough to stop the sanctions clock. So I do not see any world where that cannot happen within 18 months. If you are primed and ready and you have the contingent rescission, you just have to send a letter to EPA to say we're withdrawing this language that you disapproved.
Thank you. And lastly, on the annual actual emissions, you're saying the change in definition affects the SIP inventory. Are there other than, and then operators would have to submit 2 different reports. Are there any other compliance concerns? At one point, I thought I saw in some of the statements about does it affect testing or other things? Has that been resolved to your satisfaction?
No, it hasn't been resolved. So the JWIG does have concerns that changing the definition of annual actual emissions would spill over or have other impacts in terms of how the inspections and enforcement unit makes their compliance determinations. So we think there's a risk that if you start to say, for reporting purposes, that you need to include emissions from malfunctions to determine what your actual emissions were, that's inconsistent with the example we used was the new source performance standard rules that explicitly ignore malfunction related emissions when determining compliance. So they have a method for compliance demonstrations under the NSPS. It's based on performance test results. Those performance tests must be done under representative conditions, meaning not a malfunction. And so we think it can create an inconsistency if you start to say malfunction related emissions are actual emissions. We're worried about how that would be interpreted over time.
And I think it just goes to show why we think it's premature, right? Like, if this is something that the division feels strongly needs to be done, let's sit down, figure out how it could be used, what all the implications are, what all the federal regs or provisions of the state rules it could implicate, and have that discussion if it's really that's important. But that's where I think we're struggling is the division, they've talked about being consistent with this guidance. I think you heard Chris say, we think it's already consistent, but even if it isn't, that's not something that's like, okay, why do we have to decide to be consistent right this moment? We're not hearing that that's a problem that's been brought by EPA or anything else. And again, we don't think there is an inconsistency. And so I think our concern is, there wasn't any discussion about this. It was just sort of put into this proposal. And so we don't understand all the potential implications.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Milford.
So I have one more question about the ERCs. And I understand that the division agreed with your request to add emissions units as well as facilities in the definition of sources. I'm kind of struggling with that. Wouldn't we want ERCs to be restricted to having the facility-wide emissions go down and not just emissions from a particular piece of equipment where perhaps under a facility-wide permit, other emissions could go up? Why isn't facilities sufficient?
I would say that's not how the permitting program is set up. We have specific limits for specific pieces of equipment on the permits. They are tracked separately. And it would be more common for sources to make changes at a particular piece of equipment without making a facility-wide change. So I think
wouldn't the facility-wide emissions presumably go down by the amount that you had saved from that piece of equipment?
I think it depends on what else is happening at the facility. And I would also go back to the purpose of the ERC program. It is designed to encourage future economic growth or concurrent economic growth by getting reductions in some places to generate offsets that can be used to support emissions increases elsewhere. And I don't see any inconsistency with that emissions increase happening at another piece of equipment on the same location.
And I guess I would just add a couple things. So, the concern I would have is, say someone goes and removes a unit, an older higher emitting unit, and they ask to get ERCs. I don't think it should be that source could never increase their emissions of VOCs at the source ever again for any purpose, right? If they needed to grow for some reason and they were going to, had something totally separate and totally different that they needed to do. Or separately, my concern would also be, oftentimes emission factors are changing. And so when we have improved emissions factor data, people have to increase their permit limits, in various units. So to put it as a facility-wide limit to say to get to your ERC, I think you would basically then restrict growth and potentially even updating of emission factors and things like that at the facility as a whole. And I think that's why it's important it's on a unit basis, because that's really the thing that you are showing as a permanent, surplus reduction, is it's a reduction for that emitting unit in most instances.
So from your perspective, this really would open up a lot of additional opportunities for ERCs. Is that fair to say?
Well, since there are no opportunities now, I guess maybe the fact that it would, I will say, I think this program is going to make it very difficult to get ERCs as it's proposed by them.
I might come back to the division with this question. So, but thank you for those responses.
Can I say one more thing on that?
30 seconds.
I think it's important to balance the risks of awarding ERCs where maybe they shouldn't be with the risks of not awarding them at all. These credits have been very difficult to get. And if you look in other states that have them, like Utah, for example, their entire statewide bank has something like 100 tons of VOC credits available. They are really challenging to get. And so, yes, the program should be stringent and not give away credits, but it also needs to be written in a way that allows people to qualify and get them.
Any other commissioner questions? Not seeing or hearing any cross-exam from other parties? Looks like you're off the hook. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It is 2:15. We've been going for an hour and 40 minutes. So I'm going to say let's take a 15-minute break and come back at 2:30.
There's Commissioner Thomas. Okay.
Oh, my God. They went
Our
on.
next direct testimony is from the Local Government Coalition. So LGC, come on up. I see some of you online. I'm not sure.
They're all online.
They're all online? Okay.
Yeah, we're waiting to be made host so we can share our presentation.
Okay. Perfect.
Cindy Copeland is co-host. Did somebody else?
Oh, okay. So I can just share it now?
Yes.
Oh, okay. My apologies for not noticing that. Let me try to get my presentation going then.
And you would share your screen.
I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Sorry, my apologies.
Cindy, shall I kick us off?
I think.
Perfect.
Okay. Is that working now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Lindsay X. I'm the policy director with Colorado Communities for Climate Action. And today I'm testifying on behalf of the Local Government Coalition in support of adopting the strongest feasible ozone regulations. On the next slide, you will see that testifying with me today are Emma Pinter, Adams County Commissioner and CC4CA President, Cindy Copeland, our fearless slide driver and Boulder County's Air Quality and Climate Policy Advisor, and Elizabeth Braños, who is Counsel for Lafayette and Broomfield. On slide 3, the Local Government Coalition includes 47 local governments, which collectively represents over 1/3 of the state's populations, from rural towns of less than 5,000 people to front range cities and counties with upwards of 500 or 700,000 residents. And on the next slide, I'll just highlight the Local Government Coalition's request really briefly. First, we want to reiterate that nitrogen deposition impacts in Rocky Mountain National Park should be considered in this rulemaking, that the Commission should adopt both the Regulation 7 language on NOx emission reduction targets and the SBAP language that would ensure much needed progress on on-gear improvements. Our fourth bullet is now addressed through the proposal that the division presented, and we look forward to working with the division, industry, and other stakeholders to find solutions that are both cost-effective and deliver meaningful emissions reductions. And finally, we all know, and you all have certainly discussed today, that this rulemaking is not designed to get Colorado into compliance. More solutions and more strategies are needed. And for why that matters, I will turn it over to Commissioner Pinter to speak to how ozone impacts our communities and our environment.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Lindsay. Good morning, Commissioner. I guess good morning, good afternoon, Commissioners. I want to take a moment to briefly highlight the impacts to our community and our members' health and climate from ozone pollution. Every one of us speaking for you today on behalf of the Local Government Coalition lives in the ozone non-attainment area, which we know negatively impacts the health of our children, the elderly, and individuals who work outdoors, as well as individuals with compromised health and underlying health issues. These issues fall particularly hard on minority and low-income populations. I live and represent constituents in Adams County, where we have over 600 producing active wells with 24 multi-well facilities. We're home to Suncor, the oil and gas refinery, and several natural gas processing facilities. We have 8 interstates. Almost all the highways in the state of Colorado run through Adams County, tollways, and major state highways. When we say that our community is impacted by NOx and VOC, ozone pollution, we are really there on the front lines of feeling that impact in Adams County with my residents. Next slide. In addition to being a traditional fine air pollutant, ozone is a greenhouse gas which worsens climate change, and climate change, of course, worsens ozone pollution. One of the many primary impacts Coloradans face from climate change is increased temperatures, extreme heat, which leads to increased ozone, a cyclical reinforcement that goes again and again, increasing the risks as well as the impacts to our communities. Next slide. And these impacts of climate change are right in front of our faces. This summer was one of the worst wildfire seasons since 2020, and we've seen some of the lowest snowpack levels we've ever faced at this time of year. Pitkin and Eagle County are in extreme drought. The snowpack in the headwaters of the Colorado Yampa and throughout Southwest Colorado are less than 20% where they are typically at this time of year this year. The cost to local governments are only increasing as our communities bear a huge burden in infrastructure, emergency response, and operational costs. Because of these adverse air and climate issues, it's now really on Colorado to act, which is why the local government coalition supports a strengthened ozone plan and increased pollution controls, particularly in disproportionately impacted communities like mine that are facing a number of barriers all at the same time. I will turn over the remainder of our presentation to Cindy Copeland to discuss the strong need for ozone regulation and more details about our positions.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. So we wanted to do a little bit more level setting here to explain our why in terms of our requests that we have during this rulemaking. And so just to reiterate, from the SIP inventory that you've seen for 2026 is that the oil and gas sector is the largest source of NOx emissions in that inventory. So the oil and gas sources account for 41.5% of the NOx emissions in the 2026 ozone SIP inventory. And of that sector, drill rigs and hydraulic fracturing engines alone contribute 62.5%. These sources also are contributors of CO2, carbon monoxide, and primary particulates. And so this is why the LGC favors strong regulations to ensure NOx reductions. And then not to be left out, VOCs are another ozone precursor pollutant, and they are also really important to consider for ozone attainment. And that really varies throughout the ozone non-attainment area at day by day variation and based on location. And so for the 2026 VOC emission inventory in the ozone SIP, the oil and gas production segment makes up 34.8 tons per day. Pneumatics, engines, and turbines and venting and blowdowns are the largest emitters of VOCs in that segment. So just to start with our request for this rulemaking, we once again want to reiterate that the Commission has a 2019 resolution for Rocky Mountain National Park, and that is to consider nitrogen deposition impacts in the park during ozone SIP rulemakings. This is a phrase here from that resolution, and we asked the Commission to consider that. That was not included in any of the rulemaking documents. So on to the Regulation 7 NOx intensity program. The LGC is in strong support of the NOx intensity proposal. We're happy to see the expectation of meeting 50% NOx reductions by 2030. But we think that with projected oil and gas productions that are projecting increases through 2030 at least, we think that could mean overall NOx emissions do not decrease. And so that is why the LGC has simply asked that the emission reduction targets that are in the EIA be also put into Regulation 7. So, and then if that request is not adopted, the LGC has proposed SBAP language as an alternative. So this is the language on the next slide. I think there's some background noise with someone who's maybe not muted online. Sorry, I just hear coughing. Okay.
I would
Sorry.
be here in the room.
Oh, sorry. Okay. My apologies. So this is the language that we have asked to be included in Regulation 7. That would be in Section 5E, or I'm sorry, 6E6. And again, these are just the emission reduction targets that are contained in the division's EIA. And then this is the alternative. This was the suggestion for SBAP language. The blue strikeout is the division's language, and the red is the LGC's suggested additional language just to clarify. Again, it's really just clarifying that those emission reduction targets are met through 2030. And then with respect to the NOx intensity proposal, we really do think that it's very important that the ONGAIR reporting tool is improved. We know that there have been errors in past years. We're happy to hear from the division that they are working with a third party to improve that database. But knowing that the ONGAIR information is used heavily for a number of rules, including NOx intensity and GHG intensity rules, we really think it's very important to make sure that this database is improved. And we do know that all the stakeholders involved here think that ONGAIR really needs to be easy to use and functional. And so because of that, we have suggested SBAP language to ensure this performance analysis and continued work of the division and communications with the commission about improving that database. And with that, I will turn it over to Elizabeth Pranos.
Thank you so much, Cindy. Elizabeth Pranos here on behalf of Broomfield and Lafayette for the LGC. Commissioners, as you are aware, the LGC submitted a joint notice of withdrawal of its separator maintenance proposal with the division and JWIG on Tuesday. Per the notice, we have withdrawn our proposal to address emissions from planned separator maintenance activities in order to pursue discussions with the division, JWIG, and other interested stakeholders on technically sound and feasible ways to reduce emissions from separator maintenance activities. We appreciate the collaboration by the division, the JWIG, and the other parties who support or do not oppose the notice, and we very much look forward to these future discussions. We remain committed to finding enforceable solutions to reduce ozone precursor emissions and co-pollutants, including methane and hazardous air pollutants from oil and gas activities in the ozone non-attainment area, in order to improve air quality and protect the environment and public health. Next slide.
All right, thank you. And just a few more slides to wrap up our presentation. The LGC strongly supports the ozone SIP elements that were supported as part of this rulemaking package. We also support the Regulation 3 proposed revisions. And Regulation 11, we strongly support those improvements because transportation sources, as you know, are another key factor in our ozone problem. We also support the Regulation 25 provisions and the Regulation 26 proposals because that it only makes sense since Northern Weld County is part of the 2015 ozone non-attainment area. And just this is a kind of a forward-looking slide. We heard the presentation from the RAC earlier about their blueprint process, and the LGC wants to make it known that we are in strong support of that process. And in particular, we wanted to call out the draft control strategy from the RAC on well site venting and blowdowns. And then the LGC is also strongly in support of future consideration of building emission reductions, reduced oil and gas production, and indirect source rules. And we have put those in writing to the RAC during their comment process on the blueprint. And then we want to also note that we think that the commission should reject arguments in favor of blaming our ozone problem on international emissions using 179B of the Clean Air Act. We really need to deal with the portion of emissions that are under our control, and we can only do that with emissions from Colorado. So just to summarize our last slide with the LGC's requests, again, we request the Reg 7 language that simply brings in the emission reduction targets for NOx from the division's EIA. We also would request the commission to consider adopting our proposed SBAP language for the ONGAIR improvements. The third bullet here is you've heard the update from Elizabeth that this what's written here no longer applies, and we are very much in agreement with what's happening on separator maintenance. We do request consideration of nitrogen deposition impacts in Rocky Mountain National Park, which is supposed to be part of the SIP rulemaking process. And then just, we continue to be excited about being involved in the stakeholder process to reduce ozone precursors and co-pollutants. And then lastly, I will say that, as you see on the slide, our request does not include any additional reductions from NOx, and we have not proposed any strategies that are additional regulations for NOx, contrary to what you just heard from JWIG. So that concludes our presentation, and we will take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there any questions from commissioners?
I'll give other people a chance, but I do have some.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Sorry.
I appreciate you leading off.
So thank you for your presentation. I've got a couple of questions. Regarding the SBAP language on ONGAR, you've got in there the performance analysis to be delivered by February 26th, which may be kind of a short timeline. Was there a particular reason for that coming up quick date?
Yeah, it's our understanding that the division is already working with a third party to update the ONGAR database and work on those fixing all of those problems. And so that is why we had the February 26th. But I would defer to the division in terms of when that performance analysis would be finished.
Okay. And then second question I had was regarding the encouragement to account for deposition at Rocky in the ozone SIP. What would that look like at this stage? Are you just asking us to keep that in mind as we deliberate, or are you looking for something further?
I mean, I think unfortunately it is a request to keep it in mind. I think it's unfortunate that the commission adopted this resolution 6 years ago, and this is at least the second ozone SIP rulemaking since then, where there has not been an analysis of nitrogen deposition at the park done despite the resolution.
Thank you.
Other commissioner questions? I have one on slide 11. Your third bullet on the left says, but the projected production increase through 2030 could mean that overall NOx emissions do not decrease. As I understood the division's proposal, they accounted for the projected production increase and then selected the NOx intensity target such that the 50% target would be met. So I'm not sure if I'm misunderstanding what you're saying, or if you're saying if the production increase is greater than the projections, but that's not kind of how I read what you said. So I guess I'm looking for some clarity around that.
Yeah, and I apologize if that was unclear. Yes, our concern is that if there's a world in which the projected production increases are even greater than what's been included by the division's analysis, we think that it's prudent to include these emission reduction targets as an extra measure to make sure that we don't see actual emission increases.
So you didn't find the division's current language that they'll consider the trends and make adjustments as necessary sufficiently compelling, and you prefer your language then? Yeah, we prefer, yes, thank you for the question. We prefer our language because, we think that that those reduction targets were already included in the EIA, so we don't see a reason why they couldn't be included in the rule, just to make it even more clear. Like, say, someone hasn't been involved in this rulemaking, doesn't know about the EIA, they're looking, for the regulatory language, and they go to Regulation 7, and it's just easy to see those targets in the rule. That's all I had. Thank you. Any other commissioner questions?
I am not seeing any online. I'm not seeing any hands up. I'm not sure I can see everyone. So unmute yourself and just yell at me if you need to get my attention. Okay, any cross-exam from other parties? Not seeing anyone in the room. So thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up on the list is Civitas Resources.
Afternoon, commissioners. My name is Cole Killian and I'm an associate at Davis Graham and Stubbs. I'm here today representing Civitas Resources. Civitas filed for party status to oppose the division's separator maintenance proposal, which, as you know, and as you've heard today, has been withdrawn earlier this week. So in an effort to help us get out of here at a reasonable hour, I'm going to reserve the remainder of my time for rebuttal if it's needed tomorrow and let the Colorado Chamber get on with their direct testimony.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any questions from commissioners? Do you really have one? No. Okay. I thought you were just maybe.
No, I really.
You do really have one. Okay, go ahead.
I shouldn't have
Okay, go
opened your
ahead.
slides because I am really curious about separator maintenance 101. And if you're not the right person to answer this, you can defer, but would you mind going through that?
I didn't say I'm not the right person to answer that question.
All right.
If you'd like for us to testify about that on rebuttal, I'm happy to try to coordinate with Civitas to have someone attend tomorrow.
Maybe it's out of line. I don't know.
It's in your initial direct presentation slides. So maybe we could just move you to later in the list if commissioners are open to that, because typically that sort of thing isn't items that are in direct presentation slides should be presented on direct and not in rebuttal.
So if you could identify the resource, we could come back later today and allow her to ask that question, because this is really a Q&A thing. So it doesn't, in my opinion, go against your time in terms of testimony, but it is a chance for her to ask the questions.
I'll tell you what.
Yeah, the reason being, right, is that other parties are entitled to hear and put in their rebuttal. So it wouldn't be fair to let Civitas delay that until rebuttal.
I will withdraw my question.
Okay.
I will look forward to hearing more about separator maintenance at some later date, but not during the hearing today.
Wonderful. Any other questions from commissioners? Cross-exam. Not saying any. Thank you very much. I wasn't sure if you were kidding or not. We're doing that.
So I just hit the down button. Okay.
I just had to.
Next up is the
Yeah, you always do.
Mr. Coleman, take it away when you're ready.
Thank you, commissioners. Can you hear me? Excellent. Commissioner Morford, I am definitely not the person to ask on separators either.
Okay.
There you go. That's even better. You can hear me better. All right, good morning, commissioners. My name is Dave Coleman, and I am the Regulatory Affairs Advisor for the Colorado Chamber of Commerce. I appreciate your time today. So these are the topics I'm going to discuss, just a little bit about who we are. I do have some information on some surveys and polls and economic reports. So going to go take us to a little bit of a journey differently for a few minutes, and then a couple other items. So who are we? Colorado Chamber represents hundreds of businesses of all sizes and sectors throughout the entire state. We include trade organizations, economic development organizations, and even 75 local chambers of commerces. We work to improve the business climate for all Colorado businesses, and we are a unified voice for business in Colorado. You know, one thing I just want to mention, take a step back. Ms. Virko mentioned in her direct testimony for the division how the state has cut DOCs and NOx in half since 2011. The chamber applauds these achievements. And those achievements were done because of this commission, the division, the RAC, and yes, the regulated community. Many are members of the Colorado Chamber. We all made that happen working together, and we should all be proud of that. So let's take a step back and just understand that. But we do have a concerning story, and I want to highlight 3 reports for you today. Take about 5 or 6 minutes. that all point to the same conclusion. Right now, Colorado has a significant economic and regulatory burden problem that are causing both business leaders and residents to seriously question the direction of the state. And I promise the data that I share here will be helpful. So the first report I'd like to highlight is a recent survey of 169 business leaders throughout Colorado, representing leaders from different industries and different sized businesses. This survey was conducted by a third party at the request of the Colorado Chamber. Results were released earlier in 2025, and we did include key points in our pre-hearing statement. An important takeaway is that over 2/3 of these business leaders think Colorado is on the wrong track. Digging deeper, excessive regulations dominate the initial open-ended questions on the most important issues these business leaders are facing, with 48%. Typically, when you see surveys like this, you see stuff like workforce or even taxes dominated. Well, here you can see how much lower those are than the regulations that they're seeing. Digging even deeper, of those business leaders that listed regulations as a concern, environmental regulations are in the top 3 for 64% of them. This shows that environmental regulations are a key issue to these leaders. While not shown on this chart, the survey, you can read it, says 92% of these leaders say regulatory reform is required. 51% said these regulations have prevented them from making additional hires. And 67% said they had to reduce wages to pay for these burdens. The most concerning finding is 71% of these business leaders believe Colorado's business environment is more costly or burdensome than most other states. That puts Colorado at risk of businesses leaving. On that note, in the report, 45% said at least some future investments will be made out of state. And for those leaders that already have operations in other states than Colorado, that number jumps to 76%. We're starting to get to a point where we're at risk. Now that we talked about those business leaders, let's see what the Colorado residents think and whether their views differ. This was a poll conducted by third-party firm Magellan Strategies, so the chamber had nothing to do with it on their own. Magellan Strategies does have a history and reputation of being an accurate pollster in Colorado. They surveyed 1,136 Colorado voters in July and August of this year. Well, residents also believe that Colorado's economy has issues. 66% said Colorado's economy was poor or fair. 53% think that the state is on the wrong track. Remember, 67% of business leaders said the state was on the wrong track. So while regular voters seem to be a little more optimistic than business leaders on this question, the majority of Colorado voters, and by a double-digit 13 percentage point difference from the right track, believe the state is heading in the wrong track. I don't want to go too far into this slide because my point here is not to discuss politics or make this political. But there's one critical finding I want to highlight in this poll related to the 53% of residents that believe we're in the wrong track. One of the highlighted criticisms from these residents was that they believe leadership was, quote, pursuing policies that they believe do not reflect the needs of most residents. So I will touch on that a little bit more. Now that we have a little more info on business leaders and Colorado residents, I want to just go into a little bit more about some of the economic data. The Colorado Chamber commissioned a regulatory study to be performed last year. We highlighted some of these findings in our pre-hearing statement also. I want to touch on a few points here as it is important for other points I'll make later. This study was conducted by a third party with lots of experience doing state level regulations. At the highest level, we now see Colorado, according to this study, as a state with the 6th most regulatory restrictions. These regulations often apply across multiple industries. This chart shows from 2017 to 19, Colorado regulations grew at 2%, but 21 to 23, it increased sharply to 7.1%, while at the same time, federal regulations under the Biden administration increased 1.3%. They go over in detail the areas that are most impacted, but you can see right there at the top, environmental protection, public utilities, and natural resources. are 1.75 times the state average of environmental regulations, 1.75 times. Diving a little deeper, this chart shows that the state regulates oil and gas over 3 times that of an average state and regulates our utilities 2.5 times the average state. These directly impact every Colorado resident. So this just shows as Colorado went up, other states went down. So just a quick summary of these reports. Business leaders are feeling the regulatory burden and they're impacting their investment decisions in the state. Colorado residents are seeing the same and feel the state leadership is not always focusing on what's important to most residents. And environmental regulations are a driving force. We need to get to a balanced approach to regulations. Do you need to consider economic and regulatory burden factors? Is that something you as commissioner should even care about? Or did I just waste 6 minutes of my time? Well, yes, you do. Colorado Air Pollution Prevention and Control Act, the Colorado Administrative Procedures Act, they both make it very clear you have to. So does the statute when you're promulgating air quality rules. And I know the sunset review in Colorado statute is not 100% relevant here. I get that because we're not sunsetting any rules here. But they make some interesting statements about the General Assembly finds that regulatory agencies tend to become unnecessarily restrictive over time and that they should determine the least restrictive regulation. Again, I know this isn't 100% applicable, but it's very telling. So now we get to our asks. What I want you to keep that data in mind as I go through these asks, especially this first one. You've heard a lot about the minor modifications. So we also at the chamber believe that should be rejected. This is a perfect example of unnecessary regulation that is just not needed. Let's talk about the agreement here with the EPA. It is informal and it says it right in the title. The agreement says all of the following directly in the agreement. 1, CDPHE is in no way compelled to enter this agreement, but does so voluntarily. End quote. 2, CDPHE maintains that its air program as currently formulated complies with all relevant and applicable provisions of the Clean Air Act. End quote. Important to say the division also stated those same words in their rebuttal statement. Back to what the agreement says. 3, quote, EPA understands and recognizes that the AQCC is an independent commission and CDPHE cannot bind AQCC decision-making. If the AQCC does not adopt the proposed revisions, EPA will consider this commitment satisfied, end quote. So let's talk about the division's proposal. The division mentions no other reason, including any public clamoring or public ask for it, other than this informal agreement. In the testimony today, Ms. Martin, her testimony said, we, quote, we want to honor our agreement to bring it to you for your consideration, end quote. I mean, it wasn't the strongest defense I've heard of something, but the division did honor the informal agreement by bringing it in front of you as they wanted to. So let's just talk about a few practicalities of this. The economic impact analysis says it will take an additional 3 to 25 hours of processing time. When staff is already stressed, do we really want to do this to them? And this is one of the few instances where we actually have a semi-streamlined permitting process within the division. Let's not take that away. I want to comment on a couple of the earlier questions that came up. Commissioner Murford, you asked some questions, and there may not be many instances now for this. There may be 5, is what we're hearing over the last decade. But that surely can grow in the future. We don't know, and I'll touch on that a little bit later. But that argument, I guess, can cut both ways. If there are only 5, then why bother? What's the problem we're trying to fix if there is only 5 over the past decade? Why are we worrying about this? We have a lot of other things to do. Also, what I'll say is if there are only 5, for those entities, those 5 entities impacted, this is a huge issue for them, huge. Mr. Ruder, you mentioned you're unsure of how this will be applied. So are we. I think the number could be more than 5. depending on how we do it. If you have a permittee who has an engine that produces this much emissions, but they want to replace that engine with an engine that does this much emissions, but the threshold is here. Do they have to go through this? I don't know. As written, it may. So those are the questions that we don't know, and we're a little unsure. Mr. Ruda, also to your question that you just asked about have other states done this, I've spent hours looking over the past few weeks and have not been able to find any. This informal agreement was signed by the EPA with 7 days left in the Biden administration. 7 days left. It is not likely the EPA did this with any state after. So the question is, did the EPA start with Colorado? Now, I don't know this 100%, but I have heard anecdotally that EPA targeted Colorado first with this. I would never swear on the Bible to that, but it could happen. It's reasonable considering we can't find any information online about it. So there's a lot there, and there's a lot that could be a little mind-blowing, but I want to suggest this good news. There's a simple solution for all of you up here right now. As allowed in the informal agreement itself, reject this. We don't need it. We don't need the change. And rejecting it per the agreement will still make Colorado in compliance with the informal agreement. Item number 2, we support the withdrawal of the separator maintenance provision. Number 3, the RAC has, that should say 22, I acknowledge, not 23. The RAC has not proposed any of these 22 for this rulemaking, and the division has not either. I appreciate the work from the RAC. I appreciate their acknowledgement that there's still a lot of work to do on those, and the chamber looks forward to engaging with the RAC on this issue. So, but we do want to stress, you should not do any formal endorsement of these, even in the statement of basis and purpose. So just one other thing. The commission must seriously consider the cost, regulatory burden, and effectiveness of each new regulation put in front of you, especially control strategies. You should ask, what is the accurate cost for each new regulation to both the state and regulated entities? Number 2, does the regulation cause an unnecessary regulatory burden that adds little to no value? And will the regulation move the state towards attainment in a realistic manner? And if so, is it worth the cost? You need those pieces of information going forward. Those are critical pieces of information before you make your decisions on whether or not a control strategy or a regulation should be put in place. This slide, I don't like this slide, especially the first bullet. I don't know, that comes across pretty harsh, and I do apologize to it for it. But like just the point I was trying to get there is those questions on the previous slide will really help make sure we're doing the right thing on a regulatory basis and have that balancing approach. And we also support the international missions and exceptional events. You all asked a lot of great questions on the 179B. This will require a good deal of work, but I ask this, if Arizona was able to get it recommended for approval, why can't Colorado? We're better than Arizona. Hopefully no one's there from Arizona. But we should start this type of work in 2026. So I'll just end on this. There are over 6 million residents in Colorado, and you must represent all of them. Remember the poll of residents discussed earlier that said they felt political leadership was pursuing policies that do not reflect the needs of most residents. Please listen to all of them. You've heard from some residents last night, probably a little bit different than some of the previous rulemakings that you've heard from public comment. So there are different voices out there, and it's important to listen to all of them. And so on that note, I'll end with those are my summary ask slide, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any commissioner questions? Anyone online, raise your hand or just unmute and jump in. It's a little hard for me to see. I can see all 4 of you now. Okay. So I'm not seeing any. Neither Commissioner Milford nor I have any questions.
It must have been perfect presentation.
You were perfect. You were perfectly clear.
Thank you all.
Any cross exam? Okay, now you're off the hook.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate your time.
Next up is the Colorado Petroleum Association.
I'm going to the right one.
Yeah, you're just going down. Good afternoon. My name is Carlos Romo. I am here representing the Colorado Petroleum Association in this rulemaking. And there's a couple of key points that I just wanted to point out for CPA. We have several issues that we would like to address. Number one is the issue with the proposed revision to the annual actual emissions definition. We concur with some of the other parties on that in terms of why now and why it's necessary. Certain changes to the Title V modification program that we believe are unnecessary. Revisions to the ERC program, Emission Reduction Credit Program, that we think may risk making the program unworkable, and proposed removal of the aggregated NOx and VOC Section 185 fee sections. And then finally, we agree with the errata with clarified the Title V source-specific and community monitoring requirements. First, with the definition of the annual actual emissions, we just feel like the division has not fully evaluated how this key definition will kind of have implications throughout Red 3 and perhaps other programs from the commission. We've asked in various settings whether or not it will affect certain permitting programs or other programs that use similar definitions, such as actual emissions instead of annual actual emissions. And sometimes we've gotten similar responses to questions that came up earlier today on this issue, exactly in terms of how will this affect permitting? Well, it may be unclear how it affects permitting. So the question is, why do we need to do this now? Is it necessary? We've never gotten an explanation on why exactly this needs to happen now. I think it would be beneficial for the parties, stakeholders to get together and figure out how does this definition affect other programs and make sure that we're doing it the right way. We're also echo JWIC's concerns with potentially inconsistent obligations from other programs. And then finally, emissions from malfunctions are difficult to estimate frequently. And I think we have some acknowledgement from the division that that is true. So our proposed red line is to strike the deletion of the language that the division suggested deletion. So the language as is basically exactly how the rule reads now. And then alternatively, we do understand that if you move forward with the language as proposed, that the division would not oppose adding language that does clarify that emissions from malfunctions and startups and shutdowns associated with malfunctions may not be readily ascertainable. We think that makes it clear and sets the expectation that emissions from malfunctions will not always be calculated and included in various reports. On the minor modification program, we echo the fact that the division's proposed limit on use of minor modification procedures in Part C is unnecessary. Colorado's existing Title V program has been EPA approved for almost 30 years, since 1997, and is quote unquote substantially equivalent to 40 CFR 70.7E. This is for rebuttal. We'll pull up the actual criteria under 70.7E Title V program under EPA. And this is again the program that requires states to adopt similar or substantially equivalent requirements. 70.7E2, which is the minor modification procedures in EPA's own rules, mirror exactly what Colorado has now. So we should not be the first state, as Commissioner Ritter potentially pointed out, and the chamber potentially pointed out, to remove these Title V streamlined procedures because it's not the proper process for doing it. It's a highly unorthodox process that the division used through the IRA. And the informal resolution agreement, we are aware of at least one other example of an informal resolution agreement, which has actually been rescinded under this EPA because of potential, unnecessary and unauthorized statutory authority for it. This is the language that I think Chamber and Dave pointed out that allows the commission, as the division has noted, and we agree that the division doesn't appear to really be pushing this change because the IRA itself says that the Title V minor modification program is fully compliant with the Clean Air Act. So this is the language that I think Dave was referring to, that basically says the commission is fully authorized to reject this proposal, and the division and commission will be considered fully compliant with the informal resolution agreement. On the proposed emission reduction program revisions, I think it's important to keep in mind that the goal of an emission reduction credit program is to achieve and incentivize voluntary emission reductions. And so the goal really is to encourage these types of emission reductions that go beyond what's considered compliance with RACT or Reg 7 or Reg 26 or whatever it may be. The goal is to try to encourage those voluntary and incentivize those reductions so that people will potentially earn the ERC credits that can then be used for offsets or other programs. And we do disagree with the unnecessary limitation of the program to offsets only. And that's because we think that it's beneficial to have an ERCs program that's broad and that encourages, incentivizes the use of ERCs, the generation of ERCs, the generation of voluntary emission reductions, so that you can potentially use them in other programs. And we think use with other programs will help incentivize those reductions. One of the key provisions that we really have heartburn with is this SIMS testing requirement under Part A VD 3A. It basically authorizes the division to require SIMS or source tests on a case-by-case basis if the division feels like they need to verify baseline emissions or the emission reductions achieved by the emission reduction credit application. We understand the need potentially to verify emissions reductions on a going forward basis. It doesn't make any sense to try to verify the baseline emissions where a permitted source will already have emission factors or other types of testing. Maybe they've done a source test in the last 3 years to verify emissions for baseline emissions. So we think it's unnecessary to have the division be able to come in and basically tell a source to confirm baseline emissions as part of its ERC application. One of our biggest concerns is a timing issue. In order to achieve an ERC application, you have to submit your ERC application before the reduction occurs. So most folks will submit a permit modification, potentially a construction permit or a Title V minor modification perhaps, in a goal of trying to achieve an ERC application, and then or a creation of ERCs. And then what happens? The division potentially just sits there for a while because there's although the division has now proposed a 120-day review requirement, which we agree with, but the division could potentially sit there. Meanwhile, the source really wants to achieve the reduction sooner, and it risks potentially moving forward with the reduction project if the ERC potentially is jeopardized because the baseline emissions cannot be confirmed. So if you achieve the emissions reduction and then the division comes back later and says, actually, we wanted to confirm the baseline emissions, well, it's too late. And so that's really the issue here, is the timing issue. Also from the 1986 EPA emissions trading policy statement, it says explicitly that the same method of calculating emissions should generally be used to quantify emissions both before and after the reduction. So EPA is on board with this idea that you don't need SIMS or source tests to confirm baseline emissions. And this is our red line showing our proposed change here. We suggest just striking that last sentence of this section that suggests that the division could have this discretion. We also think that this is kind of stale because the division in its errata has proposed that 120-day review requirement. We agree with that requirement. Just one concept or thought to keep in mind is that other programs like Texas, like Utah, allow retroactive ERC applications. So it actually allows you to submit an ERC application after the reduction has occurred, up to 2 years after.
That could help resolve some of these concerns the industry has with regards to kind of this application review period and timing and just kind of issues with that. And we'll get into that more in rebuttal in terms of how the timing can work. We also believe that the proposal should clarify that offsets need not be certified as ERCs. We think if netting can be used with facility emissions and you don't have to go through a whole ERC process for netting, that you should also not have to use an ERC process for your own facility reductions for offsets. We also think it's potentially outside the scope of this rulemaking to dictate what is required for Part D permitting, i.e. what kinds of emissions qualify as offsets, as opposed to how to generate ERCs in terms of the notice for this rulemaking. These are some of the proposed changes that we have for offsets, which basically authorize the use of ERCs for offsets, but doesn't require it. A couple of other ways we think the ERC program should incentivize creation of ERCs. We agree that the mobile sources should be allowed to generate ERCs. We don't see any reason why you need to strip this from the program. The program as is allows it. And other programs, as Jay mentioned, like Texas, Arizona, other programs allow creation of ERCs from mobile sources. Just having this in the rule itself doesn't do anything. It just allows you to potentially use it in the future. One issue that has occurred in other states with ERC programs is that ERC programs become very constrained. It becomes very difficult to get ERCs. We think that this, we should be allowed to have mobile sources in order to do it. VD2B is a very important provision. The reason why the language overlaps with VD2B and the JWE presentation on shutdowns is because the division pulled out that shutdown provision. Unfortunately, you can't really see the red lines here on the screen. But the issue here is that the division has potentially inconsistent language in terms of the ability for a source to go beyond what is currently required to generate an ERC. We think it's clear that the division believes that's okay, but it's unclear whether or not if you are a source that's currently out of compliance, but you intend to come into compliance and beyond, whether or not you can even submit an application at all. And we think it's like absolutely necessary for a source that may be out of compliance right now, but has the goal of coming back into compliance and going beyond compliance voluntarily to be able to submit an ERC application. And so that's why we have this clarifying language potentially, which is to delete VD2B altogether because we don't think it's necessary. Alternatively, we are working with the division on some SBAP language that could address that issue. As I mentioned before, we think the ERC program should be broader than just offsets. This is what these red lines try to achieve. As an example, Texas allows ERCs for reasonably available control technology RACT to meet RACT under Chapter 117 under the TCP rules, which are EPA approved. Proposed Section 185 fee program, we agree with the JWIG on the severability of the aggregation of VOCs and NOx. And basically the goal here is just to allow flexibility to try to achieve emission reductions from VOC or NOx, which can both contribute to ozone. And we both are trying to incentivize the reduction of those. And this helps incentivize the reduction of those pollutants. We support the JWIG on their severability issues. We also, very importantly, and we'll address this more in rebuttal, encourage the division to potentially pursue an alternative Section 185 fee program. And the goal here really is to not just incentivize emission reductions from other sources not currently subject to the Section 185 fee program, such as mobile sources, but it's also just to capture more sources as part of this whole program in terms of trying to meet the ozone SIP. And we heard again and again from other parties that that's really important, and it's what that does. I can explain more in Q&A or on rebuttal. Lastly, community monitoring, we just support the division's errata, which makes it clear that you're not subject to both source-specific and community monitoring, and we think that's important and that change was necessary. And now open for questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any commissioner questions? I will start with one, just since it was at the very end on the 185 fee expansion. I guess my impression is Section 185 program is pretty well defined within the Clean Air Act on what it applies to. So how could you expand it to things beyond that? I mean, so you're proposing a state-only program? What does that look like?
No, thank you for the question. This is really an area where I think the division could get more creative. The commission could get creative as well. I know that there's a lot of interesting programs out there. Texas has a program, New York, New Jersey has a program, several of the California air districts have programs. And the concept really is to potentially allow for existing fee type programs that may be generating other fees from other types of like greenhouse gas reduction programs or other types of air emission programs. Fees on car registrations, car title, that will, in Texas at least, that's how it's done, which is it's an EPA approved program in Texas and California and New York, New Jersey. All of those programs, basically, the way that I understand them is they generate fees, and then those fees are then used for emission reductions. And so in Texas, I think it's something like $40 million just allocated to the Houston, Galveston, Brazoria non-attainment area can be used to offset emission reductions in a way that instead of requiring all of those emission fees to be generated by stationary sources, you have the mobile source program as kind of an offset program. And I think the other reality is that by having those additional fees on types of vehicles or tractors or whatever it may be, you potentially help incentivize emission reductions as well, and or you generate money that can be used for diesel replacement projects or, I think in California, they have a program that basically replaces farm equipment, tractors, and those kinds of equipment that may generate emissions. And so they have a program that generates fees, and then they spend those fees on emission reduction projects that achieve ozone reduction projects. And so EPA has said, at least in the Texas SIP approval, that there's an equivalency, that here's the money that you can potentially raise on Section 185, as long as you're raising as much through an alternative fees program, that you can then meet the Section 185 requirements by raising those additional fees and achieving emissions reductions that achieve ozone reductions.
Okay, thank you very much. There are other commissioner questions? Go ahead, Commissioner Milford.
I've got a question on slide 15, the proposed language on VE3A. I don't know if you can pull that up. I can look at it. And I'll go ahead and ask. So you say the owner or operator of a source who wishes to use an emissions reduction as offsets may, instead of must, use certified ERCs. So your intent on that is the only people that would be able to use the may are sources that are intending to use internally generated reductions, is that right?
That's right, that's the intent.
Okay, maybe that language doesn't quite capture that, but that's the intent. Thank you.
Other commissioner questions? I had one or two maybe related to the ERCs. The division had added the phrase around source testing. I forgot what it was, but it's reasonably
necessary.
Necessary. Okay, thank you. And it looked like you still had that sort of struck out, that you still disagree with even that softening of that language, I guess.
Yeah, it's better than the original language, no doubt. But I think we still think it's a little bit too much discretion, and it still has that timing issue that I think creates the problem, I think.
Yeah. I meant to ask the division about this morning, and I forgot to, but you raised the issue, and I'll ask them tomorrow as a heads up to them, but around retroactivity, because a lot of states do allow you to submit things even after the source has been closed down, for example, for something taken out of service. Do you have a feel for how widespread that is? Do many states do that, most states, or do you only aware of a couple of examples?
I was aware of Utah, which has a specifically an ERC guidance, I think, for PM 2.5, and it very explicitly says that ERC applications can be retroactive, and I don't believe it sets a specific time limit. I know Texas has a specific time limit and then authorizes it for oil and gas sources and has a specific time limit related to plugging and abandonment of oil wells in Texas. So I think their requirement is it has to have been occurred in the last 2 years, which seems fairly reasonable. So I think under either of those, yeah, the goal would be, and those are just a couple of the programs I've checked. But yeah, I think the issues with timing and just having to potentially apply before the emissions reduction occurs, but then kind of wait and see whether or not you move forward with the project based on some of the other criteria. Maybe all of that could be resolved a little bit with this kind of retroactive concept.
Okay. I think that's all the questions I had. Any other commissioner questions? I am not seeing any. Cross-exam from the other parties. Okay, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Oxy USA.
Afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Janessa Salgado, a Senior Air Policy Engineer with Oxy. Alongside me, I have Eric Wackerlin with Greenberg Triag, outside counsel for Oxy. Oxy wants to thank the division for its engagement throughout the stakeholder process. Today, I'll be covering Oxy's position on NOx intensity. Oxy supports the division's proposal that continues to use intensity as the mechanism to achieve the 2030 mass emission target and includes SBAP language, directing the evaluation of production trends and adjustment of NOx intensity targets as necessary. Oxy does not support and asks the Commission to reject the LGC's proposal to place mass-based emission reduction values in either rule or SBAP. Oxy also requests that the Commission reject the LGC's proposed SBAP language that would direct the division to conduct a performance analysis of ONGAIR. In its pre-hearing statement, the division added the SBAP language shown on this slide, which Oxy supports. This language directs the division to evaluate actual production data annually, and after considering trends, make recommendations to adjust intensity targets as necessary. As a member of the NOx Steering Committee, I requested that the division include the SBAP language because it provides a critical review step in validating the component of the intensity calculation that is a projection, the denominator. Oxy understands the concerns with using projections to set intensity targets, but this language provides an opportunity for a prospective adjustment of intensity targets if production trends warrant a change, which ensures that the target is achieved as the rule was designed. Oxy opposes the LGC's request to place a mass emission limit either in rule or SBAP for several reasons. First, the LGC's proposal is unnecessary. Even though intensity is a tool to achieve the overall mass target, the intensity program was thoughtfully designed specifically to achieve the mass target. Intensity uses the mass reduction target value directly in the numerator and uses a conservative projection of production in the denominator. Oxy recognizes that the production value is a projection. However, as detailed on the previous slide, SBAP language was included to require the review of actual production data and the prospective adjustment of the intensity targets if necessary. This critical review step provides ongoing assurance that the mass target is achieved. Also, initial interim data reported in November 2024 shows that the intensity program is working, with operators far exceeding the mass reduction target for 2024. Second, the same proposal for mass targets has previously been rejected by both the AQCC and the December 2023 rulemaking, which established the current NOx intensity targets, and by the ECMC in 2024 during their cumulative impacts rulemaking. The LGC has not offered any new evidence with this request that would warrant adoption for this hearing. And as I just mentioned, the initial interim data shows the program is working. Finally, there are other flaws with the mass limit approach, whether in rule or SBAP. The NOx steering committee considered and rejected a mass limit because to be enforceable, it would need to be equitably divided amongst operators, and intensity already accomplishes this. Intensity is the equitable allocation of the mass limit to operators based on production. A mass limit is inconsistent with both the existing GHG and NOx intensity programs that only include intensity targets, because adding a mass limit would be duplicative. The LGC's proposal is retrospective. Looking backwards at actual emission data to make adjustments to the program could be too late, whereas the division's current proposal will allow for a prospective adjustment to targets if necessary, based on changes in production trends. Finally, the commission should not be tempted to just move the mass limit into the SBAP, because doing so creates the same issues I just discussed. For these reasons, the commission should reject the LGC's proposal to include mass targets in rule or SBAP. The LGC has also proposed SBAP language directing the division to complete a performance analysis of on-air. AQCC requests that the commission reject this proposal. The LGC's request is outside of the scope of this rulemaking, which makes no mention of the entirety of the on-air program. While on-air contains NOx emissions and production data needed to demonstrate compliance with NOx intensity targets, it contains much more than just these two items. On-air also includes VOC, CO2, methane, N2O, CO, ethane, and TAC emissions, along with emission factors and other calculation inputs. The LGC's request includes all reported information in on-air, which affects sources and equipment not considered in this rulemaking. Additionally, the LGC's request is duplicative of the work already being done by the division. First, LGC claims that this performance analysis is necessary because the division is not reviewing data, but the division stated in its rebuttal that the division is reviewing reported data. Second, the LGC is requesting the analysis evaluate the ease of reporting and improvements for next year. The division has already recognized the limitations of the current reporting system and is working to develop a new version of on-air. Third, the LGC requests that the analysis evaluate the usefulness of data. Each year, the division reviews the reported data and makes adjustments to the reporting template to ensure that the required data fields are useful. The LGC's request duplicates our efforts already being taken by the division and would divert the division's limited resources from reviewing data and developing a new version of on-air. Because the LGC's request for a performance analysis of on-air is outside the scope of this rulemaking and duplicates efforts already being taken by the division, the commission should reject the proposal. In summary, AQCC requests the commission adopt the division's proposal related to NOx intensity and reject the LGC's proposal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions from commissioners? Online? Okay. Any cross-exam from other parties? Not seeing any. Okay, thank you very much. Next up is Suncor Energy.
Long time no see. Hello again. My name is Carlos Roma, Director at Williams Weiss on behalf of Suncor. And I'll try not to be too repetitive here. I just want to quickly go over a couple of key issues. Suncor also kind of echoes the industry's position on the Title V minor modification procedures. We also agree with the ERC concepts that have been discussed and the verification of emissions issues that we've been talking about. And then also the kind of timing for ERC approval. And I think it's very important from Suncor's perspective that we have that 120-day timeline that the division has proposed in its errata, and so we strongly support that. And then also support the community monitoring changes. Just not repetitive, but at the same time, kind of a little bit more detail. I think here are the Part 70 requirements related to the minor modification procedures. And this talks about the requirement under Part 70 to have a Title V operating program with streamlined operating permit application procedures that meet the requirements of 70.7E2. And 70.7E2 is the minor permit modification procedures that have the equivalent procedures as our current Title V Part C, Section X. And then just to be clear, the Title V Part 70 requirements do not apply public participation to those minor permit modification procedure eligible permits. And so under EPA's own rules, they do not require the type of public participation that they're trying to make Colorado subject to under the IRA. And again, I think we have talked a little bit about how the IRA itself mentions that the department has concluded already that the Title V procedures fully comply with the Clean Air Act. So there's nothing more that the commission needs to do other than consider it and reject it, and they will meet the requirements of the informal resolution agreement. On the ERC creation and use, I think we've echoed or talked about all of these issues. And we just think that, we should try to incentivize emission reductions from a variety of sources. And I think the Maricopa County example that Commissioner Reeder brought up in terms of a potential mobile source, incentivizing a stationary source with a fleet of trucks to move to a reduced emissions profile, I think is one of the reasons why we would want to have a mobile source program in the program. And we think it should be in the SIP. And then on the other programs like RACT, we do think that programs like Texas are good examples where there have been constraints in the ERC market, and ERCs got very expensive in Texas. I was in Texas practicing as a lawyer when the ERCs got very expensive in the order of 6 figures plus for an ERC in the non-attainment area. And if you have a new project, that's quite a significant amount of money that you might have to spend on offsets or to try to get those ERCs. And so we think it should be broad and should be able to be used with other programs like in Texas, like the reasonably available control technology programs. And then we agree that we should not have any kind of onerous requirements that potentially could be a disincentive for a source to come forward with an emission reduction project, or to potentially delay the emission reduction project because of the uncertainty over whether or not you'll be able to get your ERC approved because of a SENS or source test requirement to prove up your actual baseline emissions, which we think is a problem. We agree that the language could be potentially clarified on the ability to use facility reductions for offsets. And we'll come back with better language in the rebuttal. And then we agree with the change that the division made on the 120 days. And we also agree with the division change on community monitoring. And generally, we appreciate all the division and AG's work on this rulemaking and work with industry stakeholders. That's it. Any questions?
So I had just a couple of quick ones. So the community monitoring, you're fine with the way it is now?
Yeah, in the errata, I think they
clarified the errata. Okay. That's what I wanted to verify. I wanted to circle back and ask you about the use of ERCs for RACT. As you point out, ERCs in a lot of places are very, very expensive. And generally, the cost thresholds for RACT are much, much lower than that. So I guess I'm struggling to say, why would you want to use an ERC for RACT versus putting in the RACT controls? It's a practical matter.
That's a great question. I don't know, and as a practical matter, when sources would potentially use emission reduction credits for RACT, but it could be maybe a very expensive RACT is imposed on the source, like a very expensive technology. Sometimes the cost effectiveness thresholds don't always apply when the division is asking for certain technologies to be applied, or the commission considers, you know, other factors that may drive up the cost effectiveness, and so maybe it becomes a little bit more of a wash in situations like that.
Okay.
But I think it's a very fair question.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from commissioners? I'm not seeing or hearing any cross-exam. Again, crickets, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll wrap up today with Weld County. Thank you for your patience and waiting. I mean, you're waiting in terms of being last on the list. You can go ahead whenever you're ready now.
All right. Thank you. Good afternoon. I think it's still afternoon, commissioners, and not quite evening yet. I'm Matthew Conroy, Assistant County Attorney for Weld County. With me at the table today is Dr. Anne Morales from the Air Quality Policy Analyst for Weld County Department of Public Health and Environment. She'll be available to answer any questions, but I will, in order to hopefully keep things relatively brief, handle all of the direct. Or jumping right in, where we were going to have a slide on separator maintenance. This is going to be the contentious issue for this rulemaking hearing over 0.03 tons of VOCs. That's since been withdrawn. But I think that's sort of where we are at in terms of regulation in Colorado, especially on the oil and gas sector, is we are having to fight over 3/100ths of a ton reductions. And I think everybody in this room agrees that Colorado deserves more than the bare minimum in terms of Clean Air Act obligations for ozone management. I think a big concern that Weld County has with the SIP proposal in front of you is that it is incomplete intentionally with the decision to pursue a voluntary bump up and then not even write the weight of evidence or reasonably available control measures chapters to have a complete SIP. Perhaps not necessary for what happens with EPA, but it would be nice to have everybody on the same page of this is the document of where the state is at, and the Denver Metro Northern Front Range non-attainment area is for how far away we are from attaining the standard and why are we that far away. And our proposed solution, though, ultimately we think it is the commission's duty to promulgate the SIP. And so it is sort of up to you how exactly you want to go about it. Our idea is that the commission should direct the division and the RAC to present the missing chapters at the commission's retreat in June 2026. I think you heard from the RAC today that they are planning on writing reports on source apportionments and getting a lot of this material already prepared in the first half of 2026. So we don't think this is a big ask, and making sure that everything is complete and sort of understanding just how far, again, we are away from attainment and why. Again, you know, this is a constant refrain for us, but we think it is important to recognize, we heard testimony earlier today about total emissions, and when you're talking ozone, that's just not the right question to ask. You need to look at how are those emissions actually contributing to ozone formation in the atmosphere. You heard some discussion of source apportionment modeling, as well as sensitivity analyses. The RAC does have some new fancy domain analysis that keep you can go beyond sort of previous sensitivity analyses in determining which emission control strategies are actually effective. But we think that type of analysis needs to be included in the SIP so that you have a one-stop shop for what is going on with ozone in the Denver Metro North Front Range area. And as again previously mentioned, the division did reference these results sort of ahead of time at the rebuttal deadline and footnotes. The RAC finally held their ozone modeling forum on October 30th. Our review of the results is that, you know, and I think everybody in this room agrees that the control strategies proposed for inclusion in the SIP here are not really going to have any meaningful effects on actual observed ozone concentrations. The emissions are not from Northern Weld County, they're not from oil and gas emissions. You know, the expansion of RACT analyses, while required by the Clean Air RACT technology, but while required by the Clean Air Act, is not going to move the needle. But again, we think that having this type of information available and saying, well, we have to do this because that's what checking the box in the Clean Air Act, or we're pursuing other avenues is important. And we also think it's worthwhile to note that the EPA, they have not published anything in the Federal Register yet, but have announced they are reconsidering the leftover SIP requirements. And so we think some preparation for if that, whatever that looks like in terms of the serious SIP would be beneficial for the state. Here are numbers that we prepared for source version of results. I was interested to hear from Jaywood's presentation. Some of our numbers match. We think for Chatfield and NREL. I think we got different numbers for Collins West, which from my perspective just sort of illustrates the point that this needs to have a robust, here's it's all written out, here's what it means. We're not all fighting about what different numbers is. I was very disappointed to hear from the RAC this morning that they they don't really listen to that. The way I understood is they don't really listen to these results. They don't really look at them. They're still using their rule of thumb that a third of emissions are what we can control. And from what we see, it's between 3 and 13%. And so when you ask the question, why is the division apparently less optimistic about meeting the standard, I think it's because the division is actually looking at the information as we study this problem more and more. And from, again, our analysis, you could eliminate all human-made sources of ozone in a non-attainment area, and you would not get Rocky Flats North or Fort Collins West in attainment of the 70 parts per billion standard based on the source apportionment results from the RAC. That's if 58% of the population of Colorado gets up and leaves, you're still not going to get there. And that's the reason that, well, county strongly supports looking at sort of alternative legal tools such as Clean Air Act 179B. I think there was discussion this morning, right? This is not a get out of jail free card or something that, all of our hard work on reducing ozone goes away. But what it does do is helps you prevent either reclassification to an extreme non-attainment area, the automatic provision, like the change to 10 tons as a major source in terms instead of 25. All these sorts of things that are contributing to, as the chamber was discussing, this tightening regulatory environments that, quite frankly, it's hard to see this investment in Colorado and the continued growth of Colorado because we are not using these available tools and at least coming out and saying, this tool works or it doesn't. Here's how far away we are, which is, I was also disappointed to hear the discussion of, 179B is not about blaming, but it is about understanding. And so that's where we're coming from in terms of trying to make Colorado thrive as much as possible. So at this stage, our only real ask of the division or of the commission, is to direct the division and the RAC to present weight of evidence and reasonably available control measures at the commission's retreat in June 2026 to see how far away we are from attainment and how far we can go. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from commissioners?
I have one.
Go ahead. Thank you. Commissioner Mulford.
So on slide 5, you say EPA is reconsidering the leftover SIP requirements rule. I'm not sure what you're talking about there. Could you explain?
So at the close of the Biden administration, the Biden administration promulgated a rule that essentially codifies the division's current approach that you do not need to do weight of evidence, analysis or reasonably available control measures. The EPA has announced that they are going to reconsider this, and they are going to announce something in the Federal Register. That announcement came out in mid-September. Obviously, the shutdown happened. I don't know where they're at, but these are the types of things that, as an anxious attorney, makes me anxious because I don't know what's going to happen. And so in that respect, I think working to make sure that you have what could be considered a complete SIP in the events that EPA says, no, you need to do these things, as well as in light of, only took a cursory look at EPA's approval of the Arizona demonstration, but it appears that EPA's position now on 179B is that it's again, it used to be a much more stringent requirement, and they're now really as far as I can tell, collapsing it into the weight of evidence analysis that you do on other attainment demonstrations on, the best on balance. Like obviously it is an estimate, but on balance, we would be an attainment of it without these international missions, wildfire events, et cetera.
Okay, but the reconsideration of the leftover SIP requirements meeting weight of evidence and Rackham, that's a bit separate than the 179B.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
But like again, reading tea leaves is my sense is that these things could become more closely aligned moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
Any other commissioner questions? I just say thanks for that table. I like the table with all the source enforcement stuff. If not, any cross-exam from other parties? I'm not seeing or hearing any. Thank you very much for your testimony. So that brings us to the end of what I had planned to accomplish today. We actually finished a little early to my pleasant surprise, at least. So we will reconvene at 8:30 in the morning for rebuttal testimony. Please get your rebuttal slides in by 8 or 7 a.m. 8. Thought I said 8. Okay, I want to make sure I remember that correctly. And otherwise, I think we're prepared to adjourn. I'll hand the gavel back to Commissioner Slutsky to adjourn us for the day.
We are noticed.
You did say 8.
We are noticed for
8:30.
We are noticed for 9 a.m., but we can adjust that if you would like to.
I am flexible either way. I thought by my script that I had said 8:30, so I'm fine doing 9. What's Commissioner? Oh, so you're staying here. I have to drive. I just prefer 9 because we do extra 30 minutes to drive, but I'm fine with 8:30 too. I'm okay with 8:30.
I should be able to make that work.
Are you driving, Greg?
No, I'm staying here.
You're staying here. Okay.
I just have a different call.
Okay.
I don't personally object to an 8:30 start, but I am a little concerned about people who have left early today or
Right.
may have any kind of.
Let's just do 9. I think we have plenty of time tomorrow. How much we agree or disagree in deliberations, I guess, but I think the rest of the hearing will get done relatively expeditiously. So let's plan on 9 tomorrow then, and we'll go from there.
All right. It is 3:58. The meeting is adjourned.
What's that we found?
Can I just ask if you can hear me?
I can hear you, Shelley, but I'm not sure the room can.
Okay, the decisions on when the meeting starts was kind of muffled, and I want to know what the end decision was. What time are you starting?
It's posted for 9, so they ended up at 9.
Okay, so I'll join tomorrow morning a little bit before 9. Thank you so much.
Yep.